CFS 对于我来说，就是我心中最重要的一个比赛。
我觉得，这是一个对于青春的续写，很荣幸这里边能够有我的一些成分。
Eu não tenho palavras para agradecer a CFS por tudo que ela fez na minha vida, por tudo que esse programa de criadores de conteúdo.
Ang meaning ng CFS sa akin is, malaking bagay para sa akin kasi
a CFS na minha vida é tudo, porque eu basicamente vivo para jogar a CFS, eu quero jogar a CFS.
代表着我的整个青春。
CFS 呢，我觉得是穿越火线最高的一个荣誉殿堂吧。
CFS significa para mim sonho e evento muito grandioso。
它是至高无上的荣誉。CFS 对于整个 CF 的发展也是有着巨大的贡献。
对我来说 ，CFS 是梦想中最高的舞台。
A CFS para mim significa o maior campeonato de todos. Acho que é o grande sonho para todo mundo que joga profissionalmente Crossfire.
对我来说，穿越火线这个游戏对我来说的话，意味着就是我的青春。
穿越火線意味着我一個青春吧。
CFS với tôi có nghĩa là nơi thể hiện bản thân, niềm tự hào và ước mơ của tôi tại đó.
Với em thì CFS nó là một nơi mà ai cũng muốn được thể hiện bản thân mình và cũng muốn được đi một lần trong đời và cái cơ hội đấy thì nó rất là quý giá.
Significa tudo na minha vida e eu não vou desistir até ganhar um.
不知不觉 CFS 已经10周年了。
那么十呢，对于中国人来说，有个叫做十全十美，但是我们想换一句话，叫做青春正当时。希望 CFS 这个越办越好。
CFS, feliz aniversário de 10 anos.
Parabéns CFS pelos seus 10 anos de aniversário.
CFS 10周年，我们一起成长，也希望 CFS 10周年快乐。
Rất cảm ơn nhà phát hành Smile đã gọi là xây dựng một con game phát triển đến bây giờ. Thì với kỷ niệm 10 năm này mình cũng xin.
希望 CFS 越来越好，争取再办到下个10年。
希望下一个10年，我能够站在赛场上和 CFS 一起走下去。
Eu queria parabenizar a CFS pelo seu 10º ano, por tudo que proporcionou.
祝 CFS 越办越好吧，希望大家一起加油。
这次能进到 CFS 世界赛挺开心的吧，也算为国出征了。
I'm very excited to be playing in Crossfire Stars, and we're ready to show our best.
Our first goal is just to make it out of the group stage. We want to take it one step at a time. So it's one goal at a time. I have many goals. The first goal is to make it out of the groups.
Eu estou muito feliz. É sempre muito importante estar aqui porque é um campeonato, é o campeonato mais importante do ano, então é algo mais.
Maybe all gamers from China, they're very good team and they have strong skills.
本次 CFS 的比赛，我们有针对国外的战术，就针对国外的队伍有一些针对性的战术。
Dạ, đến với giải đấu lần này thì team em tập luyện rất chăm chỉ. Mọi người đều cố gắng để đạt được kết quả tốt nhất.
Mục tiêu của chúng em trước tiên là sẽ vượt qua vòng bảng.
I feel excited because this is my first time to compete in CFS Grand Finals.
Bütün yıl boyunca bizleri çok güzel desteklediler. Hepsine çok teşekkür ederiz. Ve Grand Finals'ta da bizleri destekleyeceğini canı gölde inanıyoruz.
Meu objetivo nesse campeonato, sem sombra de dúvidas, é sair campeão dele.
这次的目标和决心都是冠军吧。
Tưởng chứ tưởng tượng không thì em cũng đã xem ở trên mạng xã hội nhiều rồi, thì cũng đã hình dung được là cấu trúc như thế nào rồi.
So the panda to me is just a very cute, fluffy bear.
Hello guys, we are here at Panda Park here in China. Hello, hi. Hi.
Đây là lần đầu tiên em đến với Trung Quốc, cũng là lần đầu tiên em đến tham quan nơi này. Cảm xúc hiện tại của em là rất là vui khi đến tham gia tại nơi đây.
Hey everybody, I had a great time here at the park, and I'll see you guys soon at the plane. Bye.
第二时间还要再换点吗？正面剩的时间不久。
是那个马尼拉 CFS 邀请赛嘛，这个大概是在2016年吧，然后那时候我还是在上小学，我也是刚接触 CF， 也是从来没有想过能跟这么顶尖的选手做队友吧。 在巧合的情况下，我在打百分的时候被推荐到了 AG 试训嘛，然后后来通过了试训，来到了线下，成为了一名 AG 的青训选手。后来也是经过自己的不断努力，终于也是成为了一名首发的队员。最困难的时候是去年发育不好的时候吧，那时候微博也不敢看，然后直播也不敢开，然后那时候也是一直被骂吧，然后我也比较在乎外界的舆论，然后后来也是通过自己慢慢的走了出来，通过大哥们的不断帮助、不断鼓励，让我从这个困难中走了出来。
DO 的加入，作为一个新人，我觉得也是特别优秀的吧。但是裸装的比赛，我们还需要更多的磨合。如果我们磨合的够好的话，我们很有机会冲击冠军。
是你老犯错，然后给别人来。我说你不是你什么老犯错吗？
哎，还行是吧？还行。啊？可以讲的。
我对我的枪法和反应是不会质疑的，即使放在 CFS 世界舞台上，我对我的枪法和反应也是非常自信的。我的人生目标是成为世界顶尖选手。我不是下一个70，也不是下一个绿豆，我是唯一的 DO。
Cara, acho que é uma oportunidade de mudança de vida, né? Então é óbvio que tem a ambição ali em questão de ser o maior campeonato e todo mundo querer ter esse título, assim como eu já ganhei antes, mas é como eu falei, também é questão de mudança de vida, oportunidade.
descobrimos, Daniel jogava muito em casa, como acho que todo menino da idade dele, os jogos, eles atraem muito, mas a gente já via como um vício, como ficar muito tempo dentro do quarto jogando, e a gente não sabia como que aquilo ali poderia dar. Pra gente era apenas um vício de jogo. Só que quando ele ganhou acesso, ele foi e me chamou e chamou o pai e falou que nessa época ele estava no quartel. Eu não quero mais a carreira militar, eu quero ser jogador. E a gente falou, como vai largar tudo para poder ser jogador?
Bom, eu apoio ele ajudando nos treinos, né? Eu ajudo ele levando refeições, ouvindo um pouco do que ele tem para falar, né? Que às vezes ele quer comentar um pouco sobre os treinos. É isso, a gente se...
Não, Kiki.
Ah, cara, eu geralmente acordo de manhã, faço meu cappuccino, dou uma lavada na louça ali, e aí tem sempre alguma coisa pra fazer em casa, tirar o lixo, arrumar uma coisa ou outra. Aí geralmente a gente faz o almoço ali, e depois eu já entro para treinar com os meus companheiros. A gente treina em volta ali de 6, 7 horas por dia. Como jogador profissional é se manter no auge, né, cara? Se manter no auge não é fácil. Principalmente no Brasil, que se você ganha todos os campeonatos, você é o melhor do mundo, se você perde um, você é o pior. Então tem muita cobrança, principalmente também que tem uma galera, os fãs brasileiros que me acompanham, mas eu particularmente é me manter no topo, cara. Tanto sempre ali em alto nível e como eu falei, quando eu ver que não tá dando mais, eu paro. Eu acho que eu trabalho para poder dar o melhor que eu puder para eles, mas para ser honesto, não sei se talvez seja um pensamento egoísta, eu sempre fiz mais por mim mesmo, por querer melhores condições de vida para mim e ter obviamente ali minhas ambições particulares. Me dão todo o suporte do mundo, principalmente porque hoje em dia eu tenho minha filha, que ela é muito pequena e tenho os afazeres de casa, né? E quando eu preciso treinar, ou no caso fazer bootcamp, viajar, é minha esposa ali que dá todo o suporte, que meio que segura as pontas dentro de casa.
Quando ele tá feliz, né? Fico orgulhosa quando ele tá feliz. Quando ele fez um bom trabalho.
Não precisa perguntar. Queria agradecer muito a torcida de vocês. Fiquei quase 1 ano e meio parado e aí ainda assim quando eu voltei a galera mandou muitas energias positivas, me acompanha, sempre manda mensagem. Então rapaziada, tamo junto de coração mesmo e é nóis.
Hello， 大家好，我是白沙。我和 CFS 应该是从2013年正式开始接触吧。然后13年应该是自己作为一个俱乐部的管理者，参与了 S1的一个赛季。然后 S2是当了一个选手，临时去打了一届。然后再到后面的话，其实一直就是一个解说的身份。对于我个人而言，其实整个的 CF 职业生涯，包括经营俱乐部、做俱乐部，其实我的荣誉并没有很多。我从12年 CPO S1是拿到了 CPO 的冠军，然后在紧接着13年的这样的一个CFS S2的时候，是拿到了一个世界亚军。紧接着我是从 CPO S4就开始退役转居幕后，然后去经营管理俱乐部。我觉得这么多年一直没有拿到总冠军，我们的队伍其实最大的原因还是我个人感觉是我们自己吧，因为其实要拿冠军不是说碰碰运气，或者说就是简简单单嘴上说而已，因为确实要具备了很多的因素吧，不管是选手能力方面、团队的这个能力方面、各方面，还有包括俱乐部的运营方面，就是大家很多的东西夹杂在一起，才能就是有这样的机会去拿世界冠军。我觉得可能前面这些年确实我自己做的也不好，然后我们队伍啊、选手的个人能力、队伍的整体，包括管理各方面都可能差了一些吧。但是这2年确实，我个人觉得我们俱乐部也做得越来越好了，越来越专业了吧。所以去年也有幸去冲了一下这次这个 CFS 的世界冠军，所以我觉得就是这个东西都是相辅相成的。去年年底，我们队伍的选手加上我们的教练加上我们的管理，大家都是团结一致吧。然后就是我觉得是发挥出了，就是超出了自己平常的这种实力。 然后拿到当时就是特别是决赛那一天，就是3-1拿下的时候，我感觉我自己都惊呆了，都有点就是兴奋的，就是嗨的，就是已经不知道用言语怎么去形容了。
吃过了。今天啊，非常紧张啊，又到今天比赛日了啊，头来。
今年 CFS 落地中国，对于卫冕冠军的话，信心肯定是有，希望今年还有机会去夺得 CFS 的世界冠军。
保持冷静，勇敢面对懂比赛的，把枪口对外。Never look back， 穿过泥泞的道路，Yeah we go high， We stay together， Yeah we stay together， We will never lose，Yeah we crossing fire， 不会再迷路，兄弟 always stay right here。We will never lose, here we crossing fire. Say whoa, whoa, yeah we go higher.
Look, I'm with the clan, they're my brothers, I'ma ride for 'em. No second guess a load of I'm ready to die for 'em. We the ones that's poppy, we the ones that copy. See your enemy, I drop 'em, winning is the only option. I ain't never scared, hard close into a lion. If I catch a promise, I'ma stop 'em, I ain't lying. In the crossfire, you better survive. I'm rolling with the guys, I'm never switching sides. Getting money with the team, but I'm not surprised. Cause we prayed on it, waited on it for a little while. I'm never gonna stop, never gonna flop, all I know is gold. Team full of winners, respect we need that gold. I done see the fame, turn a friend into a foe. But we draw. Gotta keep it going, I can let the fan down. CFS 23, we gon' shut it down.
We will never lose, 不会再迷路，Yeah, we crossing fire， 兄弟 always stay right here。走向胜利，由我领队，时刻准备突出重围。Yeah, we go higher。冲散和敌人真心冲散。
Crossfire Esports World Championship Tournament. The year of 2023 marks the 10th anniversary of CFS.
Welcome to the CFS 2023 Grand Finals! After overcoming numerous challenges, our valiant warriors have successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the Crossfire Esports tournament. Let's extend a warm welcome to the 12 teams from the 6 regions. CFBL has always been a strong contender in the CFS Grand Finals and has produced the champion teams in 2018 and 2019. This region has produced numerous legendary players throughout the years, and this year they bring us 2 teams to the stage for the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. We're expecting them to bring us some more surprises this year. First, from the CFBL Brazil region, it's Imperial. A team with an outstanding record no Crossfire Esports fan can ignore. With dazzling performance and impeccable teamwork, they'll give a lesson to anyone daring to stand in their way. Imperial! Imperial. Now we welcome VINCIT Gaming. Nobody would forget when this team claimed the championship in Shanghai in 2019. Now this team are back for greater glory and coming back with a brand new roster. Their aim is the championship trophy again. VINCIT Gaming! Now considered the powerhouse region of the West, the CFWL EU MENA wants to be the most prominent region on the global CFS esports scene. With many strong teams and experienced players, CFWL EU MENA have 3 slots in the grand finals with teams from Egypt, the Middle East and Europe. We expect to feel their raw energy in the tournaments. Let's welcome LCK! After a long break, LCK grabbed the championship of the CFS 2023 Regional Finals EU MENA Division. Now they're here representing Turkey and the region to show their best. LCK! Now welcome Anubis Gaming. Coming from the Middle East and North African region, this powerful team have risen as the 2nd seed to be here. They were at the CFS 2022 Grand Finals and will now showcase their talents on the grandest Crossfire stage. Anubis Gaming! And now, please welcome 3BL Esports. They got 3rd place in the CFS 2023 Regional Finals of the EU MENA Division. They were advanced here to the Grand Finals. They'll aim to finish even higher at this stage. They are 3BL Esports. The CFWL North America returned back to the scene after 4 years, trying to prove they can be furious contenders once again in global CFS esports. A lot is expected from this region in the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. The sole team from this region, Kungana. Many of these players are quite familiar with Crossfire stages. They won't stop at just claiming the championship of the North American qualifiers. They're here to go even further. Kungana! Teams from the CFS PH Masters have rich experience on the world stage and proven themselves to be world contenders. Now seeking their past glory from 2018, CFS PHM could be a dark horse on the stage of the CFS 23 Grand Finals. From the Philippines, welcome Pacific Macta. The strongest Filipino team will showcase their astonishing abilities and compete for the championship with the pride of the Philippines, Pacific Macta! The CFPL is one of the strongest regions in the global CFS esports scene. Teams from this region have proven themselves by being a world top 4 team in the past 2 years, which makes it even more exciting to expect their results this year. The region secured 2 slots in the grand finals, and we are looking forward to seeing their outstanding performances on the stage. From Vietnam, welcome, Kara House 2L. Comprising highly competitive players from a highly competitive region, this team is a force to be reckoned with. Anyone underestimating the CFPL's #1 seed will pay a huge price. Kara House 2L. And now, let's welcome Ranking Esports. The 2nd seed from the CFVL region. We've witnessed their excellent prowess and progress this year. Another formidable competitor from Vietnam for the championship. They are Ranking Esports. And now, the most dominant region in CFS, the CFPL is here to take the 4th consecutive championship title in the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. Performing their spectacular skills and unique tactics throughout the years, this region has produced the most champions in CFS history. This year, 3 outstanding teams from the CFPL, and we'll wait and see if they can create the glory for their region once again. We welcome the teams from the hosting country of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals, beginning with the reigning world champions, BaiSha Gaming. BaiSha means Great White Shark. These Sharks emerged as the #1 seed and the reigning champions from last year's CFS 2022 Grand Finals. They're here to show us again no one will claim the championship but themselves. BaiSha Gaming! And next up, welcome CHENGDU ALL GAMERS! They've been at every CFS Grand Finals. This year, AG are here as the 2nd seed. They were the runners-up from 2022, and now they're determined to reclaim their former glory. CHENGDU ALL GAMERS! And finally, let's welcome X-Rock Esports Club. They have bounced back after their roster change. At the regional finals of the China division, they showed us an amazing 1v3 comeback. They are well prepared to show their strength to the world. X-Rock Esports Club. And time flies on. It's a credible and captivating journey. And the CFS has had a remarkable journey too, from 2013 to 2023, bringing us countless joys and a few tears along the way. Now, in its 10th year, the CFS has returned to China, ready to bring us some more memories to treasure. Now, fearless courage, that's the weapon of the mightiest warriors, and these warriors with that weapon have prevailed through perilous thorns and now aspire to head to the shimmering stars. And these teams have all gathered here to fight for their ultimate dream, which is to compete for the pinnacle of Crossfire glory, the CFS World Championship Trophy. So welcome and ni hao, I'm Matt Andrews, and this is the CFS 2023 Grand Finals Group Stage. You've just met our 12 teams from our 6 regions who have all gathered here in beautiful Chengdu to fight for their dreams over a tournament that will be lasting 11 days. Which of them will prevail? They are all well prepared for their matchups. Who will get the ultimate glory? We will find out together. But first, we must thank our hosts Smilegate Entertainment and Crossfire, along with our partner VSPO, supported by Alienware and Morphling. Now, the CFS 2023 Grand Finals are about to kick off. Get ready and watch our Warriors' amazing performance as they compete to conquer!
Goes down, Snake. Good for 2, Beba, good for a jump. 哦哟，知道你们的2键完成
价位是不是能好一点？
是，另外一边，但是 Top。Their first map win as
finds a third through the door, finds a...
Hello to all Seafers in front of the screen. I am Valdez. With me is Elfish Guy and CZXQ. We are here for the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. We have so much Crossfire on the way for you guys. It's going to be a blast. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, I mean, great to be back, obviously. Been a little while since we got to do another live Crossfire event. Kyle and I, obviously, were in Vietnam for the Summer Invitational, and it's always a nice end to the year to be coming back for the Crossfire Stars Grand Finals. And I think, as well, it has to be said, Chengdu, quite a nice location for it. We've been spending a bit of time walking around the city, and it seems like quite a vibrant sort of cultural city, so a nice place for esports, I think.
Yeah, definitely. It's great to be back in China as well after almost 4 years of not having a CFS here. I know the Chinese home crowd's going to be excited to see the Grand Finals later on. And, of course, always China looking to try and lift that trophy once again. So excited to see if they can maybe pull it off and get 4 in a row.
Yeah, wouldn't be too surprised at all. But, guys, before we do get into the thick of things, we do want to express our gratitude to Alienware, who is supporting this tournament with all the devices that are being used here at the Grand Finals 2023. So shout out to them, as well as...
Yeah, we also want to thank Morphling for their generous support as the official gaming chair in the 2023 CFS World Finals. Whether you're in the midst of intense competition or enjoying a prolonged gaming session, Morphling has you covered. Morphling, reach your throne.
Reach your throne.
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting on them now, so it's, I guess we've already reached it.
Very comfortable, very nice. So yeah, definitely the expectation here in China, you know, kind of the home crowd and China with a lot of wins under their belt. Any expectations for this tournament? Do you guys think that China's still the favorite for this one?
Yeah, I think no doubt about it. I mean, I would probably be leaning toward another BaiSha All Gamers final. I think if we don't get that, we will be a little bit surprised. I mean, who knows? Maybe the Brazilian teams can cause a bit of a ruckus, though I was a little bit disappointed by what they were able to bring to the table at the Summer Invitational. I don't think they quite managed to sort of level up to the same degree as what we have seen maybe from the Chinese teams over the last couple of years. So for me, yeah, I would say probably those two. But maybe X-Rock can cause a bit of a ruckus as well. We'll see.
Maybe. What do you think, ZZXQ?
Yeah, I'm excited to see X-Rock specifically because this is their first CFS. There's a lot of weight on their region, and coming in, they beat Q9 to get here, and these guys, they've got a lot to prove, but the Chinese region is so dominant. I'm expecting a good showing from those guys as well, on top of course, our reigning finalists.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's so many different regions here, and, you know, China definitely the favorites, but you never know out of these 6 regions who is going to take the cup this time around. But let's take a look a little bit deeper into this tournament right now.
Welcome to the CFS 2023 Grand Finals, the world's top competitive Crossfire Esports World Championship Tournament. The year of 2023 marks the 10th anniversary of CFS. CFS 2023 Grand Finals is returning with further developed rules and schedule, providing new challenges to all participating players. Now, let's take a closer look at the format. In this year, we have teams from 6 regions: Brazil, China, EU MENA, North America, Philippines, the Vietnam. The tournament consists of 4 stages: group stage, wildcard stage, knockout stage, and lastly, the playoffs. The group stage will be played under the single round robin format in a BO3, where 12 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 4 through the group stage draw. The top 2 teams from each group will directly advance to the knockout stage, while the third place from each group will enter the wildcard stage. The last place teams from each group will be eliminated from the tournament. The group stage standings rule will prioritize the teams' higher match wins. If teams' match wins end up in a tie, such as teams' set differential points, will be secondly prioritized. If still tied, the round differential points will be thirdly prioritized, and attack points will be checked. As for the last comparison, the wildcard stage will also play under the single round robin format, BO3 series, where the top 2 teams out of the 3 teams will earn the last 2 tickets to the knockout stage. The 8 teams of the knockout stage will compete under the single elimination format in a BO5 series, where the brackets will be determined through the teams' overall standings from the group stage. Knockout Stage 4 winners will advance to the playoffs that will be played throughout the double elimination format in a BO5 series. The playoffs consist of 6 matches to claim the champion. The total prize money of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals is set to $1,420,000 US, and the world champion will take home $500,000 US. Compete to conquer. CFS 2023 Grand Finals is awaiting its warriors. Let's witness how this epic tournament will roll out.
So I'm sure after that video, you guys have a really good idea of how this tournament is going to work out. It is a really nice format, actually, because I think it really gives the best teams the best chance to make it through. You've got a lot of different chances even to kind of squeak in as a wild card, and in a moment, we'll also get into the grouping and, you know, which teams are in which groups and stuff like that. But yeah, it should be a really fun tournament this time around.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I really appreciate about it this time as well is that it is all best of 3s. I know in the past there has been sort of formats where we've had best of 1s in the opening games, and a lot of players aren't necessarily big fans of best of 1s because it can just be over in the blink of an eye. So I like the fact that all these group stage games are best of 3s. Like you say, that should promote the teams that should win actually getting the dubs on the board and potentially making it through the group in first seed. But yeah, I mean, look, there seems like lots of opportunities even down towards the 3rd seed in each group being able to make it through to that wildcard stage. So group stage early, of course, to have a conversation around that one. But, you know, the fact that 3 teams from each group do technically progress it does make it, I would say, not easy necessarily to make it out of the groups, but it definitely gives you your opportunities.
Yeah, it really does. And taking a look at our groups here, we've got some stacked lineups across the board. For me, I think Group C is the one I'm most curious to see. It looks like a very intense group, but also taking a look here at some of the top players from each of the regions. Surprising to see, though, no AG or BaiSha players on this list.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I guess the thing is you could only really choose one player from the CFPL. We've got one from each region there, and it's quite a tough competition. There's a lot of teams and certainly a lot of good players that are competing in that particular tournament. So, yeah, I guess it is just how it plays out. Now, today's matchups, starting off with Chengdu All Gamers up against LCK, the Chinese, I suppose, home team, right? Given that we are in Chengdu, they're going to be wanting to put their best foot forward in that first game.
Yeah, and then second matchup, VINCIT Gaming up against Ranking Esports. Definitely looking like one of our closer matchups for the night. And you guys can see here that we don't have a match record for these two teams for 2022 and 2023 because they have not faced off against each other just yet. Today will dictate kind of some of the stats we will see in the future.
Yeah, I suppose that's one of the big question marks around LCK, particularly coming into this tournament, is that we haven't seen them at international competition this year. Obviously, for All Gamers, again, like I said, we did get to see them at the Summer Invitational in Vietnam. They won that as well, so while the conversation is going to be that BaiSha are the reigning champions, All Gamers is definitely looking like a pretty hot prospect as well, and led by Even from the front, basically. You know, he's certainly someone that is able to get in on that fragging department. But look, I think when you talk about key players, you kind of have to really talk about all 5 of the members of All Gamers on any given day. It sort of feels like they can all really contribute. So, yeah, very scary roster, that's for sure.
And you guys can see here the predictions. So there's one that stands out to us here pretty obviously. ZZXQ, do you have a reasoning for this one?
Yeah, I do. This is one of the most resilient teams I've seen. This is a team that started in the Open League this year and climbed their way all the way into the Pro League. And then in the qualifier, they took down GV, a team that I would have never expected them to beat. And I think they're in a very similar situation here. This is another team I wouldn't necessarily expect them to beat, but this is a team that knows how to keep their confidence high and pull off an upset.
One thing I've noticed about you, Kyle, is that when it does come to the early predictions, you do like to throw a bit of a curveball in there. So I think that's what this is.
Well, there is definitely a curveball. And before we do get into the action, we are going to throw it back to the stage with Matt Andrews to introduce the two teams for this first matchup that we do have. Let's jump into it.
The CFS 2023 Grand Finals begins! A new team versus an old team from different regions. Let's see who the winner of our first big fierce fight will be! Welcome to the stage! Dane, Dezane, Flex, Lionclaw, and Real from LCK! The runners-up of CFS 2022 Grand Finals. Even, ZY, ZQ, Do, and Shui. They are Chengdu All Gamers. Our first matchup of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals is about to begin. Compete to conquer!
Well, great to hear once again from Matt Andrews there on the stage introducing our two teams. CHENGDU All Gamers up against LCK from Turkey. This one is definitely an interesting matchup to start us off with because although, you know, we do have some believers in the upset, it does feel like All Gamers is one of the strongest teams in the tournament. I'm just hoping for 3 maps. You know, I just want to get to 3 maps. I think that's the first thing we need to see.
Look, one of the things that I've always felt like, and I've been casting Crossfire for a long time, is that anytime you have a Chinese team in any given game, except if they're against another Chinese team, they're probably going to be the favorites coming into that one. And chances are, especially the later we've gone into the history of in the history of Crossfire, I think we've seen the Chinese teams get almost more and more dominant. There was obviously a brief period where the Brazilian teams were kind of on top for a couple of years, but you know, it felt like earlier on, like back in 2015 and 2014 and such, you know, teams from other regions were able to compete with the CFPL. But when it comes to the latter years, you know, 2022, 23, and so on, it really does feel like the Chinese teams have kind of kicked it into another level, and it's made it quite difficult for other regions to compete. So, look, I think LCK, I would love to see them get 3 maps here, but if I'm being frank and if I'm being 100% honest, for me it's a 2-0, and it almost doesn't even matter what the veto is going to be.
Well, ZZXQ, what do you think gives LCK the ability to kind of push through when everybody expects them to lose?
I think for them, it's just they play the same way against any opponent. They don't doubt themselves even against a team they know is arguably stronger on paper, and that's why they've been able to win so many matches. And part of the reason I picked this team was actually going back to the first time I saw the core of this roster on LAN. It was back in 2017. They took down SV in their first match on LAN together, and that really impressed me. And that was a top Chinese team at that time, and several of these players are still competing in this event today. So I feel like if anyone could pull off the upset, this could be the time to do it. And if you're going to take down a Chinese team, I feel like the group stage is maybe that opportunity to catch them off guard earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, though, like I feel like back then it was a little bit of a different story, right? With the Chinese teams looking a little bit maybe more susceptible, especially now that we're back in China as well. Like, obviously, the last 3 CFS Grand Finals have been in Korea. I think being back in China, particularly in Chengdu, especially for All Gamers, given that they are Chengdu All Gamers, actually, there is that extra incentive just to ensure that nothing kind of goes wrong, not only here in the group stage, but also going into playoffs and potentially into those finals. And again, if you would actually ask me for which team I think will win the entire competition as of today, I probably have to put my money on All Gamers. Now, I was a big BaiSha fan going into the Summer Invitational, and they did look really good during the group stage, but I just feel like there's that level of consistency that All Gamers brings that maybe BaiSha has a higher peak, but All Gamers are at sort of like 99% at all times. Yeah. And I think that's going to be really difficult to deal with for pretty much any region, not even just, you know, for example, BaiSha in that grand final.
Yeah, and as you were saying before, it kind of switches up when the Chinese teams are playing against each other because they know each other so well, and like BaiSha was able to get the better of All Gamers in the finals last year. But yeah, I mean, it could change. You know, maybe scrims have been going in kind of All Gamers' way this time around, so we'll just have to wait and see. All Gamers picking up that win in the Summer Invitational and stuff like that. So definitely going to be pretty interesting. And yeah, I mean, as you were saying about LCK in 2017, they also did it in the regional finals, right, to overcome GV in the first match and kind of give themselves a good chance to actually qualify for this grand final. So pretty interesting that they're always here in the first match and ready to like get that upset. They always end up in this position where they have the ability to get an upset very early on. So maybe they kind of channel that same energy and they get that kind of upset going again.
Yeah, one of the things that I think is important as well to sort of remember about this group stage is it's not necessarily just about beating All Gamers here. It's about potentially even taking a map off them, potentially even sort of playing close to them in some maps, because you're working under the assumption that, okay, well, let's be real, probably everyone's going to lose to All Gamers, but if we lose a little bit less hard to them, maybe that will play out favorably for us in the tiebreaker situation, as was you know, obviously described in the VCR. So I think that's definitely something that LCK can look at. And as you said, first game of the day, first game of the tournament. Are All Gamers going to be feeling 100% comfortable on the stage? You know, are they warmed up, etc.? Maybe we can take them to, you know, 8 rounds or 9 rounds, make it close before potentially losing that. And again, I'm working under the assumption, obviously, that All Gamers is going to win this one 2-0. But if they can take a map, close, then maybe one of the other teams in the group doesn't, and they just get absolutely smashed, you know, 10-2, something like that. And that plays out in your favor later on down the track. So definitely something to sort of think about. And there's still a lot to play for, even if you are a big underdog coming into this first game.
Yeah, well, you know, LCK, you've already kind of slated them as a potential upset team to come in here. Are there any other teams on your radar as ZZXQ of, like, some team that can kind of actually come in here to Chengdu and kind of surprise us all and maybe get some big wins?
Yeah, I think the other team I'm looking at is Pacific Makta. They're a team where I feel like on any given day they could win or lose to any one of these teams out there. They just don't have the consistency to constantly be number one, but in their prime, this is a team that was always top 4 at events like this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you go back to 2014, 2015, they were top 4 at both of those events, and I think it's the core 3 that has sort of maintained all the way through from 2014 that still remains to this day here in 2023. I think Pacific Makta, yeah, look, I mean, I don't know if I have quite the same excitement necessarily around Pacific Makta as you do, Kyle. I remember this, we had this exact same conversation at the Summer Invitational, and I was thinking, I don't know, are they really going to be able to compete? I would love to see it. I'm a big fan of the Philippines as a region. I've been to the Philippines a couple of times. I'd like to see them have the success, but I think they're going to have to come out the gate strong if they want to get themselves into any of those conversations. For me personally, I would actually be looking at the Vietnamese teams. I think that they were, look, a bit of a dark horse at the Summer Invitational. I don't think that they quite performed the way that they wanted to. They had a lot of impressive individuals, I thought, but I just felt like the team cohesion, the strategy kind of fell apart a little bit, particularly for Cara House. They seemed like they were like on the precipice of something great, but they just couldn't quite get there, you know, get that little bit of extra 5%, 10%. But they have made a change. Both the Vietnamese teams have made one change coming into this event. Whether or not that really makes a huge difference, I guess remains to be seen. But for me personally, like, I think they have the pieces of the puzzle that they need. It's just whether or not they're going to be able to sort of fit into place on the day. So we'll get to see a little bit of that later on with ranking playing in the next game. But I guess we'll sort of hold our reservations back and see what they're going to bring to the table before we really make a big judgment call. But for me, as far as dark horses are concerned, look, outside of talking about China and Brazil, which is kind of like the tried and true, I'd be looking at the Vietnamese team.
That's the other region, you know, Brazil, that we always love to talk about. It always feels like this is the one region, okay, they always used to challenge China. They have gotten championships in the past. But in recent years, they haven't really kind of reached that same level. They've kind of fallen short a couple of times. Sometimes not even making semis and stuff like that. Even though coming into a lot of these tournaments, it does feel like they are, at least one of the teams should be able to at least challenge, you know, some of the top Chinese teams or Vietnamese teams or what have you.
Yeah.
So is this the year it's different, ZZXQ? Do you think this is the year where maybe one Brazilian team kind of pushes through and makes a top 4 or even a final?
It's tough because the team I actually thought had the best chance didn't end up making it here because Vasco in Vietnam, they took a map off of BaiSha, and after that I was sure in my mind we were going to see them here, but then VINCIT comes out of nowhere in the qualifiers and just dominates their way to it. So if they can beat Vasco, maybe they've got something special to bring to the table. They kind of have a similar story to what we've seen out of LCK to get here. So I'm curious to see what they'll do. But of course, Imperial always a strong contender for a top 4 spot as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it goes to show, right, that there is a level of strength within the Brazilian region. If some of those top teams aren't quite able to 100% lock their position in at the CFS Grand Finals, then you do have to give some credit to teams, like you said, like VINCIT. For me, though, yeah, I would probably be looking at Imperial as the team with the experience and a bit of that consistency throughout this year. I would definitely think if a Brazilian team doesn't make it to at least the top 4, that would be for that region considered a failure. The teams that, you know, and the supporters, I think in particular, would be expecting at least a top 4 out of the Brazilian teams. So that's kind of what they're gunning for. Grand final appearance would be a massive win, in my opinion, even if they don't manage to bring that dub. But look, if anyone's going to take it away from China, I feel like it has to almost be Brazil, unless one of these Vietnamese teams kind of pops off and looks just exponentially better than what we saw from them earlier on this year. So, yeah, for me, bit of an outside shot still, but I'll give them, what, 10% maybe, if I had to sort of, you know, throw a number in there.
Any hope for the UMENA teams or, you know, from West or any of the other teams in the tournament? Do you think, you know, maybe this is the year one of them is going to pop up and try to at least challenge or put on a good show this time?
I think Anubis looks really good coming into this event. I've watched a lot of their practice. They seem like a team that could potentially push through. I remember last year they were able to take down ranking in the group stage and had a pretty solid showing overall. I'm also really curious to see what North America is going to do as well, though. This is their first event with this roster in 5 years, and I feel like in their prime, this was a team that was very competitive. They took multiple maps off of SV. They had a top 4 finish, but they've been on the back burner for a while, and I think their team coming in, especially looking at this first match, this is a group they're in as well. It's going to be a tough group to get out of when you think of All Gamers, Imperial, and LCK in your path.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I guess as far as the EU MENA teams are concerned, I don't have as much of a horse in the race necessarily. I think the next team that I would kind of like to lean toward there a little bit is to talk about Kungana. For me, again, like these guys are like veterans, right? They're OGs. They've been around a lot. They've competed at a lot of events like this. Obviously, for North America in particular, the results haven't necessarily been there in recent times, but you know, you've got a lot of really experienced players, a lot of really good individuals as well, and I kind of hope that they might be able to run it back. You know, it's always a bit of a question mark when you get like those more veteran players coming back after a bit of a break, but who knows? I feel like they're kind of one of those, again, dark horse teams that we're not really too sure what to make of them on the global stage. Particularly given the qualifiers for their region, they seem to sort of dominate and they were able to get through there pretty easily. But it's obviously one thing to beat your regional competition, and then it's another thing to come and play against the best teams in the world. So, bit of a question mark over their head, but if they come out the gate strong, I think they're also quite an interesting prospect that I'm quite looking forward to watching.
Yeah, I just say you never know. Like, there's definitely, you were talking about percentages, like, there is a certain large percentage. You know, we're here in Chengdu, it's China, it's the home turf. Like, the Chinese teams are very strong, we expect them, but we've seen upsets in the past, so if you've got your favorite team and they're not one of the Chinese teams, definitely don't lose hope. There is always a chance to make it through. We do have a little bit of extra time, it seems, so just want to throw out another thanks to our sponsors, Alienware, for providing the majority of, or pretty much all of the equipment, you know, the monitors, all the gaming stuff, the accessories for everybody who is playing here at the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. And we also have another one.
Yeah, we give a shout out to Morphling as well for their generous support. They are the official gaming chair of the 2023 CFS World Finals. You can see us sitting on them at the moment. So whether you're in the midst of a competition or gaming session or, I don't know, casting esports, I guess, they sort of have you covered. You can reach your throne with Morphling. So very nice. Very nice. Love it. Good to see, obviously.
Yeah. Also, Chengdu, you know, we talked about the city before. Very, very nice city. Very feels like there's a lot happening here. You know, you just walk outside. There's a lot of people, a lot of things going on. So a very cool city for esports, and really happy to be involved and part of the fun of this long event we got. It's like 11 days, something like that. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I've been to a lot of cities in China over the CFS career, and I think Chengdu, it has a bit of a different vibe to a lot of the cities that we've seen for this event. So yeah, looking forward to sort of seeing how it goes, especially when we get to that arena stage. I think that's going to be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it does feel like we're almost there to the band pick for this first matchup, and it looks like we are ready right now. So going to jump in and select our first maps for this first match.
Yeah, excited to see who's going to pick what here. I know LCK on their CFWL picks always tried to go for sub-base. It's where they got the majority of their upsets in their league season, so I would be surprised if that's not their target here. All Gamers, I would assume Ankara is a strong pick for them. It's a map they always love to play at events like this, a good momentum boost for them if they can start a series in that location. But for bans, I wouldn't be surprised if Eagle Eye's the ban of All Gamers. It seemed like, especially in Vietnam, that was by far the #1 ban that we saw. Following that, Mexico's a pretty common ban, especially from the Chinese teams as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. Obviously, Eagle Eye, it sort of felt like it was pretty much a perma ban in Vietnam, but then we got into the grand final and we had to play those BO5s, and actually it ended up in the pool, and they seemed to handle it quite nicely against BaiSha. So, like I've said, and I think, you know, if you listen to what I've been saying, essentially anyone that's against the Chinese team is going to struggle. So in my mind, if they can handle BaiSha on Eagle Eye, I'm sure that they can handle probably any team on that map personally. And they've actually left it in the pool here. Compound's been taken away by AG. I wouldn't be super surprised to see, I was going to say sub-base for LCK and then maybe Ankara coming through here for AG. Ankara very much was their go-to back in Vietnam, and unless something's changed, I'd imagine they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable onto that one. It's certainly been a standard sort of map in the pool for CFS for a very long time. And AG is one of those teams that's been around for longer than most.
Yeah, we can see here as well the first side choices coming out AG going to get the GR side to kick off map number 1 of Subbase. That's usually the more favorable side to start off on that map, so I'm assuming because it's their pick, AG going to go ahead and take the easier side for themselves to start off with. I am curious to see, though, as we move forward, it is an Ankara pick coming out of AG, but map number 3, I think, in this series is the biggest wild card for me, because I know LCK, they love those close quarters maps, so an Eagle Eye or a Mexico being left on the table for them isn't going to be much of an issue, whereas AG, I feel like it's a toss-up whether they want to remove that Eagle Eye or Mexico, because they haven't looked quite so strong on both of them in recent history, and there is room, I think, for a potential win on either of those maps if LCK can get one of them.
I would say probably Black Widow is where where all gamers would like to find themselves. I just looked at Ankara on the screen as I said that. I think Black Widow is probably where they'd like to find themselves as a third map if we can get there. So it's interesting to see whether or not LCK are going to decide to get rid of that one. And by the way, if you're wondering, oh, you know, this pick and ban process is taking a while, a little bit longer than usual. Obviously, you can see there on the stage they are actually doing the pick and ban process live as we're speaking, so we're kind of you know, waiting on them to make their decisions, and obviously that means that, you know, they take a little bit of time to have a bit of a think about it, maybe have a conversation between, I don't know, the team captain and the coach, or who knows what, and figure out where they want to be going.
Puts a little bit of a time constraint, you know. You got to think on your feet. You got to be ready to know exactly which map. You don't like have all day and you heard in the morning, oh, they picked Ankara. What are we going to ban now? And have a 4-hour discussion about it. So they know they are ready, and it will be Mexico that is banned here by LCK. So they do not want to hop onto that map.
I'm a big fan of that ban, to be quite honest with you. I'm really not a huge fan of Mexico as a map. I think it's, for me, probably the worst map in the pool, and I think most teams are not huge fans of Mexico at all. The thing is, though, like, you know, obviously as part of that conversation around the veto process and, you know, being able to predict or pick and ban ahead of time, the way this has actually played out, I don't think is a huge surprise necessarily. Like, we expected LCK to pick Subbase, we expected AG to pick Ankara. If we on the desk can expect that and predict that, you would assume that the players and the teams in particular who have been, in theory, putting in even more work than us would have expected that. And like I said, Black Widow maybe was the one that I would expect AG to go toward. I'm not hugely surprised necessarily to see them go toward Eagle Eye, just again based on what we had sort of spoken about with their results in Vietnam on that map. I don't think it's a bad one for them if they have the choice between Black Widow or Eagle Eye. I feel either one that they go toward, they would actually be pretty happy with. So is it going to need it? In my opinion, no. I think they're okay actually on Subbase as well. So like I said earlier, 2-0, and now having seen the veto as well, I'm going to go 2-0.
Yeah, I feel like with the map picks, they actually got a pretty good pick of it on the side of LCK. I think this is exactly what they were hoping for. Subbase and Eagle Eye are statistically 2 of their best maps, so I feel like if they could beat AG, this is kind of the dream scenario in terms of maps. I think the Mexico ban was kind of debate out that Black Widow, since AG, they've been a little bit shakier on it, even though a lot of other Chinese teams, it's kind of a staple pick for them. So curious to see how it plays out, but Subbase to kick it off, I think is going to really set the tone for what's to be expected here.
Yeah, I think especially this map pick, it sets them up for the best possible chance to, you know, start off strong and set up an upset. You got to win the first map. If they lose on Subbase, then I'm getting very worried, right? Because as you can see, some of the stats here as well, has been less banned as of late and has been left open a lot more times. Definitely was one of those trickier maps in the past, but as you can see as well, it is kind of evened out over the years. So also a very strong map for LCK. This is the one they got to get started on, and I want to see, you know, this is going to be the first impression of if LCK is going to have a chance in this best of 3.
Yeah, I'm just having a look back at the results from the Summer Invitational in Vietnam, and just having a quick look at how AG did on Subbase. I think they did lose it. They did lose it once to BaiSha, but again, you know, when we're talking about that matchup, it is BaiSha, and BaiSha, obviously a pretty good team in their own right. And if you remember rightly as well, Kyle, that game from BaiSha where they won on Subbase, Xiao went 24-2. So
yeah.
You know, I guess
that's not fair.
I guess fair enough. You know, if you're gonna lose, on Subbase, yeah, maybe it's because the enemy sniper kind of just absolutely popped off. But aside from that, they did pretty much beat everyone else on it. So there's definitely something to sort of say there. It did feel like Mexico as well was maybe a little bit of a weakness for AG, but end of the day, like I said, I don't have too many reservations about All Gamers coming into today's game. I think they will really want to start off the competition in particular on the right foot. You know, maybe they'll have a little bit of a speed bump during the playoffs somewhere where they'll drop a map to a team somewhere here or there in a best of 5, but generally speaking, I'd be very surprised if they don't top this group, and then if going through the playoffs, they don't also, at the very worst, make it into something like the upper bracket final, the upper bracket semi-final against another Chinese team, and maybe get knocked down there. But yeah, I don't see it happening early in the tournament, personally.
Yeah, I think for LCK here, it's just going to be coming out in this live event with the same confidence they were able to do online to get those upsets. That's where I'm not so sure what to expect from them yet, because for a lot of these players, some of them, it's their first experience at an event like this. For others, like Flex, he hasn't played in a live event since 2017. So I feel like they've got a lot to prove here, but if they can come out with that same confidence they had online, I think this could actually be a pretty close one.
Yeah, definitely different environments coming in here. You're in China, potentially in a new country that some of these people, players have never been in before as well. So just getting accustomed to everything, and they got to play the first match against a really strong team. Definitely a lot of weight on their shoulders, but sometimes some teams just are able to step up to the plate, and LCK has been that team in the past many times. So hopefully they can do it here on LAN as well, as we are nearing the start of the first map here in this best of 3. Excited to see what kind of Crossfire we will be seeing this time around here in Chengdu for this tournament.
Yeah, one of the big questions that I actually have around this matchup, and I wonder if you echo my thoughts here as well, Kyle, because I look at this AG roster as a bit of a rifle-heavy core. I felt like obviously he had a reasonable time with the Orm, and he was having impact, and you know, he was contributing, but in comparison to, say, for example, BaiSha, which I felt like you really sort of lived and died by Xiao's performance. Are we hoping maybe to see Du kind of step it up here a little bit at the CFS Grand Finals? Because I did feel like it was, yeah, like I said, very much a rifle-centric team.
Yeah, I really hope we see a step up from him. All Gamers, they're going to need it, but this is a great chance to set the tone, and it looks like we're just about ready to go for map 1.
Yeah, it's looking like we're starting it up, so here we go. We got All Gamers from China and from Chengdu All Gamers up against LCK from Turkey. It is the first map, jumping onto sub-base, the choice here for LCK. Let's hop into the match right now.
Yeah, indeed. So All Gamers going to be starting off on the defensive side, which is exactly where they'd want to be. Got the choice of side, obviously, given that LCK picked the map. And a lot of explosion toward the B side of the map initially in the control center, but AG playing a little bit more of a passive setup. ZY will win that first duel, and it's first blood for the Chinese squad.
Yeah, great start there from All Gamers. Flex, he's always really eager in the start of round to find that early pick for his team. He's definitely the aggressor. He even likes to go into the vents sometimes with that shotgun play to get things started, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see that coming in later on. But LCK going in guns blazing onto the A bomb site. Real finds a nice headshot there onto Zhui, and now they've got full control.
Yeah, definitely a very nice entry, especially down a man already. So just getting full control over the A side, it does look like AG are going to look for the retake. Let's see how they do manage to go for this. Some grenades are being sent out early on.
Lots of smokes already set up here, which is kind of keeping AG at bay, but inevitably they're just going to have to send it down the stairs, and they're going to run straight into the crossfire setup of LCK. Doesn't seem to be much of a problem, though, as Du and Even will open the account, and now it's down to ZQ alongside Even, but really it is just going to get sorted in the end, and, well, All Gamers pretty comfortable retake in the end. It comes down to the 2-on-1, and they get it done, and I don't think they can be too disappointed by how that round played out. Exception maybe being Zhui kind of getting caught out with a bit of util in hand as the entry happened, but yeah, solid start for the Chinese squad.
Yeah, not too bad at all. I really liked LCK, though, on the execution. Not really hesitating like a lot of other teams would against All Gamers. They had the right idea up until the post plant, and that's where things kind of fell apart here for them. So I'm hoping if they can get that bomb planted again, they maybe have a bit more thorough of a setup for that post plant strategy to really carry it through, because the execution looked pretty good there.
Yeah, definitely a good start for LCK, I'd say. Zhui now on the site. He is being rushed. This time he is going to stay alive, but immediately just gets his head taken off by Dezane. And so that's going to mean that AG do have to go for this retake once again. But this time, LCK get in there with 5 members alive. So maybe a better chance to take this round this time around.
Yeah, they've also got Vents control, which is going to be a big problem. Unless CY does that. So, yeah, this is just one of those situations where all gamers have the individuals that can really step up. And you'd think a 4-on-5 post plant should be where all gamers really struggles, but instantly they bring it back to 4-on-4. The flash grenades getting tossed on in. Looked good, but LCK still landing their shots to Zane and Dane combining this time to hold onto the stairs position. And not a whole lot really that All Gamers is going to be able to do about it. And ZQ trying to clutch it out, but man, LCK getting pumped up already. You can tell it means a lot to them.
I mean, of course, that was a really good hold this time around. Definitely giving themselves a better chance at holding on to the site, keeping all 5 members alive, even though some guys got those entry kills on the retake from AG. It was not enough.
Yeah, now going into round number 3, again, LCK kind of going fast into this one onto the B-bomb site. This time, Do is ready in the back corner of sight. Gets a nice double kill, but Dezane still finds the entries to hold on, gets the double before going down. Flex finds the trade, and look at that, the trade's perfect for LCK, and they take a 2-1 lead.
Real is just losing his mind as well. I mean, these guys, they have come into China and already they have taken the lead against All Gamers, the favorites here, but not looking that way so far. As you mentioned, Kyle, very quick, very ferocious is LCK here to start us off.
I love it. I really like it. I think one of the problems that we sort of saw a little bit in Vietnam for teams playing against the Chinese squads was that they really did take a long time to get anything done in some of the rounds. And there is some value in that, right? Bleeding out util and trying to sort of unsettle your opponent, going back and forth across the map and trying to essentially toy with their rotations a little bit. But sometimes, especially in an environment where you're playing in the first game of the tournament, there is some value in just playing fast, getting in there, getting on top of them, and sort of overwhelming them with pace, which LCK did a really good job of in the last round. I think you see Do pick up a double kill to start the round off. You think, well, that's going to be AG to win the round for sure, but good trades from LCK, great spacing as well. They're looking on point at the moment on this BL side, so we'll see what they're going to be able to bring to the table, but it's pretty impressive so far.
Well, it does look like LCK maybe just wanting to run it back with what has worked so far. Dwayne going to get in this corner, but again, he's just going to be taken out. But this time, ZQ is there, but they're able to root him out as well. But ZY in position to take a lot of the power away from this push. And now it's a 3-on-3, and AG look to retake this in a better stance than the last round.
Going to be a lot of pressure onto this post-plant hold. They've struggled with it a few times already, but Dane again hits the quickscope on to Do. Make it a double kill. Actually, Flex coming in for the support. Do left alone. It's going to be down to the wire for even here. Can he do it? The clock is ticking. Not going to happen, though. Dezane up to a 9-1 score so far in this one. LCK really coming out of the gate strong here.
Yeah, most definitely. And what I've really been most impressed with has been their spacing and trading. I think on these entries, that's where they've really been able to find their biggest assets, right? They get the opening kill, and then obviously the trade comes through from the defensive side, but instantly there's always another LCK player there to continue to punish and continue the pain train onto All Gamers. And at some point, we're going to have to see All Gamers really step it up, because this is not how the script was supposed to go.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned the power of the snipers as well. Dane has been really good about holding down the site after taking it, right? So that's been really good, whereas on the other side, Dude just sitting at 2 and 4, not really able to hold it down for his team in the same manner.
Yeah, well, I was going to say there's a double sniper setup actually for All Gamers, but that's been ripped apart in this round. Shui almost able to line up a couple there. ZY in for a kill or 2 as well, and Shui spotted out Flex. This is starting to shape up a little bit nicer for All Gamers. Bomb has been dropped in an awkward position to retrieve, and even gets around behind 2 and will line them up. So a bit more success for AG, but you can see they're trying to change things up a little bit. They bring the double sniper into that round. Again, granted, it didn't work. Like I said, it's all down to the rifles really when it comes to AG, but they're potentially feeling a bit unsettled, so they're trying to change things up a little.
Yeah, at this point, LCK, it seems like they're doing a really good job of winning the entry game, which against All Gamers, it's not something I would expect here, to be honest, but a lot of it comes down to Dezane and Dane. These guys are really good at opening up these bomb sites earlier on, but this time Do hits a nasty shot onto Flex to kick off the round. Now they've got the 5-on-4 and can play this one a little bit more comfortably.
Yeah, I liked the pressure that LCK was putting on, but the second they slowed it down, immediately now Do, he's getting a couple pickoffs. We saw that Even was able to get the wraparound at the end of the last round. So AG kind of getting some of their footing back and able to, control the tempo. I think LCK getting on sub-base on Blacklist side, just able to get the pushes going in their favor has really helped them a lot in the beginning of this map, but All Gamers now showing up here and looking to tie it up in round 6.
ZY has been dropped by Dane, so we're back to a 4-on-4. And a bit of that util getting tossed out by LCK. They're trying to force Do off of the angle. It's a tough one to challenge him on. Smoke Grenade is going to keep LCK safe for the rotation back out to control room.
Yeah, the downside here is they don't really have any presence on the side of LCK towards that A bomb side, so eventually All Gamers is going to catch on and they're able to kind of rotate accordingly. We can see one player starting to fall off there. It looks like Real going to go ahead and rotate back towards the A bomb site, maybe to throw a fake and try and catch them off guard here. I like this play, though, from LCK. Not getting too risky just yet, trying to kind of filter that information across the board and really make a strong decision here. And you can tell Do wants the challenge, and he's going to take it. Real goes down, but Lion Claw right there to answer back.
All right, well, a couple on the entry actually there for LCK. Puts a spanner in the works for All Gamers. They have already started half rotating their way toward the B bomb site, but a 3-on-2 retake is going to be another test now for Zhui and ZQ, who have been doing okay, but haven't really been setting the world on fire just yet. It's been a slow start, to be sure, for All Gamers, and there's another couple that'll go the way of LCK.
Wow. Just really impressive stuff from LCK. I mean, the fact that they were able to, if we take another look here at the replay, just to see how, I believe this is where, yeah, so they get Real, and I think that kind of makes them a little bit confused, right? They're like, okay, It looks like this guy is running into A road with a grenade in his hand. They're probably going A, and then the immediate swoop in from LCK onto the B site just totally caught them with their pants down.
Yeah, now All Gamers have to play a little bit more cautiously, I think. They have a lot of tendency to go for these early picks one at a time, and LCK, a really good team at abusing that, going in aggressive as soon as they know there could be a player alone. They're not afraid to pounce and take that fight, so I feel like moving forward, they have to have a little bit more coordination on these early round trade attempts.
Someone said he wins the race for LCK in this round, it seems. A bit more of a default setup. A couple of players over toward the control room, one watching vent, one watching the A stairs. Waiting to see if there was going to be any aggression from All Gamers, but AG's not really that kind of a team. Certainly going to expect that against BaiSha. 9 loves a push, but AG not quite so much. And Do still maintaining his position on the exact same line. This time allows a player across, but information there for Even, so he'll grab one. And even go for a little bit more as well into the locker room. He wants to fight Dezane, and that might not have been the right choice. He bit off a little bit more than he could chew, and it ends up being a 2-for-2 trade.
Yeah, I mean, Dezane right now, he's 13-2. And they kind of just charged in to get that third member, and they were in a position to do so, but Dezane immediately shuts that down and evens it up once again. This guy is kind of putting the team on his back in a certain way. Everybody's playing pretty well, but the 13-2 scoreline, you can't ignore that.
Interested to see what Zhui's going to do here, because he's got a lot of the onus of this round on his shoulders. The problem is he's got to watch the vent, and he's also got to watch the site, though the plan has gone down. But AG seem to be very well aware of the possibility that there is someone hanging around in the vent's position, which significantly hampers their possibilities of a retake. ZY going to challenge it once again, and doesn't quite manage to make it work. So that is really a thorn in the side now for AG, who can actually trade it back with an 8.
It's going to be tough here, though. Dezane still holding on to this bomb site, finds himself a first. Zhui left in a 1v2, but there's just no time to make this happen. Even with the kills, Lion Claw, he stalled the clock perfectly, gets it done here with Dezane for the round, and it's already 5-2 somehow. This is quickly slipping away from AG.
It's kind of reminding me, actually, of the sub-base that they lost in Vietnam against BaiSha, right? Where there was just one individual that was absolutely popping off. Now, the difference there was that it was the sniper and it was on the GR side that Chow was doing all of that work. But here for LCK, it's the same kind of mentality. 14-3 for Dezane, continuing to cause a ruckus, and AG don't seem to be able to stand up against it, though they're going to try to throw something different in the mix here by taking over the control room. Ends up being a 2-for-3 trade, again favoring LCK. So AG just cannot get anything going right now.
Yeah, I mean, at least they got Dezane. I'm not sure if that was their goal by trying to rush into the control room, because that is where he has been playing. But, yeah, 2v3, not a great position here for AG, already down quite a bit. But let's see if Zoo and ZQ can put something together here in an outman situation. He's going to miss the shot, but he one-taps him with the pistol, immediately traded back by Lion Claw, as LCK now in a 2v1. This is an easy setup. They have Flex in the control room, or the computers here, just to try to shut down the rotation from ZQ. Let's see if they can hold on to this plant.
Honestly, this is where you need to see that individual star power kind of come online for all gamers, and I feel like that's sometimes what they lack a little bit in comparison to BaiSha. They don't have someone that's just going to pick up a 2v1 at the drop of a hat. It's going to be ZQ's attempt this time around, and Lion Claw was spotted out initially. The nade obviously not going to finish him off. He needs to be aware of the Windows position as well. He's got a little bit of time to work with here, and might be given the 2-on-1, but again, another very well played round by LCK. Goes over the line.
Yeah, honestly, just impressive. You can see it here in these early round trade situations, always having the positioning to make sure they get the advantage here, and that's been the difference. It almost feels like All Gamers is just assuming they're going to win certain fights and then just failing in the process here, whereas LCK, you can tell they're very coordinated in every approach they take, and All Gamers, they can't continue to underestimate these guys, or it could pretty much be a brutal one, but real. What a way to answer back. Gets 2 before going down, but it's still a 1-on-3 for Dane.
Yeah, just shots not connecting for AG that you would normally expect to see them hitting. This round, obviously, playing out a little bit better. Dane in the 1-on-3, going to give it a crack. And AG, they want to just rush at him, it seems like. They want to try to get this one over the line. A little bit of confidence maybe being shown there by AG, but no real excitement. They know that the lion's share of this job is still ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a really good position defensively there as LCK tried to throw a spanner in the works, kind of a trick play, all of them rushing in through the hallway, or most of them, 4 of them, with Ding just going in through the lockers. And, you know, luckily enough for AG, they had a guy there in position to defend it perfectly, and that is what allowed them to get that big lead in that last round. So, finally, AG back on the board. We'll have to wait and see if they can stitch a couple of rounds together, because I don't think they've been able to do that on this map at all.
Yeah, they really need to find a way to get the ball rolling, but now they're on the attacking side here, so maybe that'll play into their hand a little bit more, since it does seem like they want to be pretty aggressive in how they take on LCK so far. Now they've got that chance to do so a little bit more in their favor, but right now it is going to be Dane looking to take that battle on A long. He really wants to keep taking Du out of the picture very early on, and so far he's looked a little bit more consistent in this early fight.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of ties into what I was saying. I feel like Du is not the strongest point of this AG roster. And often we see other snipers having a little bit more impact than him. Then it comes down to the rifling core of the likes of ZQ, ZY, Zhui. But none of them are really having a massive standout performance. Just remember how insane ZQ and ZY were at Vietnam. But yeah, like I said, slow start for All Gamers in today's game. But side swap on the half might bring with it the winds of change.
Yeah. Maybe just a little sleepy. You know, it's the first match. They're still rubbing the sleep out of their eyes and trying to get used to it. I will say that I'm pretty sure they did not expect LCK to come out this strong.
No.
As you were saying before, Kyle, they were probably like, oh, you know, we're just going to win these trades. We're going to take these fights. We don't necessarily have to, but we're better, so we'll do it. And then they kind of got humbled a little bit, I would say, at the beginning of this map. But, you know, let's see if AG can pull something together here after the side swap.
ZQ's been pretty tagged down already, and I think part of the rotation's already come across to LCK for this B bomb site, so they seem very well prepared for this push from All Gamers. They have read that like a book, and there is really nothing to be done for All Gamers. It's just 5 players trying to more or less entry against 4. And when you've got 4 holding onto the site, there's not a whole lot that you can really do about that. It's such a strong crossfire established. So first round of the half is going to go the way of LCK, and proving that they can get it done on both halves is a very positive sign.
Yeah, you can tell in how they're playing as well. A lot of predictive utility coming out and working really well for them, just getting that nice chip damage before the push comes through. And All Gamers looking a little bit slower on their executions as well. I'm surprised to see them hesitate so much on the push.
Yeah, it's definitely been a little bit of a sticking point for them on both sides, but especially seeing the first round on Blacklist. Not the greatest look. LCK just coming in a lot more prepared, and somehow ZZXQ, you knew this was going to happen, and it's looking pretty good for your predictions so far. But let's see if anything does swap around, or if LCK can close this one out on their map pick. So far, AG getting the first kill, taking out Dean. But they have not locked down Zane yet, which I feel like is a little bit of a sticking point. He has been fantastic so far.
Yeah, he really has. Honestly, the one person I'm kind of expecting a little bit more from here is Flex. Online, he's usually one of their strongest players, that really dynamic presence across the map. And if he comes online as well and starts playing very well, this could be a good map for them to close out. But All Gamers, they're not a team that lets one slip too easily. Real goes down. They've got the 5-on-3 now. They can slowly collapse into this B-bomb side. Execute, but Lionclaw and Dezane, they're still holding on here. 1 kill apiece. ZQ and ZY both going down, but the plant still secured here from All Gamers.
Pretty important round, actually, all things considered, for All Gamers. They do need to get momentum going in this second half, and this is the perfect round to do it in, though. Shui's lost his life. Lionclaw almost winning the duel as well against Even. Back to the 2-on-1, but Flex doesn't have the HP to really go for it, and in the end, 4-7, the scoreline. All Gamers, they're keeping themselves in the discussion, but only just.
Yeah, I think for them, especially getting that first kill into a second kill as the follow-up just allows them to be in a much better position. And yes, LCK did fight back very nicely, but AG, a good enough team to, you know, pull it through from there as they were able to hold down the B site. This time around, Dane also going to be taken out first, but Lionclaw quicker to get the return kill.
Yeah, that's been a big asset for LCK. I mean, even in the second half now, you can sort of see that spacing and trading is working very nicely for them. It's almost as if no kill really goes unpunished for AG.
Yeah, that's exactly how you want to play here against these guys, but Flex gets a little aggressive here, takes the gamble on long, finds himself 1 kill. He wants a little bit too much out of this one, but still gets the shot, somehow picks up the double before going down. Even more pressure as ZQ's left with half HP. Now Dezane can play a little bit more forward on the A staircase, and they're kind of just trapped here. They've got to go in swinging on this A bomb site. Dezane not going to be able to hold on for too long here. Both of these remaining players just have a sliver of health to work with. Real and Lionclaw, this should be theirs, but they can't underestimate here who they're up against.
Lionclaw has an 8. It's not quite going to land. Flash is coming through, and this might be a big clutch for AG. Okay. Is that the start of something? I think if that round goes the way of LCK, we're done. But the individual step up for AG, and you do start to wonder if LCK have left the door a little bit too far open.
Yeah, I think especially, you know, AG were really struggling to take out Flex on a long, and it just took forever, and Flex got so much value. You would expect that LCK could pull it through from there, but AG just very resilient, able to get a couple of kills, and the retake maybe a little bit too quick from the side of LCK, and they rushed down the stairs through the smoke and got picked off 1 by 1. So AG just keeping their cool, keeping their calm, and they're still in this one. I mean, it's 5-7. He had a side change as well. Absolutely, AG could pull this one back.
I believe. I still believe. I'll never not believe. That's the thing. That's the, I suppose, legacy that the Chinese teams have granted themselves by such dominance over the 10 years of Crossfire Stars history. This being the 10th anniversary. They're never done until they're done. And this might be a perfect example of it on this map.
Yeah, it very well could be. I just think back to even the finals in Vietnam where they were down 2-0 to BaiSha, then ran it back for 3 in a row. This is a team that they don't really feel the pressure in the same way another team would here. For them, being down on a few rounds isn't really a scary place to be when they know the firepower they have on their team. So LCK, they can't afford to think the job's done until they've got that 10th round on the board.
Yeah, and that's kind of the resilience that you need to have in this kind of format as well. You're going to be playing a lot of Crossfire. You know that, well, if you can hit shots like that, you're going to be in good hands as they charge down. Flex is able to hold against one. Lion Claw here as well, up in AC. Picks up another, makes this 3-on-3 as the plant's still not down. But 45 seconds left as now they will get this plant.
Smoke's going to keep LCK at bay for now. Going to toss a bit of util down of their own, but Do will pick one and even another before things even get exciting. The round kind of feels over. And, well, I dare say, the deeper we go into this map, the better AG is looking, which is a very scary prospect for LCK, even though they have the lead.
Yeah, it feels like at this point the retakes are going to be brutal. I think they have to be a little bit more aggressive earlier on in the round because all gamers on these retake setups have looked unbreakable. So I'm hoping we see maybe a little bit of a change of pace here because LCK, they're starting to lose that flair they had in the first half and not being afraid to be so aggressive. And now we do see a change up with this double push on the A bomb side, but Do and ZY already there to meet it head on. It's just a complete slaughter here. Now Lion Claw, he's left alone wondering what went wrong here.
Yeah, that's, you don't even need to go for a retake if you just kill everybody as you're planting the bomb, and that's going to tie it up 7-7. I mean, AG, they have come back in a huge way, and it hasn't even been that close, right? A lot of these retakes have been pretty weak from the side of LCK, and now they're even going to take a timeout just to try to gather themselves. And you were talking about it before, Elfish Guy, that maybe if they had taken that 8th round and they had gotten that lead, maybe then they would have enough confidence to at least push to 9 or 10. But now it's looking all AG is coming up all AG the last 4 rounds.
All AG, I think is a good way of putting it.
All good AG.
Yeah, I don't know if it's so much quite about AG. Like, I think they're always going to be the team that has the confidence, but getting that extra round for LCK just gives them that little bit of an extra buffer, and it doesn't really quite get the hype train rolling as much for AG if they don't win that round. Obviously, it's a round that they look like they shouldn't win, and those are the ones that, if you're LCK and you're the underdog, you really do need to be converting those rounds because you're kind of giving them an inch and they're taking a mile. And once they realize that they're going to be able to get away with that sort of thing, then they're going to start to do it a little bit more often. The confidence is definitely building up there for AG. You can sort of see how the entries are playing out now in comparison to how they were 3 or 4 rounds ago. That last round was utterly dominant for AG. Very nearly a perfect round. They did lose one player on the back end, but it was in the 1v5, and we all know that that was not going to go the way of LCK. So I think now all gamers have awoken, and I suppose if you dance with the bear, then you can't be angry when it tangos, right? And AG are here, and they're tangoing.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, LCK, I hope they've got a lot of value coming out of this pause because they're certainly going to need it. They're starting to lose a lot of that early momentum, and now All Gamers definitely seems like the more favored team in this situation. But Dane, he does get the start they need here after the pause. Do goes down early on. They do some early chip damage as well, but Dezane not going to win that fight with Zhui on the top of AC, and now they've got a lot of pressure to deal with in mid.
I see why. Worried about the player behind the forklift, well aware of it. Is going to deal with Lion Claw. And again, the map is just being split in half by All Gamers. Look at the battle line that's been drawn. Flex was not expecting Zhui to be this progressed underneath the vent. And I don't want to say it's over, because it's not over, but it's kind of feeling a bit like it.
Yeah, I like the idea from LCK. They got aggressive from the GR side, but other than that, it has been all gamers. And now, here comes LCK trying to go for the retake 2v3 as immediately ZQ going to take down both of them. And that will be the end of that round real quick. So 8-7, LCK came out aggressive and All Gamers responded perfectly.
Yep. What do you even say at this point? How many rounds in a row has that been for All Gamers? And how dominant has it started to look?
5.
Yeah, so might end ourselves with a 10-7 scoreline here for AG. And I do feel for LCK, you could see what it meant to them getting those early rounds on the board. They really had that self-belief, but I do believe that is starting to escape them.
Okay, nice start for Dane. He's going to get the one as Real is here as well to just support. That gives the advantage over to LCK here, 3-2. We do have the push coming into B, but the bomb is down on the ground as ZQ is trying to move in, pick it up. He will get it. And with two guys kind of zoned away by smoke, they might even be able to get this plant down, giving them a chance at the 2v3.
I think they're going to be given the plant, actually, by LCK, who are more than happy to play that retake. But Lionclaw was not expecting the push from Even. And in these odd number situations, when you're down 2-on-3, that's exactly what you need to do. AG secure themselves at least a 2-on-2, and it's going to go one better than that. Zane, he clutches it out for LCK. He is not done just yet.
What a way to bring it back to a tie. I think that's the momentum they needed to try and swing this one back in their favor. If they went down there, I would have said it's certainly over at that point, and AG would have got that final round. But now they've got things tied up. They can try and pick it up and get something going for themselves, because the second half still hasn't looked the best for them overall. This is only their second round in the second half so far, so All Gamers, I think they're still in a comfortable position here, but LCK, you can see they want to contest here, going for that full push into the B control room with that early pressure play from Lionclaw. Doesn't net any kill, but now they've got a lot of forward map control.
Indeed, a lot of map control. It's valuable. It's going to take AG a lot of time to take that part of the map back. And potentially it'll cost them some bodies as well, because Lionclaw is still jiggling the angle.
Yeah, definitely. I do like this pacing a lot better from the side of LCK. And this time they back away. They get the map control, and then they do concede it for now. But it is going to give them some time. You know, AG, they have to clear out all these corners. They're not 100% sure if anyone was left over. So now they will take control back on the side of AG, that is. But, yeah, definitely buying some time for LCK to kind of push them to one side of the map and control the area. Now they have just gone back into kind of a default defensive setup, just waiting for AG to make the push.
One good thing for AG there is that they did that dry. They didn't use any util, so they've still got enough available to make it into the sites, though starting to lose members here is not exactly a good sign for the round.
Yeah, now All Gamers are hesitating quite a bit here. They actually back off completely towards this B-bomb site push, which initially only had Lionclaw defending. Now there's 3 players towards the B-bomb site. They sense there could be an opportunity here. Dezane playing with fire, wants to take this fight, but he's ready to fire right back, takes him down, and now he wants the double. He gets it. Control of the A-bomb site now sits in the hands of All Gamers, and things not looking so good for LCK.
Yeah, that's really painful for LCK, isn't it? They look good in this round, and then Dude just walks into the site and does that. You got Even around the back to spot out Lionclaw. Yes, he doesn't get the kill, but it's such a thorn in the side of LCK that they're not going to be able to deal with. I think this round is done. 2-on-4. Dane and Real would have to go absolutely superhuman to win this one. And it's just not going to happen.
Dane, I mean, 1v3. He doesn't have a lot of time, though, and he's going to have to run in. And down he does go, as the round MVP very obviously was due. It's very nice when you've got a default setup and you at least trade, you know, a couple of members, even if they do get the plant down. But if you have default setup and one guy just immediately clears out everybody on one site, it's just not fair. Like, you're just not going to have the coverage. Everybody has to rotate. You don't know where they're covering. Even's on a weird angle. You have to clear out everything, and that just makes it so easy for AG. So now we move on to the final round of regular round play. Let's see if AG can close it out here.
Yeah, this is where LCK have to pull out all of the stops, because when you look at the overall map pool, this is kind of a must-win for the side of LCK. This was their pick, and losing on your own pick, not a great way to start this one off, knowing you're going next into Ankara, one of AG's strongest maps for map number 2. So if they could somehow take this one into overtime, pull it off, they have a chance still to win this back after all, but it's a good test for them in their first match here at CFS to show us if they have that resilience to push this all the way into overtime.
Much slower round out from AG here as well, isn't it? You can sort of feel the tension in the air building up as this round starts to tick away. A minute and a half left. They haven't explored lockers yet. They haven't really gotten into mid. They haven't had a look down the stairs. So AG taking their time about this round. I wonder if that's got LCK thinking as well. This just feels like it's going to be a sub 30 seconds explode onto one of the sites and an absolute brawl to see who ends up taking it and potentially whether or not AG can take the map.
Yeah, it looks like they do want to push in through lockers at this point. I mean, there's only a minute left. They still could rotate over to A, especially with the C4 over on that side, but 3 members for now are going to push into lockers and at least try to drag them over, and they will pull the C4. Well, they're considering it, but not going to go for it. Dane gets the first kill over here, but the push is coming in, and Dezane is going to hold down the A site, and that's going to give them such a good chance to tie this one up. There's just really not that much time, and LCK, it's coming up all LCK. It's only going to be even, and he doesn't have time to take out 4 members and plant this bomb.
Yeah, he's going to have to get a wriggle on, isn't he? C4's dropped in a very awkward spot at the top of the stairs, and he's making his way in through the vent toward the site, but will drop down into mid instead. I mean, where do you go from here with 15 seconds? I just don't think it's possible for him. And now he's been spotted out by Dane as well. So it is the overtime confirmed, at least for LCK. And I'm really not sure what that round ended up actually being for All Gamers. I think they tried to get a little bit too tricky for their own good. They split between the B and the A side. The bomb was trying to go down to A, and there was, you know, the fight happening over the locker room. And Dezane's obviously massive impact picking up those 2 kills. But you almost just wonder why change it up when what was working was just grouping as a core unit and trading your way into the sites.
Yeah, I think a lot of it just comes down to the same problem they've had throughout this map, is they get a little bit too overconfident against LCK at times, and then they make the wrong decision, and it comes back to bite them. So now we're going to see what they can do in overtime to maybe push this one forward, but LCK, I'm curious to see what they'll do under this kind of pressure. It's their first match of CFS. Now you're in overtime against All Gamers. That is a tough opponent to take down in this type of scenario.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting bunch of rounds because LCK, you know, they started off so strong. They get to go back to the Blacklist side, which has been the stronger side for both of the teams so far. Both of them going 6-3 on the Blacklist side. So maybe this gives them a little bit of that extra power to push them over the edge and potentially pick up the first map of their map choice. As Flex, he's on the move again, but this time ZQ is going to read it, and he's in position to shut down any kind of vent push.
Once again, it's the double sniper setup for AG on this defense. Didn't really work out for them in the previous round, but LCK taking it a little bit slower this time around. Shui just getting booked out of the server by Real. Still not sure that's going to be enough to make LCK feel comfortable about this, given it is a 4-on-3 post plant. But at least they have that plant down.
Yeah, they've got a lot of space to work with here. Dane has to hit these shots, though. Finds the first spots even. That's a lot of information now to pass back to his teammates. He's going to force the rotation as well from All Gamers, and now Dezane, that's going to be all of the weight of the round on his shoulders here. He's got to hold the line, but he's not going to be able to do so. Now Dane has to go for the cross picks here. He's all alone, 1 versus 3. There's just no way out of this one. All Gamers, they take the first round in overtime.
Yeah, Dezane, I mean, he popped out, even it looks like he can hardly believe it. He popped out there to try to challenge them as they run through the smoke down the stairs, and generally, I think that's a good idea, but he just got his head taken off way too quickly, was not able to trade anything back, so pretty rough for them. I mean, a 3v3, they have the plant down, LCK in a really good spot, but not able to get it, but now they are going to show up big here at the start of the next round, picking up 2 kills.
Yeah, that's not ideal for All Gamers, is it? They try to get a bit aggressive into the control room and kind of get wrecked. So, perfect opportunity for LCK to pick something up. And, you know, again, I'll reiterate, these are the kinds of rounds that you absolutely have to ensure do get converted. And you don't allow someone from All Gamers to step up and have a big round. It could be Shui's turn right here, but under a bit too much pressure and will get traded down again. It is that quintessential spacing and trading from LCK that is pushing them through this round as well. CY for the retake attempt, 1-on-3. Tough ask. Impossible ask in the end as well. 10 apiece.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to this final round here. I feel like LCK really needs this one a lot more, considering they had to have that 6-3 start in regulation to feel that confidence going into the second half, and I feel like they need the same here with that 2-1 to close out the first half in overtime, and this is where we're going to have to see LCK continue to address these early pressure plays from All Gamers like they did in the previous round so well, but now as you can see, All Gamers, they're going to play a lot more reserved in this final round on the GR side to really put that extra pressure onto LCK.
Well, they're going to take it slow to start us off. Same could be said on the side of AG, not really trying to poke out, no rush into the control room this time around. They've just got even holding this angle. And a couple of guys over by the stairs, maybe expecting some pushes over there. Some utility used already. Just try to push it back, but LCK just waiting, you know, seeing how much utility they could bait out before they actually do go for the push. As, you know, it is a big match and a big round for them in this situation. Let's just see where they decide to go for at the end of it.
Yeah, we are going to see LCK slowly rotating towards this A bomb site push, but there's a lot of forward presence here from All Gamers. They've snuck up ZQ into this nice little corner pocket position on the staircase. Now, the rest of All Gamers is slowly going to capitalize here, but Real pushes through the smoke, catches Do off guard. ZY tries to fire back. He's able to find one, but Lionclaw, he's already on the B bomb site. They've got control of it now, and they can set up for the post plant.
3 players from All Gamers retaking from one angle is not going to be the way to go, so ZY is going to start to make his rotate all the way back toward the control room just to be a point of difference. For All Gamers, though, this is a really tough one, and time is ticking away. Lionclaw at about half HP, everyone else full. AG have got to go, and ZY loses his life initially. Dway spotting one around the corner, but he's still got so much more to do. A sharp headshot, it's not going to be enough, and LCK now in the lead heading into the second half of overtime.
What a game so far. I mean, very neck and neck. It's really going to come down to what adjustments has LCK made here in overtime to this side of the map. They suffered so much trying to defend in that regulation where it almost seemed like AG was going to steamroll their way to a regulation victory at times. But now, this is their chance to show us they can adapt, and there's already a big change coming out in the second half of overtime. Flex and Dane both sniping to start off the round.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds where you really wouldn't want to see AG playing slow. Playing slow into a double sniper tends to not go very well.
Yeah, and LCK were able to get a lot of value by just pushing through smoke into one of the snipers in just the last round. Even though AG knew exactly where they were coming from, right? Like, there were 2-3 guys that showed on A stairs. They had a really good idea. They were just going to rotate quickly out. And still, AG were not able to handle that pressure. So curious to see if AG can kind of mimic that and put some pressure onto the double sniper, or are they going to kind of get into their heads once again and say, okay, we're just better, we're just going to push in our way and make it work, because that has not worked for the entirety of this match.
Yeah, All Gamers really running down that clock here. Only a minute 20 to make their move. They still don't really have any map control yet either. You can see LCK just using that utility to play the clock as long as they can, keeping that smoke screen up on the A double doors. Dane not really going to get any value from this position, but he has to be ready if someone decides to sneak through here. You can see the forward smokes coming out from All Gamers. Here comes the peek Shui right into the scope. Takes down not one but 2 players on the bomb site. ZY finds Lionclaw as well, and now they've got everything they need to put up around themselves.
I think you made a really good point toward the end of the last half there, Kyle, where you said LCK really needed that last round to make it 2-1. It does feel like both teams have felt a little bit more comfortable attacking the bomb sites rather than defending them. And already the equalizing point comes out from All Gamers. Now, essentially what they need, obviously, is 3 on this attacking side. It's a tough ask to achieve that, but 1 more will at least secure golden point.
Yeah, and they were able to do it before with 5 rounds in a row in regulation from the Blacklist side. But can they do it again? That's a nice first kill coming out here from Dway. Going to just, well, Lionclaw immediately trades that one back. So now 4-on-4, but this push is coming in quickly from AG down the stairs to Zane again. He's going to hold down this position as Do will trade one back, and this is getting pretty close. It's going to be all up to Do, as unfortunately that grenade not the best. And Do is going to have to somehow pull this one off.
I've seen Do some pretty nutty stuff in his time actually in the clutches. I feel like that's almost where he's done his best work. So let's just hold off and maybe forget about that, because he didn't even get the chance.
Never mind.
Again, and the big benefit, of course, for LCK is that they go so quickly in a lot of these cases that they catch the AG players off. And that's, again, what happened there. Do felt like he had a lot more time than he did. And, well, 1 round is all it'll take now for LCK to, I would say, take the upset in this first map.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for them. The only downside, though, is if this does go to a golden round situation, they still have to play that on the GR side, which has been a little bit weaker for them. So all gamers, they have the luxury of every remaining round they're playing being on this blacklist side, where they have looked a little bit more comfortable in how they approach things. But I do like the changes we're seeing from LCK in this overtime situation, because in those last few rounds of regulation, it didn't feel like they were hitting that peak trade potential that we saw out of them in the first half. But now they've really gotten things together, and they're playing very tight and making sure they make those trades happen.
Not such a fan of the fact that AG have defaulted back to this very slow pace. They don't take a lot of map control this way. And it's almost as if they're waiting for something from LCK. But have we really seen the tendency from LCK to push too much on the GR side? I don't think so. There was that 1 round where they pushed out into mid and sort of took a bit of a fight behind the forklift, but beyond that, not really. Thing is, though, this call is actually very good. They are going to walk into a completely uncontested A site, and I don't know why LCK have made that choice.
They're just not here. They're just going to give the site to AG. It will be theirs, and they will attempt a 5-man retake at this point. Not sure if that was the intention from the beginning of the round, but either way, that's the position they find themselves in now, with the bomb planted on A. Some grenades coming out, but EG with 5 members of their own, and they just spray through the doorway with some grenades as well. Dezane now trying to open it up. It's not going to happen. They just get mowed down in the same spot, all 5 members, and we will have a golden round in the first match of the tournament.
Yeah, you really have to question that rotation from LCK to not even at least keep 1 player on the site.
Yeah, it's a really tough call there. I thought they were making the right idea at the beginning, because it looked like AG, the whole entire first half they played on that side of the map, was slowly leaning in towards doing a B hit at some point, but they never do it. They always, at the last minute, end up going towards that A bomb side, and now it's going to come down to a golden round where, again, LCK does have to play this on the GR side, which is going to make it that much harder, because all gamers, they've looked significantly better on this side of the map.
Yep. But end of the day, it is just 1 round, and we've seen LCK can win 1 round on the GR side. It's not impossible. Similar approach from all gamers. They start a little slow, though they are taking a little more control toward the locker rooms than they have in previous rounds. So I wonder if they want to end on B.
Yeah, definitely a big question, you know, for both teams. What is the strategy on the last round? We saw that LCK, whatever they did in the last one, did not work out. And so they are at least covering their bases with Dezane sitting on A. He has been so clutch in that position, and I think giving a bit of pause to AG as to whether or not they do actually want to rush into him, because, yeah, you can take the A site, but it might cost you 2, 3, or more of your members to get there.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason LCK is sort of stacking the B bomb side, is that they can really rely on Dezane to do a lot of the work on A anyway, and, you know, maybe trend 4 players back over to B and have equally strong holds. It looks like AEG want to go back toward A again, though. I'm a little bit concerned this is one of those little too tricky rounds where they have got at least 1 member having a look in the locker rooms, but so far so good. No one getting picked on either side. 1 minute left on the clock. AEG are going to have to pull the trigger soon.
It's going to be a change of pace, though. They're going to go ahead and challenge Dane up in the lobby doors position. Dane is going to have to pop off here, gets the first. Dane going to go down quickly, traded by Jouet. Now it's a 4v4, but look at the HP. All gamers, they are completely lit up in this situation. Dane going to find 1, even though sneaks in for the flank. Jouet now playing on the back of site, and these players are all isolated in separate 1v1s. Dezane and Flex take it down to the 2v2. Do here, he is stuck in a really tough position because the bomb is down, and this could be everything for LCK, but Do, he gets the shot on to Flex. Dezane, he's been the hero for his team throughout this matchup so far. Can he do it again? The 1v1, he gets it done! What a way to pull it off! Dezane gets it done, and LCK take map number 1 in the golden round.
Pretty unbelievable that Dezane was able to step up in that manner. I mean, he's been so good this entire map, but he gets it done when they need it most as well. So, speaking of relying on one guy, they were able to do that in so many different ways. But LCK as a team just stepping up to the plate and able to take the first map against All Gamers who have won one of the most recent big tournaments here in 2023. LCK really impressing us all, I think, in this first one.
Yeah, honestly, just an incredible performance. Dezane stepping up to the plate and hitting home runs throughout this map so far. And now it's going to be up to them to carry that through because the job's not done here. This is still a best of 3, and now they're going to be preparing for All Gamers' best map in this pool. So they've got a
So there you have it. That was the first match here at the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. The first map, I should say, of the first match. We're not quite done with this first one, but LCK getting off to a really nice start, winning the golden round 13-12 in sub-base, which was their map choice. So how did they do it? How did that happen?
Dezane. I mean, this guy just played an impeccable game. I'm hoping he can remain that consistent across all 3 maps here. And if they can, there's a real chance LCK could pull this one off. I still think it's pretty likely we're going to see a map 3 in this series, but kudos to LCK for coming out strong here.
Yeah, definitely. I think AG have to have a bit of a look at themselves there and think, okay, why were we not able to get that one over the line? We did actually at one point have an advantageous position in actually multiple occasions during regulation time. They were on the BL side. They were at 8 apiece. That definitely looks like a scenario that they should win from, particularly given that they've got the momentum. Also going into the OT or into the golden point, they're playing on, again, the favorable side. So they'll be disappointed in themselves not getting that one over the line, especially considering it's a 2v1. It was a 2v1 and they didn't really trade effectively at all. They let Dezane do what Dezane was doing throughout the entire map and basically multi-frag, which just isn't really acceptable for a team of AG's caliber. I think there was a lot of instances where they, maybe let their hubris affect themselves a little bit, where they thought, I'm going to take the 1v1 duel, I'm going to win it. They didn't win it, and then the guy that's swinging for the trade is just not there quickly enough, and ultimately you end up basically feeding 2 1v1s and losing both of them. So a little bit I think that AG can fix up, but they are moving on to a much more comfortable map in Ankara. This has been their go-to for the better part of, well, a long time. So I think that they'll, like Kyle said, be pretty confident about making it through to that third map. But yeah, I got to say 13-12, I mean, good performance from LCK. Very impressed by what I saw. However, I think AG have another gear that they can kick it into as well.
They definitely do, and Ankara is going to be a totally different story, I would imagine. But again, there's always this mental game of Crossfire. You're here in Chengdu, in China. You're Chengdu All Gamers. You just lost to LCK. You were supposed to be the big favorites. How did this happen? Are they going to be able to keep it together for the second map? I would err on the side of yes, they will. They'll come back and we will have a map 3. But maybe we do just get the 2-0 upset from LCK. I think, as we said at the top of the show, anything is possible. And any team can win on the given day, and LCK have proven that many times throughout their career specifically. So is it going to happen again, Kyle? What do you think?
I think that's the scary thing we've kind of overlooked for All Gamers in this group. Every other team in this group has been a team to upset Chinese teams in the past. You've got Kingarna, who's done it multiple times with their core roster, Imperial, #1 from Brazil, who used to dominate China as well. So All Gamers, even though they're the favorite, I wouldn't say it's a significant margin that they have that control, and they have to bring their A-game if they truly want to come out as that #1 seed.
Well, certainly if they're looking as shaky as they are in that first map. But I do wonder, I mean, do you consider that their A-game? Because I personally look at that, I don't think, especially in the first half, that they really were hitting the shots that we would be expecting them to see when they're on their A-game. They didn't really feel like there was anyone sort of stepping up in those clutch scenarios. They might have won like 1 clutch, but that's not really the same numbers that we're used to seeing from AG. You put them in a 2v3 or in a 1v2 or something like that, and you almost back the All Gamers player or players that are down on numbers to actually convert those rounds. We didn't really get that. And look, I will say, I think that is credit to LCK. They played a very good game, and they played a difficult style to kind of upset in a way. Like, you're not really going to be able to win 1v2s when they're trading as well as they were. But, you know, I feel like there is more to give actually from these AG players that we've seen from them in the past that we didn't quite get in this first game.
Yeah, I would imagine that, you know, we've got some time in between the games. They take a little break. They talk with it amongst each other, and they can try to figure out what went wrong and if they can pull it back for Ankara. We do have the data from the first match here, for the first map, I should say. 13-12. You know, we were talking about Zane the entire time. Even did have his moments on the side of AG, and it was a very close match. So you can see that the numbers across the board are pretty similar. But at the end of the day, you know, the rounds are what dictate who's going to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually surprising for me to see ZQ and ZY at the bottom of the scoreboard there as well, a little bit for All Gamers, because I feel like when they did their best work, in Vietnam in particular, they were the two players that were getting the MVPs. In this case, obviously, there's no discussion as to who it should go to. Has to be Zane. He popped off in a big way. He even won the 2-on-1 clutch to give them the map.
Yeah.
And end of the day, there's no one else that really had the impact that he did. So, yeah, MVP for me as well.
Yeah, I think now it's just looking ahead and seeing what LCK can do moving forward, because that was their best map and they had to scrape by to win it in a golden round, and that's where I still have some doubts in these next two maps of the series, because I think they're going to be much more challenging for LCK to overcome against All Gamers. You combine that with surely these guys come back out reinvigorated, ready to go for map number 2, and probably not making the same exact mistakes they made in map number 1 on the side of All Gamers.
Yeah, I would expect a bit of a step up here, but maybe now LCK, after winning the first map, they can say, hey, we did it, guys. We are good enough. We can challenge AG, and maybe they kind of reach a new level on Ankara. I think it's definitely a big ask, especially given the map and the fact that AG is so confident on this one. But I'm excited to see, you know, maybe LCK can bring out the next gear, because at the end of the day, if you're going to win best of 3s, best of 5s, or even have a chance at making the playoffs, you have to have some next level, some next gear when you do get to this top level of Crossfire. So will they hit that? Maybe this is a good chance for them to show everybody that they do belong at the top level of Crossfire.
Look, I hope you're right. I think it would be a fantastic storyline to start the event if they were able to get the 2-0 over AG. Much as I find it unlikely that will happen, I think that would, A, throw this entire group into an absolute chaotic situation, but B, it would really start to set up LCK's run to go deep here at the 2023 Grand Finals. Questions as to whether or not they can do it. I mean, look, Ankara, yeah, it's a great map for All Gamers, but we've already seen LCK, when the individuals are firing, are able to challenge them. And obviously, we've talked about a couple of the players that maybe didn't quite go Super Saiyan on that last map that may still have something left in the tank. I mean, Flex in particular was someone that was highlighted that if he can also pop up alongside Zane, definitely you're going to see something exciting coming for LCK on Ankara. But yeah, I have my reservations. I sort of echo your thoughts, Kyle, in that you were saying, right, 13-12. It took all that just to get a 13-12 on sub-base. Zane's winning a 2v1 like every single round, and they can only just get a 13-12 win over AG on sub-base. You have to raise your eyebrows a little bit as to whether or not you think they can do that on Ankara. I almost feel like LCK needs to find another level. They need to find another level over what they had there on sub-base if they want to win this one 2-0. So
they need to rise above.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you want to...
Or maybe compete to conquer at this
bring
tournament.
That throwback. Yeah, I can't in good faith predict LCK to win 2-0 here, but I would love to see it.
I think it's definitely on the table for them. Ankara's not necessarily a bad map for them. It's actually one of their top 3 in the West League, so I think they've got a lot of good strength on there. It's just when you combine that against AG's best map, it's just tough to say they're going to come out on top. But I think if they can carry that momentum, and maybe if All Gamers still isn't bringing their A game, there is still that potential for a 2-0 in this one. But in my mind, it's still probably going to end up on Eagle Eye, and that's where I'm really unsure of where this series is going to go. But it could be a strong map considering LCK plays really well on the close quarters maps like we saw on Subbase. I think Eagle Eye definitely plays into their hand a little bit.
Yeah, I think they give themselves a really good shot to at least have a chance in the series. You know, coming into this one, at least the two of us were like, you know, AG,
I gave them no chance, right?
Big favorites, probably 2-0. Sub-base, good map for LCK, but, you know, All Gamers is just a really strong team. They're going to come out strong and kind of be what we expected. But immediately a wrench is thrown in when now All Gamers have to come back. They need to win 2 in a row. They need to win Eagle Eye. Ankara, we can talk about it forever and say it is a great map for both of them, but especially All Gamers. But Eagle Eye, you never know. It's a little bit of a wild card. It's one of those newer maps that got re-added into the pool, and I would expect that it should be at least close. Even if this next one is like very one-sided to All Gamers, I would expect the third one to be close.
Well, if I can roll in here with a hot take, and look, it's not super spicy. It's not Chengdu food level spicy, but I almost feel like that loss is kind of a good thing for All Gamers a little bit, that it's happened as early as it has in what I'm not going to say it's an inconsequential game, but you know, you lose that map, you potentially still go on to win this series. You kind of know what is still ahead of you in this group stage, and it's also the wake-up call that they now know, look, yeah, we maybe had a bit of a cruisy time actually in Vietnam. Some of the teams maybe didn't quite show up, but here at the CFS 2023 Grand Finals, it's a different story. Everyone's competing at a higher level. We always know that every team likes to level up at this particular event at the end of the year. There's a huge prize pool involved, obviously, a massive incentive alongside just the prestige of competing at a level of this event. So I think for All Gamers, you know, maybe they rest on their laurels a little bit, come in with a bit of hubris, like I said, but get that wake-up call early in the competition where it's not necessarily going to impact their chances of making it to the final. Again, if they go on to still win this series, or even should they lose this series, they're going to still more than likely, you'd think, make it out of the group. And it's not as if they've gotten knocked down into the lower bracket of the playoffs or something like that, where they actually are facing elimination from the competition. So I'll try to spin it in a positive manner for All Gamers, because I'm a bit of a All Gamers fanboy coming into this event based on my predictions. So it shouldn't be too much of a surprise. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what All Gamers can bring here on Ankara. I do think that they will be able to bring it back to the third map. But look, if I had to write the script myself, I would write LCK getting the 2-0 here, just to throw a spanner in the works. You know,
that would be really fun.
Fox among the hen house. Why not? It'd be fun.
Yeah, I think that makes this group really exciting. You know, if All Gamers gets the win, and it's like, okay, well, I guess they're just going to get first place in the group, and everybody expected it. You know, this is just the way it's going to be. But even LCK getting a win, you talked about this before, like losing to All Gamers in a better manner than other teams can also get you across the line if we do run into tiebreakers. So getting that first map, giving yourself a chance to even take the entire match, but also to have a good tiebreaker in case you do end up falling to All Gamers at the end of it, is going to make this group pretty interesting and maybe give LCK a chance to make it through to the next round.
Yeah, at this point, I'm really curious to wonder what the other teams watching this in this group are thinking about, because you've got Imperial and Kongarna kind of waiting to play these guys, and I think a lot of the teams in this group looked at that team as, okay, we're beating them, let's focus on All Gamers, but now they kind of have to rethink that approach.
I mean, I think on the same token, you have to kind of consider what are those teams thinking now about All Gamers as well. Are they looking at that and thinking, well, All Gamers kind of look a little bit susceptible. I could definitely see Imperial or Kongarna actually taking a map off of All Gamers. Again, I'm a little bit loath to predict anyone taking a series off All Gamers, because I do think they are the strongest team in this group, but I know the firepower that's available for Kongarna. I know that it's definitely there for Imperial as well, and if they show up on the day, similar to what we've seen from LCK here, with Dezane in particular, you know, someone pops off like that, yeah, I think that there definitely is a chance that someone can make something happen. So we'll see what happens, I guess. But yeah, looking good for LCK, and can they 2-0? We'll find out.
Yeah, well, we've done a lot of waffling here on this desk, but don't you guys worry. We do have the action on the way in just a moment. We'll be moving on to Ankara for the next map, and we will see if All Gamers will pull it back, or if LCK is going to pull off a huge upset, because, you know, to take a 2-1, that would be a nice upset, but 2-0 against All Gamers,
oh yeah,
amazing start to your tournament. So let's see if they can get it done as we will move on to Ankara for the second map.
Would be a big statement if they got the 2-0, that's for sure. Even if it were another overtime, right? If it was a 13-12 or something like that. A 2-0 is a 2-0. You're not going to take that away from them. Ankara as well, you can see very low ban rates, obviously, across the board. It has been one of the favorites. I would say, actually, I think it's probably my favorite map in the pool as well. I'm a big fan of it. And Black Widow, I like Black Widow as well. But Ankara definitely for All Gamers is going to be a much more welcome sight. And I hope they've had a bit of a conversation outside in the meanwhile, because they have some reparations to do. It's not been their day so far. Bit up and down.
Yeah, they've got a lot to work through on this map, especially just knowing they are going to be on that GR first, which is where they struggled a lot on that sub-base matchup, but it's going to be BL for LCK, so this could be a really confident start for them once again, but we'll hop into it and see who can take this one.
Yeah, let's see who's going to win on Ankara as we do move into the second map of this best of 3. CHENGDU ALL GAMERS up against LCK. Let's jump into it right now.
And they give themselves their customary hyper. But then again, I think LCK can fire back with as much as what All Gamers is delivering here as well. And that much has been obviously shown in the first map of the series. So let's see what LCK can do. Big ask for them, starting off on Blacklist side here. I would love to see that first round go their way in a decisive fashion and really sort of throw the gauntlet down to All Gamers and say, yeah, we're here to play. And they're going to go straight through the smoke to try to make that happen, but instantly you can see the difference. ZY able to double down and the bomb has been lost. So a lot of work to be done here for LCK. They tried to go out the gate strong and it has blown up in their faces.
Yeah, a bit of a tough one here. It is going to be now a 1-on-4 situation, and Dane, he's going to have to play really carefully here, slowly working his way around towards the A connector. Might get spotted out from Zhui, just kind of hiding underneath, waiting for that peek. He's going to have the timing to get it done. All Gamers, 4 players stay alive as they take the opening round, already showcasing a lot stronger GR than what we saw in map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, you remember from sub-base, they were able to come out strong. They were able to get a lot of wins early on from the Blacklist side for LCK, but even just one false step might mean that AG get a little bit more confidence, perhaps that LCK have a bit more trouble. But let's see. I mean, they went for a pretty big push into the office, and of course, CY, I believe, well, one of those guys over there on the side of AG was waiting for that push to come in a pretty forward spot. And LCK was not able to shut that down. So definitely a good start here for AG. Let's see what LCK has left in terms of their aggression.
Yeah, a lot of mid control for them. Though we are starting to see even rotate back across to start locking down that push into the B side. I feel like LCK have actually missed a bit of a timing there. If they would have gone straight to B through mid, they actually would have found a 1-on-5. Essentially, there was only one player defending that bomb site. But now they'll have to get past Even, and he was probably the pick of the bunch in the last map for All Gamers. See what he can bring to the table here. Already a decent start. 1 for 1 though. Is going to keep Do under a bit of pressure over on B.
Yeah, now it's all about addressing these players that have forced their way into the GR spawn. There's no clear site control just yet for LCK, but they've got a lot of map control to work with. They've also got Flex here lurking in the B hotel position, kind of playing that pinch on to Do if he can get the timing right here. It could be enough to steal that site away, but you can see that collapse slowly coming to life here from All Gamers. 3 players quickly on the mid flank, and they don't seem too prepared for this yet on the side of LCK. Dane tries to flick around. It's not going to work out though. Zhui finds the opener, and now they can get the retake started.
Well, let's see if Zane can step up in the same way that he did on the first map, because he's going to be the point of the tip of the spear, I should say, for LCK. And Flex around from the back, just has to creep quietly. Real is the one that's actually stepped up there alongside Dane. And Flex ends up actually being relatively unnecessary. It's the hold on the site. ZQ is going to try to clear that out, but a good response from LCK. A bit of a confidence settler. I think you go down 0 and 2, you start to sort of question whether or not it's going to be doable on Ankara, but they're keeping themselves in the conversation, which is great news.
Yeah, I mean, Flex finally showing up. This is kind of what he does. Some wonky position, some, you know, sometimes over-aggression, but this time it really works out. Love the rotation coming in right behind the rest of the members. Really threw a spanner in the works for AG as they were a little bit slow on the retake. And so LCK, nice push and nice hold to make things, once again, pretty even between these two teams.
Yeah, now here in round number 3, it's going to be all about All Gamers adjusting here to make sure LCK can't take these cheeky little aggressive plays and get that forward map control too early on. They have a habit on the side of All Gamers of giving up that mid presence, and you can see LCK, they've definitely done their homework here, and they know this is in a nice position they can exploit earlier on in these rounds, and again, it's pretty much wide open for them.
Yep. Has been pretty standard. I think AG tend to sort of have a bit of a heavier lean over toward the sites early and then even transitioning back in. But if LCK were to somehow recognize that fact and just full send it straight through mid, then yeah, they'd be in a good spot, though they seem to be a bit tentative to do that at this point in time. And so Evan's going to get to have another crack, another bite at the cherry here as LCK are headed in his direction. But he'll be taken down straight away, and it's only 2 to strike once more on the site. ZY from behind doesn't get much done.
Still going to be tough here. Bomb down, Real in a 1-on-2 situation. Should be able to get the plant off at least uncontested here, but against Shui and ZQ in the post plant could be a bit of a challenge, but it looks like we could see a potential for a full wraparound play here.
Yeah, I like this idea. You still have a lot of time you want to play with the angles here, but ZQ and his buddy Dway, they're doing the right thing. They're just waiting in the spawn, and they say, let's wait and see where he's going to go. But Real, very nice peek, understanding that they're going to be in there, and he is not going to be able to pull that one off, but a very nice job done, at least a nice try to give him a chance.
Yeah, close, definitely. Look at this from Real. He is stepping up above and beyond for the rest of the team at the moment. Dezane not quite having the same impact as what he did on map 1. 3 rounds in. Scoreline is still a little bit interesting.
Yeah, it is a bit of a back and forth here. All Gamers still getting the better of the early game so far in this one. They've got that 2-1 lead. And this is where LCK, I think, needs to be even a little bit more assertive in how they take this map control. It seems like they're almost too focused on trying to get that mid-aggression to work out, but ultimately I think they could still have a lot of success going straight into some of these sites as well, if they're not afraid to do so. But again, you can see them grouping up for this mid-take, but even very aware that this continues to be what they want to do.
Let's see what LCK has in the tank. I like that even though in some of those matches that we've seen, some of the rounds, I should say, where they lose, they're still keeping them pretty close. You know, they haven't been blown out in a lot of the rounds, which we've seen over the years the Chinese teams can absolutely get that done against many a team. It's not happening here so far as LCK now going to push through B bottom. Even is in position. They have the crossfire as he wraps around and he peeks at the right time, but LCK are going to get in onto the site at least, as Do is here as well, trying to hold it down, and he is going to pick up one at least. Dane gets the snipe, making it 2-on-2, and a pretty even position here for both of these teams. But Do another headshot with the pistol, and Flex is not going to get it done. AG will hold down the B site.
Yeah, it's just not quite coming together the same as it was for LCK, and I think the issue is you're just not having that one individual that's kind of popping off in the same way that Dezane was. These rounds are so close, but they're still favoring AG. I mean, the fundamentals are still there for LCK. You can see the good spacing, the good trading into the site, but no one is multi-fragging, and that's the difference for LCK at the moment. Whereas Do, obviously in the last round, able to grab himself a few. Hold on to the site in a big, meaningful way. Now, change, though, from LCK as they'll head toward the A site instead.
Yeah, I think right now they've got to start putting pressure on that A bomb site. They've got a lot of comfort on the side of All Gamers, knowing it's probably going to be a mid-pinch coming from LCK at some point, and they're playing accordingly here. They're starting to take that presence slowly off of the A bomb site and putting that attention on towards mid and B. So if I'm LCK here, I'm thinking about when do we decide to finally go for that aggressive A take, because they have to show at some point in this half.
Yeah, definitely a big question for them. As Flex, as always, well, it's going to be Dre picking up the first kill in this round, and now he's just going to back away. I was going to say Flex is pushing, trying to create a ruckus elsewhere, but it doesn't matter because the rest of the team is just shutting down the real push, which is Dway in the air vents. just able to shut down 3 people already. We're talking about multi-kills once again. They're just going to show up, and Jue will pick it up. We do have a timeout now for LCK, as it has been many a round in a row for AG.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit more what I was talking about for AG, right? This is kind of the expectation for them, that they're such a dominant team, and you can kind of see the shots that are being hit. They're a little bit different. They're a little bit better than what we got on Subbase. Like, that shot from Jue is just so clean. The shots from Do holding on to the B site previously are crisp, and we didn't really get that same vibe from AG on Subbase. They seemed a bit unsettled, whether it's the crosshair placement, whether they're just not flicking quickly enough, whatever the case. They didn't feel as sharp as what they normally do on the previous map, but, well, you're very much seeing a different looking AG here on map 2, and it certainly caused a bit of a problem for LCK, who do call that timeout early on in the piece. So what is the conversation for LCK? Do we change things up? Do we go a bit faster? Have we tried to properly exploit the A site? Maybe not quite so much. I remember Jue looking a little bit susceptible on the A site during the Summer Invitational. We were quite critical of his play around that vent position. He took a lot of isolated duels, a lot of 1v1s, even 1vx's that were untradeable if he went down. So something that LCK can maybe try to exploit if that hasn't been fixed up for all gamers.
Yeah, I'd like to see it here. I agree. I think the A-bomb site could be their key back into this one. It's notoriously weak for all gamers as well, but they've got to contest it on the site. The problem is these vent locations just look so good for all gamers in these fights. If they can get that pinch from the A connector onto the vent, it's almost an unwinnable situation. So you've got to be careful about how you approach that A-long attack.
Well, we got double sniper here once again for AG. I think the first time in this map, not 100% sure, but able to hold it down. They have ZY over there in the office just in case, but LCK have really not been pressuring that position at all. But perhaps now, after the timeout, expecting a little bit of a change-up, as we did see on Subbase. Wouldn't be too surprised, although we do see LCK just kind of going back to the one round that has worked for them, which is a little push through B bottom rather, and a bit of the front yard as well. Here they go.
It's going to be a slow strategy here from LCK, putting a lot of pressure onto Even on the back of the bomb site B here. It is going to be Do sliding into position as well. Dane tries to sneak out into mid, but it's actually ZY who gets the opener. The trade quickly comes through, but ZQ, he's got the position to catch them off guard. Maybe not, though. Lionclaw takes him down right away. Even finds one from the back of the bomb site. Real takes down another from underneath in the underpass. Now they've got the 3-on-2 advantage, but the bomb's still in a difficult position here.
Yeah, it's being held down by Jue, and he's spotted out one more. Dane not able to win that duel. It's a big one for AG to get over the line, because it maintains control of that critical piece of util that LCK do need, and it has sent Flex running back in toward mid. They're going to have to recontest to try to pick that up. 45 seconds. It's still a lot of time to play with, but AG have made this round much more winnable than it ought to have been by dropping the C4 in an awkward spot.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty awkward, and you do see that Even, he's going to peek him, and he gets both of them. Just dry peeks, takes down both, and doesn't even wait for them to try to go for the bomb. He's like, all right, I'll put an end to this round very quickly. And now, AG 5-1 in the lead, after a timeout as well from the side of LCK. So this is not looking very even. Not like what we saw on Subbase.
I mean, look at the Zane, right? He's like, what, 17.3 ADR, so it's just not anywhere near enough. 2 and 5 in comparison to what he was able to drop in that first map. It's night and day difference, and you can see how much easier this is looking for all gamers. This is shaping up to be a very fast map if we continue in the trajectory that we are so far.
Yeah, it seems that way. LCK just not securing the picks they need to, and the firefight's just looking so challenging for them. You can tell All Gamers has come into this second map with a new life here, and they are not ready to allow an upset to happen in this overall series. So it definitely makes me nervous knowing map 3 is likely on the horizon. LCK, I feel like they've got to make this one a little bit closer to get that confidence, even if they can't win the second map here, knowing there's a third on the way. You don't want to go down 10-1, 10-2 here and start to feel a little bit demoralized.
Yeah, I think AG, pretty comfortable on Eagle Eye as well, so I'd be concerned if I was LCK and it went to map 3. I would like to see them just try something on A. Although this timing looks insane from Flex, but even then, 2 and even turning around just in time.
Yeah, I feel like he was doing a good job getting some good information and scouting, essentially, but then if you're not able to get the drop and get the 1v1 firefight win, now it's just LCK saying, okay, well, now we don't know. He might have rotated. We don't have any information.
Yeah.
And it's 4v5. And we're on the attacker side. So it's going to be pretty rough for them. I think they really need to get a pick on this push as Lion Claw is coming in here. Not really guns a-blazing, but, you know, sneakers a-blazing. He's running straight at them as now Dude just going to take them down one by one. A couple of kills going to Lion Claw, giving them a chance, but the chance is not enough as immediately it is shut down. And that will be another round on the board going to AG.
Yeah, right now things are looking pretty grim here on map number 2 for LCK, but All Gamers, this is kind of what we've come to expect from this team. They've got the resilience. They bounce back very quickly here in map number 2, and now it's going to be LCK kind of backs against the wall for the remainder of this one and maybe even into map number 3 here. It is a blacklist-sided map generally as well on Ankara, so 1, not going to be enough. 2, still going to be a difficult comeback if they can even manage that in this situation, but they're finally going to be putting a little bit more attention towards this A-bomb site early on. I like this approach, but there is a 3-player stack they're going into.
You can see Flex and Dane lining up a bit of util, but they've got to get past Shui. The flashes were good. They take him out of the round. Trades need to be cleaner from LCK, though. Where are they? And just not quick enough. The rotation, though, is coming across from AG, and eventually LCK have broken their way into the site. But ZY's already there to try to re-challenge, and that's the C4 dropped at the top of the stairs as well, so it's not even as if LCK can call the cancel and go elsewhere. They have to stay toward the A site.
Yeah, I think it's pretty telling that this is also the first kind of regular push they've gone for. And I guess they had that one time where they got dominated by Dway in the air duct, if that counts. Dane is going to just take them both out, though, so at least this time around, standard push right into A gets them their second round victory. And it's better than 1, as you mentioned before, Kyle, but it's still pretty rough to only get 2 rounds from the blacklist side on Ankara. I would imagine that AG are not too sad about that, although they would have liked to take the round, of course.
Yeah, definitely. Now it's all about the GR here for LCK. It didn't look good in the first map on this side of the map for them, but now Dane gets aggressive on A long, already finds the kill on Shui, make it a double kill, takes down Do as well, and he is still hungry for more here, wants to find that fight onto ZY, but after the kill onto Flex, decides to back off and hold on to the 4-on-3.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something to be said about Sniper playing Crossfire, really kind of getting your team in a position mentally to just be able to play a good game. And I think that Dane, he was coming out pretty aggressively in quarters, just trying to get his team going. And knowing that, you know, if he misses the shot, well, they're already down 7-2. If he hits a couple, gives them not only a good chance in the round, but also fires up the squad to say, hey, you know, Dane's playing really well. Let's follow up on this and try to get this one going. I mean, Dane at this point, he's 8-8. He's probably got the best scoreline on his team, considering the scoreline of the rounds. So perhaps he can try to lead the team in a way through his play.
Ooh, AG might be about to make a big mistake. Moving in the direction of the stack. 2 players sort of watching mid and a couple toward the B side as well. AG could have more or less walked their way into A for free, but they've opted to go elsewhere, and it would be a nice start to the half for LCK if they could get this one on the board. Maybe I've spoken a bit too soon, though, because AG are going back toward A. It's the nature of Crossfire, though, isn't it? A lot of time in the round to play with, so you can do a lot of exploring on the attack. And they will indeed end on A, which is the right call. See what Dane can connect with. I love this angle, but doesn't look like it's going to work out this time.
Yeah, Dane has to be pretty careful in that position. ZY as well, sneaking into the double stack just outside of spawn. Lion Claw has to be ready to take this fight. All 3 players for LCK in this position are a little bit compromised. It's going to be one going down. Actually, all 3 going down. A brutal play here for All Gamers as they continue to dominate the second map.
Well, LCK, that was not quite it, I have to say. They even had a guy who was rotating all the way around. I think Zane was in quarters. He was in the air duct. But they pushed into ZY and just got absolutely massacred. It's 8-2, and EG are looking pretty strong to take the second map of the match.
Yeah, I mean, what can you really say about that one? If LCK is not going to pick that round up, then I'm not too sure they're going to be picking many up, unfortunately. AG are looking way better than they did on sub-base. It's these multi-kills that were really eluding them on the first map that have come back in a big way on Ankara. And it's funny how big a difference just a map change can make. Because if you would look at this map, you'd think, all right, AG's just going to dominate. But they didn't on sub-base. Anyway, start of the round goes well again for LCK. It's not as if they're not giving themselves opportunities here on Ankara, but not really converting too many of them. I like this push, though, from Zane.
Yeah, it's a great position, but does he know Du's going to be lurking here on the front side of Arches?
He didn't see.
Oh no, the timing. He's going to be disappointed when he figures it out. Surely he checks the right side. No? Oh, that is a tough one. I'm sure at some point they might make contact with each other. This time, though, again, he doesn't check it finally.
All right.
Third time's a charm. Checks the corner, takes him down, but it may not matter. The rest of All Gamers just cleans house over towards the A bomb side, and now it's going to be a 3-on-2.
And they know which direction he's coming in from. It's going to be from the quarter area. And now, AG, they can just send 2 people down here, 1 guy to check at the fence. And it should be a pretty elementary hold as Zane. Okay, he's going to win the 1v1, but he'll be shot down from the top. And they know where Dane is coming in from. So just trying to buy some time here, and ZQ is going to shut it down. And that will be 9-2 now in favor of AG as they will move into match point.
Yeah, honestly, just a crazy performance from these guys on map number 2. Coming off of that first map loss, I wasn't sure if they were going to bring back that old AG dominant performance we've come to expect, but lo and behold here, it seems to be the case on map number 2. I'm hoping LCK can maybe find some sort of momentum to close out this half with, get a few more rounds before it's all said and done, knowing there is still a 3rd map in this series on the way, because a 10-2, that's a lot of momentum for All Gamers to work with, and they seem pretty hungry to take this one all the way to a close here. 5-on-3, Zane, Real, and Dane, kind of the last hope in this map.
Yeah, I think it's over. 5-3. LCK going to have a very difficult retake ahead of them here as the plant does go down on A. Even watching the main position, and, well, Real has got so many angles that he needs to check, and I would say he's going to probably get himself stuck in that crossfire. Du should get it done for free if necessary. It'll actually come down to ZQ to sort things out a little bit there as well, but yeah, I mean, it's just Dane left alive, and we've all kind of got an idea of where this map is going to be headed, and I think that's about to be locked in as well. Dane gets himself a nice kill through the smoke, but it's not going to be enough. He still needs to find 2 more. Du goes down as well, but there's no time, and ZY gets the kill anyway. So it's 10-2 on the second map of the series, and All Gamers will secure a map 3.
Yeah, an incredible map 2 from All Gamers, really showing us why they are the group favorite here. Wasn't so sure up in that first map, but now it's really all in their court here to move forward with, and they'll be going into that map 3 looking a lot better. Very big congratulations to All Gamers for pulling this one off. The job's not done just yet, but they're looking much, much better now to tee up map number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. So All Gamers in a good spot. We are tied up at 1-1. Congratulations to them. After we come back from the highlights, we will have map number 3, which will be Eagle Eye between CHENGDU ALL GAMERS and LCK. We'll see you then. So there you have it, the highlights pretty much showing that AG were in total control of Ankara, which is kind of what we expected. I don't know if we expected a 10-2 for it to be this much of a blowout, but I think especially, you know, first couple of rounds going heavily in AG's favor. Not much to show on the side of LCK, especially from the Blacklist side, only getting a couple of rounds. So really going to have to step it up moving into Eagle Eye, otherwise this might just be another All Gamers victory.
Yeah, and it really makes you think, you know, how the storyline would have shifted had All Gamers been able to clean up Subbase, right? If they would have won 13-12, series done, we're going, all right, look, they had a bit of a speed bump, but it was 2-0 still, and they're still looking pretty damn good. So, still a little bit to be said, obviously, for LCK, but very much so looking like it'll be All Gamers to walk away with the Eagle Eye after that kind of a performance, but these are the sort of the wily styles of some of these Crossfire games, and how big of a difference a map can make is evidenced obviously by this series. So yeah, tough one for LCK to swallow, but they've got to remember that they're still in this series.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they have to be pretty happy with how this has been going. Worst case scenario, they go down 2-1, and that's assuming, you know, another team could take a map off of All Gamers. That one map for them at the end of the tournament could mean everything in their life, making it through to the playoffs, and now they still have a chance at another one here. I think Eagle Eye at least is a better proving ground for them to maybe bounce back on, but after a map like that, you've got to wonder if they have it left to make it happen.
Yeah, I wonder where their head's at. You know, as you were mentioning, I think from our objective point of view, it's like, hey, you got a map. This feels really good. You were able to challenge AG, but maybe for them it's like, oh, we just got wrecked on Kara, you know, and they don't show us their best stuff on the third map. I hope it's not that way for them, but hard to tell exactly where their head is at, especially because on the other side you've got All Gamers who, you know, they looked a little bit sloppy, a little bit maybe overconfident, you could say, on Subbase, but now they've come out and absolutely, you know, crushed their opponents on the next one, so they've got to be feeling amazing going into this. As we're going to take a deeper look into some of the numbers after this big one.
Yeah, Shui stepping up in a big way for All Gamers, but you can see every single one of them going positive. The same cannot be said, obviously, for LCK. There wasn't any individual that was able to do what Dezane was in Map 1, and even there, like Lionclaw, letting it down a little bit. MVP is going to go the way of Shui, not a huge surprise. He tends to have a pretty good time on Ankara, and a 2.0 KD, I mean, who's arguing against that?
Yeah, really a big step up here from across the board on All Gamers, every single player. I mean, we talked about ZQ and ZY having a bit of a rough go of it in map number 1. They've bounced back as well. They're starting to kind of look like they're getting into full form again, and this is the All Gamers we want to see at this level of competition, and now it's up to LCK to see if they can meet them at that new level.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as we've really nailed this one, it has been a 10-2. It has been a bit of a blowout for the second map, but we will have the third map on the way. Eagle Eye will be up next, and we'll see you after a short break for that third map of the set.
CFS 对于我来说，就是我心中最重要的一个比赛。
我觉得，这是一个对于青春的续写，很荣幸这里边能够有我的一些成分。
Eu não tenho palavras para agradecer a CFS por tudo que ela fez na minha vida, por tudo que esse programa de criadores de conteúdo.
Ang meaning ng CFS sa akin is malaking bagay para sa akin kasi
a CFS na minha vida é tudo, porque eu basicamente vivo para jogar a CFS, eu quero jogar a CFS.
代表着我的整个青春。
CFS 呢，我觉得是穿越火线最高的一个荣誉殿堂吧。
CFS significa para mim sonho e evento muito grandioso.
它是至高无上的荣誉。CFS 对于整个 CF 的发展也是有着巨大的贡献。
对我来说 ，CFS 是梦想中最高的舞台。
A CFS para mim significa o maior campeonato de todos. Acho que é um grande sonho para todo mundo que joga profissionalmente Crossfire.
对我来说，穿越火线这个游戏对我来说的话，意味着就是我的青春。
穿越火線意味着我一個青春吧。 CFS với tôi có nghĩa là nơi thể hiện bản thân, niềm tự hào và ước mơ của tôi tại đó. Với em thì CFS nó là một nơi mà ai cũng muốn được thể hiện bản thân mình và cũng muốn được đi một lần trong đời, và cái cơ hội đấy thì nó rất là quý giá.
Significa tudo na minha vida e eu não vou desistir até ganhar um.
不知不觉 CFS 已经10周年了。
那么10呢，对于中国人来说有个叫做十全十美，但是我们想换一句话，叫做青春正当时。希望 CFS 这个越办越好。
CFS, feliz aniversário de 10 anos.
Parabéns CFS pelos seus 10 anos de aniversário.
CFS 10周年，我们一起成长，也希望 CFS 10周年快乐。
Rất cảm ơn nhà phát hành Smart đã gọi là xây dựng một con game phát triển đến bây giờ. Thì với kỷ niệm 10 năm này mình cũng xin.
希望 CFS 越来越好，争取再办到下个10年。
希望下一个10年，我能够站在赛场上和 CFS 一起走下去。
Eu queria parabenizar a CFS pelo seu 10º ano, por tudo que proporcionou.
祝 CFS 越办越好吧，希望大家一起加油。
Hello and welcome back. We are here at CFS 2023 Grand Finals in the midst of a very contentious match between All Gamers from Chengdu and, of course, LCK from Turkey. This is started off as a very close one. We went all the way to the golden round, but now the second map was pretty handily in favor of course, CHENGDU ALL GAMERS. So what are we expecting for Eagle Eye, the third map? Is it going to be another blowout, or does LCK have more in the tank?
I mean, I want to say I think it's going to be a blowout. I've obviously been quite high on the All Gamers side of things for pretty much the entirety of this series. Even when they were playing on subbase, I was kind of saying I think they're gonna come back and I think they're gonna win this map, which they obviously ultimately did not. That's kind of what ends up happening sometimes in a golden point situation. But they very much showed their dominance on Ankara there, and I think with that momentum, they're going to be able to have more than enough to get over Eagle Eye here. And I have seen them play on Eagle Eye and do a reasonable job on it as well. So I think, yeah, I've got faith that they're going to win this series still.
I think LCK still has a good shot here. I think it's going to be about, can they keep their composure after going down like that on map number 2? If they come out and play like they did on map number 1, I think this map does cater to their playstyle a little bit more. Ankara's a lot of long angle challenges, and that's where LCK tends to falter in their footing pretty frequently. Eagle Eye, it's a lot of close aim duels. They can play it a little bit more into their playstyle. Flex has more opportunities to kind of make those gambly plays and make them work out for their team earlier on. So I think even if they lose here on the side of LCK, I'm definitely expecting this one to be a much closer map from them.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, I would expect LCK to get more rounds, right, to make it a closer map, to maybe it's like a 10-7 or 10-8, and you can say, hey, we really challenged all gamers, we have what it takes, or maybe they even get the win, as you were talking about. So I'm excited to see this one at least be a closer map. I think we were all kind of disappointed that Ankara turned out the way it did, although it was a little bit to be expected. Eagle Eye, I think, should offer us something a little bit different. So excited to jump into the next one when we do, regardless of who does take the victory at the end of the day.
You're a big fan of Do, seems like.
Yeah, when we do watch Do
All
Gamers, yeah.
I don't know.
It's pretty good.
Has he really popped off in this series? I don't feel like it necessarily.
A couple times,
This is the thing I'm saying about All Gamers at the start of the series. It's like, yeah, I mean, he's not a bad player. There's no doubt about that. And he hits the shots that he needs to hit, but he's not in the same vein as someone like Xiao, for example, who just goes absolutely crazy and like carries the game 1v9 with the Orm. It doesn't seem like All Gamers really rely quite as much on the Orm to have as much impact. He's really set on those like safe lines, just hold the angle, get that one shot in, and that's kind of your job done for the round. And then you sort of need to see the riflers stepping up. And in that last map, it was Zhui in particular that was kind of getting a lot of those multi-frags. And so again, another one of those situations where I do feel like this All Gamers roster is really relying quite heavily on the rifling core, and I wonder if LCK has anyone on their side of the field that can kind of step up in the same department there. It's obvious that they do, with Dezane having shown what he can do on that first map, but have they got the tenacity to stay in this series, LCK? Jury's out on that one. Based on Ankara, I'm not so sure, and particularly if they start poorly, are they really going to be able to recover from that? I don't know that I have the faith they will.
Well, does appear we are getting close to jumping into the third map of this one. Eagle Eye, definitely once it was re-added in, we didn't see it all too much, but slowly and surely we have seen teams begin to pick it up, and some teams even begin to favor it. And so we take a look at some of the stats here from Eagle Eye. It just brought back in 2022. Saw that the ban percentage pretty high, the pick percentage extremely low. We didn't see it very often at all.
Yeah, most teams generally ban this one out. These are two of the teams I think that enjoy playing on this map, both of them really wanting to leave it in the pool, but that's where I think All Gamers might have a slight edge here, is they are comfortable compared to a lot of other teams in this situation. Most other teams don't even really prepare on this map because they're constantly banning it out, whereas All Gamers, throughout the Invitational in Vietnam, they allowed this to be on the table, and when they played it, they looked pretty good on it. So I feel like LCK, it's going to come down to, have they studied what All Gamers likes to do on this map? If they can get some good reads like they were on sub-base and playing that safe trade style, this could be a really good match on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, it looks like we're almost about ready to hop on to Eagle Eye, the third map of this match. Who is going to take it at the end of the day? The favorites from CHENGDU All Gamers, yeah, and up against LCK, who are the big challengers here and have already taken one map. Let's see who will take it as we hop on to Eagle Eye.
Yeah, big question is, can LCK find a way to fire up in the same capacity that they did on Subbase? You heard how loud they were, especially in those early couple of rounds that they were winning. I want to kind of hear that fire again from LCK. And a start like that is probably not going to get them too excited, though, because that's not the way that duel is supposed to go. Shui's got himself one there as well. So straight on into the swing of things, All Gamers are not pulling any punches against LCK on Eagle Eye.
Yeah, a lot of early utility towards B-Long as well. AG just sliding their way into those control positions. Meanwhile, they do still have Even holding on to mid control by himself, kind of lurking in that tower position for a late flank potentially, or just some nice information, because he can see both the tops of A and B bomb site here from that angle. So he's kind of waiting to see if that A bomb site could be opened up for them later on. But right now, LCK, they don't have any room to work with. They've got one player, Real, just holding on to the back of the A bomb site. The other two just playing close quarters here on B.
Yeah, and it does look like All Gamers are going to push in onto this B site. From what it does look like, at least a couple of members of LCK are waiting for this push. Now, there is still time. They don't have to go for this. Maybe just going to let Do peek a little with some support. Here he goes, looking for one. He gets the one as Dane immediately will trade it back. Gives them a chance here in this, but it will be plant onto the B site now from the side of All Gamers.
Yeah, again though, Do is being utilized in a way where all he needs to really achieve is 1 kill, and that's more than enough because the trades will then come through from the riflers, and it's on to those guys to clutch the round out here in a 1-on-2. Dane doesn't have a lot of HP to play with, so that'll be the first round on the board for All Gamers, and it's without too much of a furore. You almost feel as though they expected it.
Yeah, I think a lot of that round just comes down to this start of round pick from Jouet. The fearlessness onto Flex gets the double as well. And that's what LCK has to be prepared for, because this is something they don't really see in their region. Those aggressive plays that All Gamers loves to throw in earlier on, they have to be more prepared to react to those situations. And there you have it. Lionclaw swings back into it this time around, almost gets the double. ZY down to about half HP, but still, All Gamers, they keep the numbers even, they secure the trade, and now they can reapply that pressure.
Yeah, gonna make it pretty interesting. Finally, we do get this round where Flex doesn't go down for free. He has picked up a sniper of his own, so 2 snipers on the side of LCK, as AG just kind of doing what they did the last time around. Let's see if it works out for them this time, as we do have Dane all the way on the backside of the A side, so he's not going to be here to try to hold down B if All Gamers do eventually go for this push.
They're going to get a lot of territory for free up toward that B site. See what Dane can do about it, if anything. See why. Oh, he'll actually get picked off there, which is going to give AG a pause for thought. They're going to turn around and go back, though they've left the bomb a little bit isolated to sort of slow down and wait for him to rejoin forces with the team. It's again Do that is going to be tasked with the entry fragging role, and he's gotten that done to perfection so far on this map. 2 from Do, and there's another one. He is just going one better. And LCK, a round that they probably should have had an advantage in, is just getting taken away from them by Do. He's taken 3 kills, and only needs 1 more.
Yeah, it feels pretty rough when it feels like LCK are in control. They stop the push on the B. They know the rotation is coming. Dane is ready for it. He's got some support coming over. And then Do is just able to take 3 people down on the entry as a sniper. And now it's 2-0 from the Blacklist side, which is favored on this map, but it does feel like AG have been in control of both of these rounds so far.
You know what they say, it do be like that sometimes.
Yeah, it do be like that. Yep.
Yeah, now in round number 3, it's going to be up to LCK to try and find something to work for their side of things, but this time it's actually All Gamers who just immediately push out of mid, but Real, he's prepared, finds himself a nice kill. ZY right there for the trade, but Dane, he's got a lot of players to deal with now on the push. It's just not going to happen for him. Almost has a chance there to take down ZQ, but it's not going to matter. All Gamers, they've got full control over the A-bomb site and a 4-on-2.
Yeah, looking a little bit too clean for All Gamers so far. LCK have not been competitive on Eagle Eye, and they were not either on Ankara. 3-0, 10-2 in the last map, 13-2 in the last couple of maps so far.
Yeah.
Not a good feeling if you are a LCK supporter.
Yeah, and the first couple of rounds were, at least you could feel that LCK were sticking in it and they were having a chance in this one, but that last round, that was kind of a...
Yeah.
That's a rough one to watch if you're an LCK fan, because you can just feel that All Gamers have finally woken up. Took them a little bit through sub-base, but they are here to play now, and they have not dropped a lot of rounds in the last bunch. But Flex still holding on to the sniper, is going to pick up 1 Lionclaw here as well in the hotel, picks up a headshot. That's going to give them a chance here. Even though Flex is low, it's still a 5-on-3 in favor of LCK.
Yeah, they've got the C4 there as well, but even solo pushing towards the A-bomb site is already able to find himself 1 Lionclaw. He's the key in this round, has to hold on to this B hotel position with the bomb in hand. Jouet, you can tell he really wants to try and sneak that bomb out of there, but LCK, they have collapsed into position, only leaving Dane towards the A-bomb site.
Jouet needs a bit of help. I don't think he's getting this done on his own. Rotation will be coming across from the AG members slowly, but it is happening.
Yeah, this is not going to be an easy push for them. As wow, get all the different angles here.
That's definitely.
I like this top one where you can see like both teams are where they're positioned. Well, it's gone now. ZQ is going to hop up. He's looking for the snipe. That's a very nice angle. Looks like Lionclaw was not expecting that. As you can see, their prowess on this map pretty high. But they still got to get the C4. That's another kill now going the way of ZQ. And, okay, Dezane going to try to hold down the hotel for now. There's still 40 seconds left. And you see that AG are going to have to push in very swiftly here.
I just don't understand why Jue's going in there alone. Like, now it comes down to 1v1s, right? And that's not ideal. Obviously, you can lose 1v1s. C4 not retrieved. Good shot from Real as well, and it's on to ZQ, who has to now clutch this one out. He is 5-1 for the map, though. That is going to very quickly be brought back, and LCK are starting to make a bit of noise. But they've also called a timeout.
Yeah, I would assume it's probably called before they won that round, but still, I mean, it gives them a chance to keep things rolling now in the right direction and show us that they can bring this one back and be a much closer map than it may have started out as. So I'm curious to see how All Gamers is going to bounce back from that, but I hope during this time they're also talking on their end about kind of not taking these individual overconfident plays, because sometimes it works really well for them, but as we saw on Subbase, it was kind of what lost them that map as well. So I hope they can keep the composure here, because when they're playing as a full unit, All Gamers looks unstoppable.
They absolutely do. I think that map, or that round rather, was pretty wonky, and All Gamers can use this timeout now, very graciously offered to them by LCK to say, okay, well, you know, we won 3 out of the 4 rounds. Let's just do what we did in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah.
And just kind of get back to the drawing board. Whereas LCK, you know, they were so hyped up, but now it's like you've got a minute and a half to just calm yourself down.
Any semblance of momentum's gone straight away, and it's of your own doing. It was one of the things that kind of concerned me a little bit about All Gamers on Subbase was that the way that they lost it was like sort of changing it up after they'd been sort of wolfpacking their way around the map and making that work, and then they tried to get a little bit tricky by splitting and picking, and sort of same kind of concept gets the better of them here on Eagle Eye as well. So I will be looking to see them revert back to a bit more of a wolfpack style. Really nice round though from ZQ, but obviously can't get it over the line in the end.
Not meant to be, and here we go once again. AG, they charge on through, and they're going to get 2. They get Lionclaw, and they continue pushing. Dway in midair is just taking people's heads off. That's going to be 3-0 in favor of AG now at the start of this round, as they will get a free plant now onto the B site.
Well, that's one way to respond to a timeout, I guess.
Just run at them.
Yep. Straight out the gates, unsettle LCK again.
Yeah, now at this point, Dane, he's got to find an opening quickly. Already halftime off the bomb. And now they've got nothing to work with. Dezane able to find one on the way down there, but that's going to be it. Now it's going to be All Gamers, even out of the pause, looking pretty solid here. 4-1 lead in LCK. They've got to go back to the drawing board.
Well, it'd be nice if they could take a timeout after some. Yeah, it's rough. I mean, you have to call it before the round begins, so we're not blaming them, but it's just unfortunate timing, of course, at the end of the day. As AG, they're coming in strong once again. This time, Dane is going to get that sniper kill, giving them a chance. Is Real as well underneath. A couple of headshots, and will hold on to the A side here with this team. ZQ, the only one left alive.
I'm not going to lie, I really thought that round was actually going to go the way of AG. Just the pace they brought and the layering of the util onto the A side. But importantly, like you said, Dane getting that opening pick is what sort of halted it just for a moment for AG and allowed LCK to recollect their thoughts, maybe come back off of the flashes and hold strong. So much better response from LCK here. It should be 4-2. I don't think ZQ... I'm backing him to pull off the 1v5. But, you know, stranger things have happened.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, LCK, they should put up a second here. They're going to find it, and now the question is, can they do it again? And looking at this map, if they can make this a somewhat competitive half here, it does tend to lean towards the attacking side. So it's not the worst case position if they can make this even 3 or 4 rounds for themselves out of the half now. But All Gamers, you've got to believe after a round like that slips away, they come back stronger.
Yeah, that's what you would expect. As there you go, a couple kills already. Wow. As Stu's going to line it up. He's been pretty big on this map so far, stepping up when they need him on the first kills, on the entry kills even. There's still a guy in the hotel that they have not cleared out. Zane is just in here, and finally he gets taken down as Real will pull one back, giving them a small chance in this, but the bomb being planted now on the B side means that AG are in control of this one.
Well, AG, they're really not messing around, are they? They're trying to go as quickly as they possibly can. Pretty much every which way. 3-on-2 here for Real and Dane to try to negotiate, but the time is ticking away so much. And they're stuck behind this smoke. One entry is not quite going to be enough to make this exciting. Dane, though! Oh, he hit such a nice flick, but it won't matter. And AG get themselves another one. It does seem we are headed in a very similar direction as what we were on Ankara.
Yeah, I feel like it just comes down to these fast start of round plays. Both Shui and Du are making it so hard to deal with that early round aggression. You can see Flex here. He wants to be that player who can challenge and take these fights, but he's just not having the success in those one-on-one early round duels here. He's already down to about 30 HP for the remainder, and All Gamers continue to put that pressure on B Long start of round.
Yeah, this has been kind of the standard, even a little bit of a peek through mid as well, as LCK hasn't really been covering that angle too much, just kind of holding on to the sites in the hotel. But besides that, not going to amount to too much. They do a nice chunk of damage to Dane on that little peak, so they do have that going on. Going to give them a small advantage here, but yeah, AG's kind of waiting, just not trying to rush into this one as fast as they have in the previous rounds. And they give LCK a chance to set up.
I like the changes of pace from AG. However, in this case, it hasn't worked out. That's a good one from Flex. Lionclaw is going to keep his head down. But will he be checked? Doesn't look like it. 1 for 1. Still pretty good, though, considering the numbers advantage was there for AG. And they now have a 4-on-2, albeit by a slim margin. Flex and Dane not looking too healthy. And that's a good flick from Du to bring it back to 3-on-2. He didn't even really take any damage for that either, so that's a big win for AG. Not only a kill, but the C4 retrieved as well.
Yeah, and that's a hard shot to hit, but he really stepped up to the plate where they needed him in this round. If he doesn't get that kill and the C4, this is probably LCK's round, but now it's really going either way. Like, LCK still have a chance, but AG have really pulled this one back.
See what Du can do through the window. This position seems to be known, but it's in the end. C wide is going to catch Dane off, and Du deals with one of the rotators as well. Flex on the barest of margins is the only player left alive here for LCK. And that, if it does get converted for AG, is going to be a 2-on-4, which is just so detrimental to the mental of LCK, especially when they're down 5-2 already.
Yeah, at this point, Flex, he's got no time to waste, and Du, he knows it. He's just going to be patient there, waiting for him to peek even so they can get the double peek advantage. And there you have it. LCK goes down. They lose the 2v4, and that could be enough to propel AG here to a second map victory in this sense of Du and Shui in this matchup, bringing that firepower to the table.
It really is. Du has really stepped up, and production agreeing. They show that replay. And here they come once again. AG just charging on in under the bridge, but does look like Real was there to at least trade one back. But immediately AG push in. They take over Hotel. They take over the B site. And it's 4 against 3 with AG in perfect position.
Flex hits an important shot. He's going to be the linchpin, really, for LCK. They are taking their time. Dane hasn't even rotated off the A side just yet, so it's going to take a little while for LCK to get set up in a position to make this retake happen. And obviously, in that meanwhile, the timer is ticking away on the C4.
Here comes the push, though. ZY spots Flex right away. Real and Dane have to get moving. There's no time to waste here. And they're going to run right into trouble. ZQ gets the double to seal the deal. and that's a 7-2 half in favor of All Gamers. LCK, they better have a big blacklist half prepared for us, otherwise this could be over.
Someone was yelling, I think it was on the LCK side, so are they trying to hype up the teammates, or are they getting angry at the teammates, I wonder?
I think they, as Kyle was saying, I think they're just trying to hype themselves up for maybe one of the biggest halves of their career, because you got to go at least 7-2 against AG. You are on blacklist, but yeah, definitely the momentum in favor of AG at this point. But let's see what LCK have ready and prepared for the blacklist side of Eagle Eye. This is where you would expect them to really come through and show their best stuff outside of sub base. And I think we're going to know from the first couple of rounds, not only because AG will get closer to the victory, but also just to see if LCK have it in the tank. After kind of tanking a bunch of rounds in a row, you know, it was 10-2 and now it's 7-2. Only 4 rounds in the last couple of maps. You really have to turn things around in a big way, but Dway's going to start them off, and Evan's going to follow up as well, just to kill a piece.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like much has changed, really, half to half. And, in fact, this might even end up being more dominant for AG.
Man. Did they? I don't think they took a single point of damage.
They did not.
I think AG was a perfect round.
Yeah, what a fantastic performance from these guys so far on this third map. It doesn't seem too likely that LCK is going to find their path back into this one. And they're running out of time to make it happen. Only 2 rounds away from All Gamers taking it, and Do again starts it off with the opener, takes down Flex. They've got the 5-on-4 to work with, and you can see it in the movement from LCK. They are not sure where to go next.
Nope, certainly not as decisive as what AG were. Having a look up in through mid.
Yeah, more like a slight peek at this point. Even Dezane, I mean, they know where he is. They check the corner. And Dway's going to put an end to that. Dezane also taken out. Even ZQ, you know, he gets stuck on the box, but they're just not able to take advantage of that. Finally, okay, Real and Dane going to pick up a kill apiece, but it still does feel like AG are in control. I say that, though. Real picks up a second kill. Even in a nice place behind the box here, they have not cleared this out. And the timing on this, Lion Claw maybe looking behind, but not enough to take him down. Even gets one. He will not get a second. And now it's 2v1. Do has been so clutch on this map. Can he do it again?
Well, Lion Claw being low is definitely going to help out, but not quite. Not if the headshot does get converted. So a bit of noise still being made by LCK, but they will recognize that this is going to be a massive, massive uphill battle. And 1 round is certainly not going to make a half for them.
Definitely won't, but 1 round could make all the difference when it comes down to that round differential at the end of the day. Knowing they've got that map behind them, each and every round could matter in their overall tournament life. Right now, All Gamers, though, will be contested very quickly. Flex gets the opener on to ZY. They've fully got control of the back of site here, but not for long. 3 All Gamers players just swing quickly into action here to try and stall them out on this B bomb site. Shui finds another. It's down to the 4-on-3, and LCK, they are now stuck in a corner.
Yeah. That 3-man swing, it's like a well-oiled machine. It's so hard to deal with. Everybody's just on the same page. The comms are quick. They know exactly where LCK are coming in, and they're able to handle the pressure with flying colors. So now your push is stopped. You're cornered on the B site, and now you're getting flanked. I mean, Real picks up 1, but Dway is going to pick up 1 from behind, and they don't even have this bomb down just yet. It's all up to Lion Claw, and he is alone, and now he is dead. AG are on match point.
It's looking pretty good for their chances to take this one to a close. LCK, they may have had a strong fight in map number 1, but ever since then, it's been All Gamers completely dominant in this best of 3, really showing us what they can do in these final 2 maps of the series. LCK, this is their chance to show us anything they've got left to try and put a stop to this. They would need 6 in a row just to claim overtime on map 3, but All Gamers, the way they've been hitting shots here, it just doesn't seem too likely.
Yep, I would tend to agree. ZQ quite progressed as well. And LCK may have some troubles if they decide to head towards the B-bomb site.
Yeah, he is more than quite progressed. He is like in their face, just behind a box in the smoke. And, you know, it's going to give a lot of control on the map to AG. LCK, once again, just kind of hanging around in mid, around the tower, and you can set up some strong pushes from that location, but it's kind of a struggle when AG are proactive enough to get in position to spot this out very early. That means that they know exactly where they're coming in from. It's either going to be A long or mid. It's both, and that is going to be AG taking the map 10-3. Congratulations to CHENGDU All Gamers. They will win the first match of this CFS 2023 Grand Finals in a big 2-1 victory over LCK. And we're back. I hope you enjoyed those highlights as All Gamers from CHENGDU, they were able to take the 2-1 victory. They closed it out on Eagle Eye, and both of the wins that they got were 10-2 to 10-3. So definitely, at the end of the day, the expected All Gamers win, but a little bit of a stumble on sub base. Do we think that AG just started off a little slow, or were LCK just really good on sub base?
I think it was a bit of both, actually. I think LCK definitely performed above their mean on sub base for the rest of the series. Sub base definitely looked like better than what they were able to deliver on Ankara and Eagle Eye, and I think the same can kind of be said, but in the opposite direction for All Gamers. They performed below their mean on sub base. They just weren't hitting the shots that they normally would expect to. They weren't getting the multi-frags. They just weren't having the same impact. Bit of a slow start for AG. I think they will be a little disappointed to actually see this one go all the way to 3 maps because, let's be real, 10-2, 10-3 on map 2 and 3. You can kind of see that there was a bit of a diffy in the skill department there for All Gamers. But, I mean, LCK, you got to give them some credit. They played one really good map. It's just unfortunate that they couldn't keep that up over the course of the series.
Yeah, I was hopeful they could pull it off, but at the end of the day, the momentum from All Gamers after that second map was just too strong, and you could tell in the way they were playing in map 3, they weren't afraid to go out swinging on the side of All Gamers, taking those early aggressive plays and really just making a name for themselves in this opening match and continuing to show why they're a major threat in this competition. But one map for LCK, nothing to be ashamed of really from their position. I mean, that one map could be what propels them through to the next stage of this tournament, and now at least I think a lot of teams are going to be taking notice of what they were able to do in that first map. The only downside in how those other 2 maps played out, though, is now that sub base is a major ban target when you play LCK.
I mean, I feel like they probably should have known that coming into the tournament. Was a little bit surprised to not see it banned out, but perhaps All Gamers just said, hey, we can handle this. Like, we lost to BaiSha that one time, but we're good on this map as well, and they gave it a shot, and it was close. I mean, it was a golden round, right? So could have been AG just closing it out just barely on the last round, but wasn't meant to be. They got there at the end of the day. That's why we do play best of 3s, and they were definitely the better team at the end of it all. But yeah, definitely a lot of good points. You know, LCK probably looking a little bit stronger than most people expected. AG maybe a sleepy start, but definitely the strong team we expected to see at the end of it all. So it's going to be an interesting shaping up by the end of this group. We'll just have to wait and see more of the matches in this group.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big talking point. Obviously, we sort of touched on that during the pre-show, the BO1s versus the BO3s. If that was a BO1, LCK would have got the dub. But end of the day, cooler heads prevail. We play the best of 3 and we get all the way through to an All Gamers victory. And I think on the topic of Subbase, I'd say you're probably right in that they did think that they're actually more than capable of dealing with that map. I mean, you can sort of do a few mental gymnastics and look at Subbase and say, well, the 2 times that we have lost it, it was once Xiao going absolutely insane and a second time Dezane going absolutely insane. So I don't know if they necessarily feel like they're bad actually on Subbase, or just the losses that they have are down to other teams kind of overperforming and only just beating them on it, although BaiSha did, I think, 10-2 them in that particular one. But look, in this case, yeah, I wouldn't read into that one too much for All Gamers. I think they'll still walk away from this going, yeah, we kind of messed up a little bit on Subbase, but end of the day, we're still feeling pretty comfortable out getting the wins on that deeper into the tournament. So I don't know that it's going to be like a go-to permaban or anything like that, just based off of that one series.
Yeah, I think for them moving forward, they'll probably still pull it out here, but if anything, it's a good learning lesson for them to go back to study the VOD and come back even stronger on it, knowing they're going to have to play arguably better teams on that map later on, especially when you get to best of 5s and you only have that one band to work with.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy case when we do get into best of 5s, which will be happening a bit later on in the tournament. I believe once we hit knockouts, we do get into that, so got to wait, 5-ish days, 6 days to get into best of 5s. But will be interesting to see how it does come along. And in a moment here, we are going to have an interview. It's not happening right now, but we will have it set up with one of the players from the winning side of CHENGDU All Gamers, and we'll get to hear their thoughts on this one. Hope to hear a little bit about Subbase. Hope to hear a little bit about their domination, or perhaps what they thought about LCK and their chances in the tournaments. I would expect they're pretty confident coming into this one.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's no surprise, really, if that were to be the case. I mean, up until the point where AUG faces one of the other Chinese teams, I think they'll probably be pretty confident. I mean, to an extent, potentially, as we've talked about, especially off the back of this LCK game, maybe a chance that someone like an Imperial could potentially take a map off of them, or even a series off of them. Kungana, jury's out. Haven't really seen them playing internationally in a little while, so I wonder if they can come out of the gate strong and cause an upset or something to that effect. But yeah, I mean, it is fair to say that All Gamers did look mortal after that game of Subbase, and that's a positive sign for everyone else in their group. But whether or not that's the wake-up call that they maybe needed to really step it up a level, I think that remains to be seen until we get to see them play again.
Yeah, it's only going to get more challenging as this group progresses as well for All Gamers. They've got Imperial and Kungana coming up as their next 2 matchups, and Imperial, I would say, is probably the favorite to be maybe that number 2 in this group, and probably one of the toughest opponents they'll face to make it through. But looking at our MVP, it is going to be ZQ 3.4 KD. What a way to bounce back, considering he was actually one of the lower KD players in that first map, but in the last 2 just really popped off.
Yeah, I think just everybody on the side of CHENGDU All Gamers, a little bit slow to get started. Maybe not expecting LCK to come out that strong, but they got there in the end. And you can see the Group A standings after 1 match. 1 win, 1 set ahead for the side of All Gamers. LCK 1 loss, 1 set behind. And you can see the round differential. Not too different, considering the fact that the last couple of maps were kind of a blowout.
Yeah.
Actually, just straight up a blowout.
They were. Yeah, 10-2, 10-3. That's absolute domination. Look, not much to really speak to when it comes to the scoreboard graphic or the table at this stage. Obviously, we've only played 1 game of the 2023 CFS Grand Finals, so still a lot more to sort of dive into before any of that real discussion becomes relevant. But I'd say, on day 3, 4 of the group stage, we're going to kind of be seeing that graphic, and we're going to be talking a little bit more about, okay, well, if this team beats that team and that team beats this team, then this team will go through and this team will miss out and that kind of thing. So, yeah, still a lot to sort of really wait for until we can get into that nitty-gritty discussion. But, yeah, definitely a good start for AG. And for LCK, you look at it and say, well, that's a bad start. They lost. But I don't know. I mean, the fact that they take the map off of AG, it kind of depends on how other teams play against AG. But you have to look at that and say, okay, they got something out of it. So, yeah, I'll give them some positives at the very least. Silver lining.
Yeah, I mean, for them, it's not like their opponents are going to get any stronger that they're up against. They've got an Imperial and Kingarna match to go, and I feel like they definitely have some favor in both of those matchups, considering they were this competitive against All Gamers. Obviously, they've got to look at the rest of their map pool a little bit more outside of sub-base now, make some improvements on those maps, and really come back a lot stronger in the rest of the pool. But overall, I think they still have a really good chance now of, at the very least, making it into one of those wildcard spots, if not maybe even contesting that number 2.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to be better than at least one other team in your group at the end of the day, because to even get a chance to move on to the wild card, as we did see before in the format video, you got to get at least 3rd place. So as LCK, you put on a great performance in that first map, but then, you know, you get a 1 round win, but you need to get set wins against either Imperial or Kingarna. So going to be interesting to see those matchups as well, because they really need to get that one going. So LCK, pretty interesting start. All Gamers do get the victory in the end. But that's only the first match of today, and we do have an interview on the way right now. Let's head to the stage.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是今天的主持人妮妮。那么第一场比赛最终也是要恭喜一下 AG 是2-1战胜了他们的对手 LCK。那本场的 MP 呢给到我身边的伊文来给所有的 C 粉们先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是成都 AG 的伊文。
那我们简单来聊一下今天的这一场比赛啊，大比分上的一个2-1，而且今天我们跟 LCK 也是第一次交手啊，什么样的感觉？评价一下他们的打法和风格吧。
Let's talk about their style. 就打得比较冲吧，然后上来节奏比较快。
今天的第一张图的话是潜艇啊，潜艇这边因为是我们选的边，为什么会选择一个保卫边开局呢？
Why did you choose global risk? 因为我们听指挥的。
听指挥，指挥今天想说上半场我们先打保卫是吧？上半场的时候我们是只拿到了3分，而且我看到在前期几分的时候 ，LCK 那边的进攻速度非常的快，所以我们这边是不是有一点一开始没能跟上这个节奏，顶不住这个压力？
因为我们这个队本身就比较慢热，然后对手上来连抓了几分，然后就是我们这边也没有扛住嘛，然后上来分差就会比较大。
下半场再换到我们进攻方的时候，慢慢的这个节奏点就掌握在自己的手中了。但是双方也是打进了一个加时。其实想问一下，在加时的最后1分嘛，因为的确可以算是惜败，当时应该算是黄金加时的时候，一个2v1是你跟 TOO 嘛，对方是 design 在一个1门的位置，那为什么会出现这样的一个状况，被对方双杀了呢？
其实当时开始的一个情况，这个2打4吧属于，然后我在 B 边杀了2个，然后蒙坤从原来你那边杀了一个，然后最后2打1。其实我们2个人当时已经知道对面的一个位置了，还是蒙坤第一个交火，然后被对方给秒了吧。然后最后我自己的时候，也比较着急，没有掩体，然后没有打过。
其实是看最后的时候，时间还是留给我们比较充裕的，但感觉打的稍微走的有点快了，双方应该没有沟通好，所以很可惜第一张图没能拿下。第2图来到了异域啊，我们一下子就掌握了这个主动权，直接是在保卫方拿到了7分。来分析一下具体的一个防守思路吧。
防守的话，其实我们就是正常防守嘛，然后主要的就是第2图的话，没有像第1图那样手感就是比较好一些吧。第2图，然后第1波进攻的时候都能扛住，然后在中残局的时候赢的也比较多。
因为是有看到在上半场 LCK 那边在进攻的时候，好几次是选择一个抱团，我们这边是怎么扛住压力的呢？
就是看主点的人的第一关吧，然后如果能把第一关扛住的话，其实胜率还比较大的。
最后的一张图是鹰眼，鹰眼这张图也是一个大比分的10比3，可以分析一下总体我们在鹰眼的一个前锋方的进攻思路吧？你觉得我们的优势点是在哪里呢？
我们鹰眼可能打对方的话，优势可能在98这些点吧，然后因为宠儿，然后嘉伟他们还有欧他们枪比较硬嘛，然后在98的时候每次都能取得优势。
感谢狗哥的分享。那虽然第一张图我们是小小的1个小分失利了，但是还好最后的第2、第3图我们这边是拉回了一个大比分，拿下了这场比赛胜利，也是再次恭喜 AG 获得了他们的首胜。那么接下来我们稍事休息，广告之后马上回来。
Now let's have a break and coming right up after the advertisements.
When you open your mind, you enter a new world.
It's time to escape the ordinary. It's time to open minds. Alienware.
Morpholing Cyberflex Gaming Chair. Creates dynamic lumbar pillow. It automatically adjusts to your body's movements. Morpholing Cyberflex Gaming Chair. Reaching your throne.
Cara, acho que é uma oportunidade de mudança de vida, né? Então é óbvio que tem a ambição ali em questão de ser o maior campeonato e todo mundo querer ter esse título, assim como eu já ganhei antes, mas é como eu falei, também é questão de mudança de vida, oportunidade.
Quando nós descobrimos, Daniel jogava muito em casa, como acho que todo menino da idade dele, os jogos eles atraem muito, mas a gente via como um vício, como ficar muito tempo dentro do quarto jogando, e a gente não sabia como que aquilo ali poderia dar. Pra gente era apenas um vício de jogo. Só que quando ele ganhou acesso, ele foi e me chamou e chamou o pai e falou que nessa época ele estava no quartel. Eu não quero mais a carreira militar, eu quero ser jogador. E a gente falou, como vai largar tudo para poder ser jogador?
Bom, eu apoio ele ajudando nos treinos, né? Eu ajudo ele levando refeições, ouvindo um pouco do que ele tem para falar, né? Que às vezes ele quer comentar um pouco sobre os treinos. É isso, a gente se...
Não, Kiki.
Cara, eu geralmente acordo de manhã, faço meu cappuccino, dou uma lavada na louça ali, e aí tem sempre alguma coisa pra fazer em casa, tirar o lixo, arrumar uma coisa ou outra. Aí geralmente a gente faz o almoço ali e depois eu já entro pra treinar com os meus companheiros. A gente treina em volta ali de 6, 7 horas por dia. Como jogador profissional é se manter no auge, né, cara? Se manter no auge não é fácil. Principalmente no Brasil, que se você ganha todos os campeonatos, você é o melhor do mundo, se você perde um, você é o pior. Então tem muita cobrança, principalmente também que tem uma galera, os fãs brasileiros que me acompanham, mas eu particularmente me manter no topo, cara. Tanto sempre ali em alto nível, e como eu falei, quando eu ver que não tá dando mais, eu paro. Eu acho que eu trabalho para poder dar o melhor que eu puder para eles, mas para ser honesto, não sei se talvez seja um pensamento egoísta, eu sempre fiz mais por mim mesmo, por querer melhores condições de vida para mim e ter obviamente ali minhas ambições particulares. Me dão todo o suporte do mundo, principalmente porque hoje em dia eu tenho minha filha, que ela é muito pequena, e tenho os afazeres de casa, né? E quando eu preciso treinar, ou no caso fazer bootcamp, viajar, é minha esposa ali que dá todo o suporte, que meio que segura as pontas dentro de casa.
Quando ele tá feliz, né? Fico orgulhosa quando ele tá feliz. Quando ele fez um bom trabalho.
Não precisa perguntar. Queria agradecer muito a torcida de vocês. Fiquei quase 1 ano e meio parado e aí ainda assim quando eu voltei a galera mandou muitas energias positivas, me acompanha, sempre manda mensagem. Então rapaziada, tamo junto de coração mesmo e é nóis.
Hello, welcome back. It is the CFS Grand Final for 2023, and we have a bit of a caster desk change. Kyle's still here. I'm not disappointed by that. Don't worry, I like it. I'm still here, but we've got 7 in. It's your first time on a broadcast, like at CFS?
It's actually my first time. Yeah, obviously it feels kind of that they're not competing here on stage this year. But still, it's a great experience here, being able to cast alongside you guys.
Yes,
Kyle
you still made it.
Jordan, yeah, I still made it to CFS, especially it's the 10th anniversary, so I'm very excited for the upcoming matches.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, okay, well, just before we jump into that, quick brief thoughts. LCK, All Gamers. LCK did well.
Yeah, massive start on sub-base. They played really well. I was not too surprised because I played against LCK many times this year. They're always doing a great job on sub-base, especially Desire in the Sky.
Yeah.
One of the best rifles in West, if not the best right now. But yeah, on Eagle Eye and on Ankara, kind of the expected thing happened. AG completely demolished them. But yeah, still great to win one map against AG. I never achieved that in my whole career, right?
Oh, well, yeah. Like, as we said, right, it could potentially have a big impact going deeper into the tournament. But speaking of, let's start talking about our next match. It's VINCIT and Ranking that are going to go head-to-head. And obviously, off the bat, right, this is one that feels like, on paper, it should be a little bit closer than the last series.
Yeah, I would think so. I feel like Ranking, they're a good team, but VINCIT's coming into this, I think, looking a little bit stronger. These guys overcame a lot just to make it here. It's a very competitive region in Brazil. Taking out the likes of Vasco to clear their path to CFS, I think, puts them in the forefront in my mind in this conversation. But Ranking, they've shown a lot of potential in the past. I think they just have trouble closing out really high-pressure games.
Yeah. I mean, at the Summer Invitational, we got to see Ranking. You guys obviously... did you play against them? Were you in the same group as Ranking?
Yeah, I played against Ranking this year at the event in Vietnam. Yeah. And the thing is, if you play against Vietnamese teams, I feel like they always have a different approach. You know, they play... It feels sometimes kind of weird to play against them because sometimes they're playing like super reserved, super passive. So you need a lot of patience against them. And sometimes they're playing like super aggressive, going for solo peaks. So especially Hiomeo, this guy from Wrecking Game against us, he was doing crazy things. It's like, oh, I never seen this before. So really looking forward to this matchup today.
Yeah, I kind of felt the same, like watching Ranking and Cara House as well. I felt like both of those teams, they had a very weird way of playing the game, playing the round out. That, you know, I think if that became a little bit more standardized, maybe that would actually benefit them a little bit, because they definitely have very good individuals. I think there's no doubt about that. They're sharp individuals coming through from Vietnam, but I wasn't 100% sure on some of their decisions. Either way, we'll take a quick talk about it. They haven't played against each other. Not much to really touch on there. Couple of key players. Ice Cube actually coming in as the key player here for Ranking. We saw some solid stuff from him in the past.
Yeah, against me in Vietnam on Black Widow, he dropped, I think, 26 kills.
Yeah.
I mean, we still managed to win against them, but still, like, 26 kills. That's insane, this guy.
Yeah, indeed. What do we have to say about VINCIT, Kyle? Obviously, they're a team that I think, generally speaking, and this is the perfect time for the predictions to come up, because I was about to lean into, we're kind of feeling like maybe they're coming into this one as the favorites, but, I mean, surely Ranking's up to the challenge.
I feel like Ranking, it's just under pressure. They seem to crack pretty continuously. I think back to Vietnam, they had so many matches where they got 8 rounds on the board, but they couldn't find a way to close it out. And if you're up against a team like VINCIT Gaming, you've got to be able to close, because the Brazilian teams, they know how to put a stop to you.
Do you think there's something there from like maybe the players' perspective that now that they've got that offline event under their belt, that might not be as big of an impact for them coming into the CFS 2023 Grand Finals? Like, I know they've made a roster change, right? They made one roster change, but generally speaking, it's the same core roster, and now that they've got that experience, they should be feeling pretty much more comfortable, right?
Indeed, I feel like after winning CVL against Cara House, I think this will give them a lot of confidence boost here at this event. So maybe they will perform much better than in Vietnam, because in Vietnam I felt like they underperformed, especially because
both these teams are the second seed in their respective regions on opposite sides of the world. Which one is stronger? Let's first welcome from the CFVL, Ranking Esports. Ice Cube, Nevis, KT15, Fatcon, and Humio are ranking Esports. And now to the stage, their Brazilian opponent, VINCIT Gaming. Borsin, Eagles, Danimals, GDSZ, and Kaney. They are VINCIT Gaming. The second matchup of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals is about to begin. Compete to conquer, and let's see who will be the winner.
Yes, indeed, that is the big question mark. Who is going to win between VINCIT and Ranking? And at the moment, I mean, I guess the jury's out. Obviously, we did just see a fairly competitive series between All Gamers and LCK, all things considered. I guess, you know, second couple of maps, maybe not so much, but the fact that it even went to 3 maps, I think, is an argument to be made that was competitive when we're talking about a Chinese team. But no Chinese team here. It's Brazil, it's Vietnam, and I think there's definitely a discussion to be had around the relative strength of these two regions coming into the CFS Grand Final, because in my mind, it's always been Brazil that's kind of been playing second fiddle to the Chinese squads. Obviously, there was a period where Brazil sort of overtook China for a little while, but again, it seems like they've fallen back into that sort of second place position. But where is Vietnam sitting as a region? Because I remember a lot of conversation going into the Summer Invitational in Vietnam that maybe that was a region that was on the rise. So do we expect that the regions as a whole, maybe Vietnam, can kind of challenge Brazil at this event?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, last year at CFS, Carahouse reached 3rd place. So I think still Carahouse is the much better Vietnamese team, especially for offline events.
Yep.
Because Ranking Esports, they did good online, but offline events that didn't show up that well. So I think also for today, VINCIT Gaming for me is the big favorite coming into this matchup. Maybe individually they don't have the best Brazilian players on their roster, but I think even team player wise, they might be even the best Brazilian team, because even myself, when I was preparing for matches, I even copied their strategies, right? Because they really have impressive stuff. So yeah, let's see how it goes.
Interesting, interesting. I mean, it sort of almost feels like then maybe this is a bit of a clash of two styles, because again, like I said, I always felt like for the Vietnamese teams, they're very individualistic. They're relying on the individuals to kind of step up and provide a lot of that firepower, whereas if what you're saying is true, VINCIT's coming through with a bit of a different approach to the game.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me I'm looking at is both of these teams have a new player they've brought into the mix for this matchup, and that's where I'm kind of uncertain of what we can expect and maybe the changes that might come into play. So I guess, Seven, maybe from your perspective, do you have any familiarity with these two young players coming in for both of these lineups? What are you maybe expecting from these two new additions?
I mean, for example, on VINCIT, we have like Borison also coming, like playing CFS for the first time. He was a sub player, I think, in 2020. So like when I played CFS for the first time, honestly, guys, I was very nervous. You know, it's just different than playing online. You know, but the good thing is that, like for example, VINCIT, they have Danimal, former world champions. So of course, this gives you a lot of confidence having a team captain who already won CFS. When I played CFS for the first time, I had FaZe who already reached 2nd place and 4th place, and of course, it gives you confidence if you have other teammates who basically know how to win CFS. So I think this is a key role. And yeah, I mean, we just saw Desane, right, popping up in the first match. So yeah, let's see. I think. Yeah.
I mean, look, experience is definitely one thing that I think you do have to sort of take into account. But I mean, it's fair to say that experience isn't necessarily everything. Obviously, what happened just now for LCK, I mean, that's a team that we really haven't seen a whole lot of at events like this, and I mean, they've taken it straight up to All Gamers and been able to take a map off of them. So, I don't know. I am hopeful. I think for me that this is going to be a close match because it feels like it should be a bit of a closer one than the initial series. But in my mind, a lot of that is going to come down to how does ranking as individuals kind of step up and actually come to the table for this one. Because, again, like when we were watching them in Vietnam, it just felt like a lot of the time it was like one player would maybe be popping off and everyone else would just be going negative and like not even really contributing. So that's not something that I think that you can really afford coming into what is the biggest tournament in the world for Crossfire.
Yeah, it felt like in Vietnam they were relying a lot on Ice Cube to make those big plays, and I'm worried for them if he's not able to perform in a very strong way today. It could be a really tough matchup because when I look at these two rosters, I feel like Vincent's probably the more well-rounded team individually.
100%. I think also on Vincit Gaming, like they have Eagles now on their squad. I think last year was maybe one of the best sniper rifles online in Brazil, but at CFS, playing for Extensi didn't do a very good job, I think, compared to his online performances. So I think he has to step up to the plate at this event if they want to maybe make like a top 4 finish. So I think he's the key player for Vincent.
Can you talk us through like what that transition is like from playing online to playing at an event like this? Like what is the difference? Is it just, does it feel better to be playing on LAN and that kind of thing?
There are many different factors, I would say. Like playing in a different country, then jet lag is a big factor. Then also like playing against different regions. Now if you play against Vietnam, like they used to play against Brazilian teams all the time. They always have the same kind of approach, I feel like. But if you play, for example, against a team from Vietnam or from China, sometimes it feels like playing a different game because you see stuff you never seen before. You know, like for example, the Vietnamese team. I remember on Compound against Ranking Esports when we played Compound this year in Vietnam. They did things which I've never seen before. So of course, like you should expect anything to happen, right? So yeah.
So different regions bring different styles, basically. Is what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, and obviously beyond that, like as you say, jet lag and all these like outside of the game factors are a thing as well. It's like how comfortable are you on the stage? Have you had a good day? Are you feeling sick? Are you feeling tired? Have you had a good sleep? Is everything to kind of to your liking? All things that can kind of play into the mindset, I suppose, of going into any of these games. But I guess at this point we're just sort of waiting for those picks and bans to kind of get sorted out, and we'll jump into the second game of the day. But yeah, right now I think for me it's kind of hard to sort of really make a judgment call as to where we're going for this series as well. Again, we haven't seen these teams play against each other before, so there's not really a whole lot to really draw from, and that's kind of the beauty of the group stage, Kyle, is that I think this is kind of the start of the conversation. It's the start of understanding where these teams kind of link into one another and how the regions are sort of going to play against each other as well, because a lot of the time you don't get to see those regions competing against one another, and then they come to this event and it's like, all right, well now the opportunity is certainly there for everything. So hopefully both regions are going to be happy with their performances after this game. But I think now we're ready to go into the map ban and picks, so let's go ahead and have a look at where exactly this series is going to end up.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what these teams might be bringing to the table. I know, Seven, you said you studied a lot of Vincit Gaming. Maybe do you have an expectation here for a map they really want to play in this series?
I mean, I would love to play Eagle Eye, but this will not happen. A ranking will ban Eagle Eye for sure. I'm 100% convinced. If they play Eagle Eye today, I think this is a free map for Vincit Gaming. So now the Eagle Eye ban should come in within a few minutes, a few seconds, hopefully.
Well, you would want to think that at least in terms of this ban process, you knew going into the bans what your first ban would be, right? Like that at least would be the one that you could have pre-planned.
I mean, also against us, they banned Eagle Eye, so once again, yeah. This was kind of expected. Let's see, I mean, the second best map from Vincit is probably, they were good on port, but they might ban Ankara now. Let's see. I'm not too sure about Vincit because they banned many different maps in the last couple of months. Usually ranking, they might pick Compound. That's also what I picked against my team. Okay, they banned Subbase. Interesting. So
yeah.
Let's
see what the maps are actually going to end up being.
Vietnamese teams are usually very good on Compound and Port. So I expect either compound or port.
I remember we did see a lot of compound from that. I feel like we saw a fair bit of Black Widow as well from the Vietnamese teams at the Summer Invitational, and to mixed success. But again, I think it's definitely a map that's kind of in the pool. Ends up actually going to be Ankara, so
this surprises me.
I mean, it's a bit of a staple, right? Everyone should know how to play Ankara at this point.
Yeah, I think it'll still be a tough one, though. I feel like Vincent, from what I've seen, is pretty strong on this map, so it's definitely a tough one going into it. And if Vincent, I think, gets a good, solid pick here, I could see a potential 2-0 on the table for them. Ranking going to be on the GR side first of that as well, which tends to be, from what I've seen, the least favorable side of this map. So I feel like that's going to present a tough situation. But now for Vincent, I feel like they have a lot of good options here.
Yeah, I think they'll pick port.
Yeah, I think it's a really strong choice for them. From what I've seen online, these guys are really spectacular on that map. They've got the firepower as well, and I think Eagles, like, it's a map where they can really unlock his potential quite a bit as well.
The only issue is if you pick port, of course other team will pick Global Risk because it's much easier to approach Global Risk first. So sometimes if the enemy team has the momentum, you can easily they can easily have like a 5-0 lead. So this is one of the main issues if you pick port, because you always start on blacklist. But let's see, they're not sure yet, I guess.
It's an interesting veto system, isn't it? That they're doing it on the stage as opposed to, I presume you would generally just do it prior to the point where you've actually sat down at your PCs to start the game. Do you think that there's like an extra level of strategy involved when you're having to do it like this?
Actually, I like it because the teams with the better map pool will actually, like, it's a big advantage for them, right? Because they do it live. Like the other teams, like they could prepare maybe like 1 day in advance if they already know the maps, but it's more like the team with the better preparation have a big advantage here, and I think it's a good approach.
Well, Vincent are having a lot of deliberation over map number 2. I mean, is there even a conversation happening? Yeah, it does look like it. Like they're talking to each other about it.
Yeah. Come on, Danimal, pick port. Do it. They're not sure yet.
I wonder if there's like a timer. Is there like, you get like 2 minutes to talk about each thing, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there is some sort of timer involved. I think it's like either 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes between decision. I know Ranking generally likes this map, but maybe they've got something to bring to the table they know they can beat Ranking with.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll hope to see what the rest of the map pool is going to end up being. But at the very least, we've got Ankara and Compound now, so they're still going through the process. What is the next couple of bands going to be? I mean, Compound, like you said, if there's a lot to look at, that's probably the methodology here for Vincit, is that they've had a lot of information that they can maybe go back and see how Ranking likes to play on that map.
Yeah. I think, honestly, Vincent is not too happy about the map veto yet. I think the main map used to be Eagle Eye, Ranking Bandit, and for some reason I didn't pick port. I think they have a very good win rate on port this year. So I'm very surprised. Like, Ankara and Compound are 2 good maps from Ranking. So I'm not sure why they let them play these kind of maps. Maybe with a good game plan, let's see.
I mean, that's the thing. That's got to be what it is. If you're going to pick into your opponent's strengths, at the very least you have to surely have done your research and come prepared.
I mean, also Brazilian teams are known for their preparation. I think Brazilian teams are usually the most hardworking teams here.
All right, there's Compound. I feel like the Brazilian teams always have a pretty good system around them as well. It seems like there's a lot of sort of support staff in comparison to some of the other regions.
For example, the West teams, I mean, 3BL, they have a coach. I think Anubis, they don't even have a coach. Like, even our team, we didn't have a coach, so I had to figure it out by myself.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, it's kind of disadvantage, but yeah.
On top of being a player, not so easy.
Right.
Well, port's going to be taken away by Ranking, so that kind of lends credence to what you were saying, where maybe Vincit not too bad on port. Ranking have identified that as well.
I think Ranking is happy about it today. They don't even have to play port against Vincit.
So Black Widow or Mexico?
Yeah, it's a tough call here. I feel like Mexico probably would be the safer ban for them. I think Black Widow would be a little bit more in Vincit's favor, but I feel like both teams still have a pretty strong Mexico, so it could go either way. But I feel like overall, even though I think Vincit's still going to win this series, I feel like Ranking has got a pretty good idea what they want to do in this map, ban and pick, and they may have got the better of the picks here.
Okay, Black Widow gone, which means map 3 will be Mexico.
So let's see who's starting off on Global Risk, because it's also a big advantage.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just a coin flip decider for sides on the final map, since you pick the opposition in the first two, but for map number 3, it's, I think, essentially a coin flip to decide who gets which side in that map 3 situation. And yeah, it's almost in a map like Mexico, do you want to start on GR knowing it's GR sided, or maybe potentially risk taking on the harder side first? From your experience, what do you tend to lean into in that kind of situation?
I mean, I would always start in GR, because it's way too risky to start in Blacklist, because like if the enemy team has momentum and they start off like a 5-0 lead, you know, like it feels horrible, especially if it's the last map, you know. So I would always start on Global Risk.
Ranking GR side. Start.
But usually Brazilian teams are very strong on Mexico.
I remember that from the Summer Invitational. Was it Vasco took the map off of BaiSha?
Yeah.
On Mexico?
Yeah, Vasco is known as the best Mexico team in Brazil, that's for sure.
Well, I guess they've got good practice on the map if it does get to 3. But after seeing the map pool now, how are we feeling about our unanimous prediction of Vincit? Is it still, like you said, the 2-0 that you thought maybe, but now obviously having seen the maps, does that change it a bit?
I'm still convinced I will get a 2-0, because just team play wise, Vincit is the much stronger team.
Okay.
And they also have Danimal, one of the most experienced players. Also Fatcon, we just saw him. I think he's been around also for like, I think 8 or 9 years. But like the team play of Vincit Gaming should be like way too strong. So I think it's still 2-0. Like the fact that they go for Anchor and Compound, I feel like Danimal prepared a lot on this.
They've got something. They've been cooking in the lab, haven't they?
Yeah, 100%.
All right. Well, we'll have to wait and see what they've been cooking. That's a nice keyboard. That's a solid keyboard. I feel like the Vietnamese teams have got drip, you know. Anyway, looks like we're ready to get things kicked off, and it is going to be Ankara for map 1. The map choice of ranking. And then we'll jump into Compound for Vincit's map choice. Are we going to get to see as close of a series in series number 2 as what we did in number 1? I suspect it might even be closer.
It could be, especially the second 2 maps in that series. It could be a lot closer than what we saw. Golden Round, though, in the first map, I don't know if I'd expect that here, but you never know. This could be a very close matchup. I think it just comes down to how this new addition can maybe help or even hinder the side of ranking. I haven't seen too much of their new player, so I'm curious to see what he's going to be able to do, assuming this is probably his first major live event. So it's definitely a lot of pressure to come into CFS as your first major event, but as we've seen the likes of Dezane, you can perform in your first opening match very well. So I think it leaves a lot to be desired, though, in terms of what these guys might be able to do. But Vincent, for me, even looking at the map pool, I kind of agree with Seven here. I think they're definitely the favorite in this situation, just because the team play they bring to the table. I feel like strategically, the Brazilian teams, they've got something special that a lot of teams aren't able to adapt to. They've got a little bit of fearlessness in how they play, whereas ranking, from what I've seen so far, when the pressure gets tough, that's kind of when they fold a little bit.
We can see the, talking about prep, the sheets of paper that Vincit are bringing, and that should stand them in a good position. I wonder if this video's gone the way they expected it to. Seems like maybe a couple of issues on the ranking side. Still getting sorted out with the PCs.
I mean, my advice for the young players who are playing CFS for the first time would be just approach it like it's an online game, like a normal game. Of course, it's difficult, like player on stage in China. Of course, it's a big thing. But the most important thing is like don't have too much respect. Like, of course, respect your enemies, respect your opponent, but don't have too much respect and try to approach it the same way like it's an online match. This is a key factor, in my opinion.
Yeah, don't you know, play overly aggressive or under aggressive, or you know, just take the fights that you would expect you would want to take online. But yeah, as you say, easier said than done, definitely.
100%. And also don't focus too much on your stats. Like I know some players are focusing way too much on the stats. For example, if they have a bad start, like 0.2 KD, whatever.
Yeah.
Like they're getting anxious, like, oh, maybe what are the live viewers talking about me right now?
Yeah.
And this is of course the worst approach you can have, right? You have to play with confidence. Yeah.
Team game as well. You know, you might be 0.2 KD, but you're entry fragging and getting traded every single round, and that is kind of all you need to do if your mate behind you is having a good game.
100%, yeah.
But that's kind of the concern a little bit for me with the ranking roster, is that a lot of the time it is just one player that's contributing. And I think one is not going to be enough here, especially on the biggest of stages. So you have to see them as a unit being able to have an impact when we do get onto Ankara at some point.
Yeah, hopefully hopping in here soon. I guess while we're waiting, though, curious to get your guys' thoughts on, I guess, the rest of this group and how it might play out. I know a lot of people are looking at this as kind of like a wild card group, whereas you've got AG and BaiSha and the other groups, a little bit more decisive leaders in that group. Who do you guys think is maybe going to be that front runner in this group? Is it going to be the Chinese team still and X-Rock, or do you see these guys, you know, maybe putting up some stronger fights here?
I mean, I always find it hard to go past any Chinese team, so I think I'll probably just throw my lot in with X-Rock personally. To me, that is the strongest region, and it has, on a consistent basis, been the strongest region as well. Like, I know there was a speed bump where the Brazilian teams did overtake for, again, a couple of years, but that was a very brief moment in the history of Crossfire Esports, and aside from that, it pretty much has been all the way of China, at least toward the top end. So I'll say I think it's definitely Chinese favored. But anyway, not enough of that of conversation, as I think it's time for us to get into game for game number 2 of the day. It is VINCIT and ranking. And we'll be kicking things off on Ankara. A big opportunity for both these teams to put the front foot forward and start the way they'd like to in the Crossfire Stars 2023 Grand Final.
Yeah, kicking it off here, it is going to be VINCIT on the blacklist side of Ankara, trying to get that early momentum to go their way. Ranking, defending on that GR side. They've got one sniper on the field so far for each team. IceCube, of course, as we've seen in the past, very strong on this map. KT15, though, the newcomer for ranking, starts it off with the opening kill on Borzen. Great way to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, definitely. Good start for sure. IceCube, I have high hopes for this individual. Was probably the standout as far as I was concerned in ranking in the Summer Championship. And FatCon, well, he doesn't even have to do anything because Humio is able to pick up Danimals as well. And so far, it's not looking too crash hot for VINCIT, it has to be said.
Well, that's what I meant about the Vietnamese teams. Look, they have like a 5-on-3 situation as they keep on playing aggressive, you know. Most teams would just fall back, play it safely, but they just have a different approach. But yeah, it seems to pay off for them.
Humio just bouncing around, isn't he? And it looks like he's keen to take the fights. I mean, to be fair, they do have the crossfire established outside of A, but I think you're right. Normally, you would take that double player advantage and be more than happy with that.
Look at FatCon here. Already got the information that long A is clear, and even pushing up towards their base, which is unusual, you know, 5-on-3 situation. And VINCIT Gaming is still in the base, so let's see if we can catch them off guard.
He's going to go too far. He's gone past them. Can you believe it? Well, and that is sometimes the double-edged sword that ranking are going to run into. It's kind of in that conversation that we were having about how they played in Vietnam, Kyle, and it's not that they don't have sharp individuals, good individuals, but some of these decisions do sometimes blow up in their face.
Yeah, a bit of an overextension there, but ultimately they still do have the advantage, so I'm curious to see if they'll keep playing this aggressive and alone in these situations. Meanwhile, you've got VINCIT grouping up, and there's nobody defending the A bomb side, so there's a pretty good chance they'll be able to get this post plant set up pretty comfortably on their end and not really have to worry about anything until that retake situation comes. Nevis, though, starting to creep up here. IceCube not too far behind. VINCIT not going to fully check it, just smoking it off, but Eagles on the flank, able to take down Humio. Now they've got the 3-on-3 post plant.
Yeah, I think Ranking is going to be very disappointed if they lose a 5-on-3 here, but they may well be about to do that because Kaney is able to strike for one, and that is that straight up. You got to be wondering how did that end up happening as ranking.
Yeah, it was a crucial mistake by FUTCON. They had a 5-on-3 situation. Why is he pushing their base? It didn't make too much sense in my opinion. Of course, the timing was also off. Was kind of unlucky for him. He didn't expect this little blacklist base, but still it was unnecessary to push them, you know?
Yep. In the end, though, Vincit will be very happy with the start.
Once again, they're playing aggressive here in mid. KT-15 already an A connector. So it seems like they have a very aggressive approach in Ankara.
Yeah, they've got their entire team here towards A long, but you know what? So does Vincent here. It's going to be a full team clash on both sides here for control of A long. Humio gets the opener, but Danimal right there to swing back into it. But still, Nevis with the double kill holds on, make it a triple kill. And ranking, they take it away.
They're just gonna keep throwing bodies at you, aren't they? Like that's literally the name of the game for ranking.
Well, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. In that situation, I just don't think Vincent was prepared for all of ranking to be there.
Well, nor would you be, really.
100%. I mean, it's so unusual to send 5 players on GR side, like late round towards long A. And that's what I meant, right? When I played against ranking in Vietnam, I experienced exactly the same. It's like, what's going on here, guys?
Well, there's an opener for Danimals, though. FUTCON alongside Ice Cube, able to chime in with a kill on the other side of the field. It's a faster play toward B this time from Vincent. Ice Cube, though, steps up nicely. Good shot. Oh, he's got another one, and that is very nice indeed from Ice Cube. The 3-piece is not something that Vincent can be allowing. Need to be trading that better.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, Ice Cube just had the positioning, and they allowed him to take all of those picks one at a time, and you can see already the tack pause being requested by Vincent Gaming. They're not happy with how things are going so far, and I don't blame them. It tends to be a blacklist-sided map, and they don't really have any good momentum. Even in the round they won, it wasn't necessarily a round that they should have won. It was kind of gifted off the back of that play from FUTCON, so round for round, ranking is usually winning these start-of-round setups.
Actually, I like the approach from Vincent Gaming last round, like changing up the pace, pushing up towards B side. But Ice Cube, like this was a typical Goken play actually, going for 3 quick scopes, so credits to him.
Yeah, and then getting the last kill with the sidearm.
Yeah.
That's definitely a Goken move as well. A little bit of a slower approach this time from Vincent though. And to be fair, from ranking too. I guess they wanted to start on top, you know, they wanted to really dictate how the game played out ranking, and now that they've been able to more or less do that and put that element of doubt in the mind of Vincent, they've now taken a step back and started with a bit more of a standard setup, the 3-2 split.
Yeah, a lot of pressure onto A connector, but as you can see here, the defense giving up mid control, just having that one player casually checking it from the back of the B bomb site, but Vincent deciding to go for the full grouping towards this A bomb site attack. 3 players on the other side of it for ranking. They've got FUTCON, Humio, and Nevis all on the side, so it's going to be tough to break in.
Yeah, FUTCON has the key position now, hiding behind the box, so he should get at least 2 kills. Especially because there are 3 players on A side. So 2 flashes will come in now from Danimal and Borison. Let's see how it works.
Well, Nevis gets flashed, but then again, there's a bit of counter util coming out here from Vincent Gaming. Humio will open the account nicely onto Danimals. Trades are coming through quite nicely, though, in the end from Vincent Gaming, and that is a solid side hit. 4-on-1 for Ice Cube to negotiate, and I dare say that's probably going to be a meal too big.
Yeah, perfect utility usage from Vincent Gaming. They threw 2 flashes. The timing was perfect because they threw 1 flash first and they waited like 1 or 2 more seconds for the second flash to make sure all the players are blind on A side. Now it's all on Ice Cube, 1-on-3 clutch situation, but it's almost impossible to retake A side.
I don't even know if he's going to go for it at this point.
Yeah,
just,
it seems like he's
keeping
just
the
going to
KD.
call it. Maybe a chance to talk through the next round here instead of going for it. And this is where Vincent, they've got their chance to get right back into the fight here. They tie it up 2-2 as the bomb goes off here. Eagle's just going to go down with it. And we are going to see a timeout coming out from Vincent Gaming. And I definitely think they still need to keep a little bit more composed, even though that last round did look pretty solid from them. I'm hoping we can see a little bit more of that, because that was the first time it felt like they had a really strong, cohesive execution on their side attack.
Yeah, I think Ranking once again will go for aggressive plays now, because they played once now like very passive reserved on Glory Risk. Didn't work out at all because, you know, Vincit Gaming, they have perfect executes. If I would be the team captain now of Ranking, I would tell them, guys, the first 3 rounds basically worked out for us. Let's keep on playing aggressive. Let's surprise them, because they didn't expect it.
I guess if what you're saying is that the strength for Vincit is their executes and their team play, you kind of just want to disrupt that and throw a bit of a fox among the henhouse, make the rounds a little bit more chaotic, and allow the individuals and the fundamentals maybe to come into play a little bit more for the Ranking guys. Looks like as far as this timeout is concerned, it might be a little bit longer, because there is a tech timeout here for Vincit now as well, which is unfortunate. We'll have to wait a little bit longer to get back into the game. But yeah, I mean, I think that would be not a bad approach for Ranking, right? Take it down to the base level, we shoot better or you shoot better, and then whoever does that wins, rather than you know, giving Vincit the space that they want to be able to set up these executes and these trades and etc.
I think their plan should be to get at least 4 rounds of Glorious, because I still feel like it's Blacklist side at Ankara. So if they get 4 rounds against Vincit Gaming, they really have the chance to close out this map, I think.
Yeah, I think so as well, and so far it seems like they're pretty capable of doing that. My hope is that as things maybe get a little bit harder from them, that they don't have any fear in being that aggressive at the start of the round. Some teams, when things aren't going well, they tend to play a little bit too passive in these situations, so I'm hoping that doesn't happen to them, because the aggression has worked really well for Ranking so far. I think the only strong passive player I would probably note on the Ranking side has been Ice Cube. He can hit those shots when he needs to, but the rest of this team, I feel like they almost need to play aggressive to have that chance to win it. But I am curious what Vincit is going to do coming out of this pause, because I feel like this is one of those moments where every team's going to play it really differently. Some of them will come out and do the exact same thing, but we saw other pauses, like earlier LCK came out and just did a 5-stack gamble after a pause on their end as well. So I guess coming out of a pause, what do you think is maybe the best strategy someone can bring to the table? Is it a curveball, or maybe just doing what you think is going to work best, even if that's just playing consistently?
I think during a pause you should make a plan for the next 3 rounds, you know? Especially if you're planning to have like fast executes, it's much easier to prepare it in advance. And I think this should be the approach now. And like I said, I think Ranking, they did really good job on the first 3 rounds, playing very aggressive. And I think they should keep on playing like that, like just keep it chaotic, because again, Vincit Gaming, the executes usually are always on point. When I practice against Vincit Gaming, it's so difficult to hold side against them, because the flashes are always on point, the smoke is on point, even the nades are on point. So this would be my approach. Just keep on playing aggressive, going for info plays, sending Fatgon towards A connector, having Ice Cube in mid, like sniping towards their base. This would be definitely my approach now if I'm the IGL for Ranking.
Put the hand warmers out for Ranking. Obviously Vietnam tends to be a little bit warmer than China, so they might be feeling it at the moment. Although it's pretty comfortable here in the studio, I would say. Big issues.
Seems like GDSC has some issues. He's also been around for a long time. I think it's rare to have a player who played for 4 different teams at CFS. I think he played for Imperial, then obviously Vincit now. He played for Black Dragons, and he also played for... I think he played for Extensi last year, if I'm not mistaken. So it's also rare to have like one player who played for 4 different teams, right, at CFS.
Been around the block, that's for sure. Well, how many teams have you played for, though? You were initially in Flipside.
I was playing for Flipside from 2015 to 2018. Then I was playing for GV. But basically, it was the same core roster.
It's the same team, yeah.
So
just different.
We just changed the organization. But it was always, the core was always usually FaZe, Creed, Snox, and me. And then we usually changed the 5th player.
I wonder who else there is that's been like jumping around a bit. I mean, the Chinese teams generally tend to be pretty consistent. The North American teams have changed organization a fair bit, like the guys that are in this team.
Yeah, they've played under a lot of different banners, but the core of this team for North America has been the same for a while. You've got Famous, who's been around for almost a decade. Brando's been on and off this team for a while. Michael DRK as well has been on this team their last 4 appearances, I think, at CFS. So pretty consistent core. Kind of the same situation as the European teams. They kind of have like a rotating fifth with Mercs. This is his first event coming in, but the other 4, they've shown up together many times.
I feel like initially, I can't remember exactly what, but there was it Freeze Up Carbon at one point? And then there was...
2015 was Freeze Up Carbon, and then 2016 it was a team called Team WoW. So Carbon didn't make it to CFS 2016. 2017 it was STDX.
That's right, yeah.
The famous Iron Wreck, Superman, and Michael DRK, I think.
Yeah. And then they were Lazarus at one point as well.
Well, Lazarus was actually a different team.
Was it not this team?
No, it was none of the same players. That was
Logic, right?
Logic, Eric, Albert, some of those guys. But that's probably the only time I think that that core roster hasn't been here was that 2019 roster from Lazarus. Other than that, it's usually some team built around Famous for the most part, because I think for North America, he's probably the most consistent player. I think this is his 5th CFS, so definitely the most decorated in that side of things. But yeah, a lot of swaps. I think, you know, Kara House, they've done the same thing. There's been a lot of different Vietnamese teams that have had that similar core from Kara House, but it's always been the 4th or 5th changing out quite a bit.
I mean, back in days in Vietnam, they had like 2 good teams, which were like Boss from Ho Chi Minh City, and then we had Freedom Gaming from Hanoi. And now, like, basically the best players from these 2 teams playing in one team, which is Kara House now. So also last year, I think Kara was really doing a great job. I'm gonna see some replays.
And I think we're back into it as well, at 2 apiece. So it's all been sorted on the stage, which is good to see. Ice Cube, again, a very aggressive angle with that orb in hand, and won't quite be able to connect the shot, so he does have to back off. But it does appear that Vincit want to head back toward the A site.
And once again, ranking here with the aggressive approach, sending 2 players towards A connector, which is quite unusual, honestly. But again, he had rocked out the first 3 rounds, so why not keep playing like that?
Yeah, it's a good setup here, but this time you can tell Vincent, they may have caught on to it. They've got a lot of attention on this vent position, waiting to see if Humio is going to peek out a little bit too early here. Eagles, he really wants to find this shot onto him, but does he expect another 2 players in the A connector? No, they do not. Nevis gets the double kill. Borzen gets the late trade, but it's not going to matter. Ranking just explodes onto the A bomb site, grabs the early 4-on-2. Eagles almost has a chance to catch that player. The timing just not going to work out, but look at this. Kaney and Borzen sneak their way into the A bomb side, finding a kill apiece, and now it's a 2-on-2.
I actually really like that from Vincit, right? They recognize the timing and kind of catch Ranking off guard a little bit with that and bring it back to the 2-on-2 post plant. So Fatcon and KT15, last spotted in the A connector, will have to make their way into the site. And I dare say, yeah, Ranking are going to have players watching. It's Borzen now in the 1-on-1. KT15, the new member of the Ranking squad, to try to step up in a big way at a big moment. Borzen is charging through that mag, but he gets it done in the end as well. And it's a big clutch for Vincit to grab. It's got to be a confidence shaker surely now for Ranking.
I looked a bit shaky, but in the end he got the kill anyway. But if I'm the IGL from Ranking, I would be so mad. They always get the first 2 or 3 kills in the round, and they still manage to throw this round away for some reason. So
it's the same problem as what we saw in Vietnam, honestly.
Yeah. So now they're sending 4 players towards BaiSha, I guess.
Sure about that flash.
Yeah, some interesting decisions being made by Ranking. They've got 4 on the B side of the map. Ice Cube looking for that pick. He's going to find it, though. A good headshot there. Almost able to find a second onto Eagles, but this guy is one of the key components. I think they need to play even stronger in this matchup if they want to win it. He's the only one I feel like consistently hits these passive angle shots. Everyone else, if they're not playing aggressive, they just don't seem to get the job done on the side of Ranking. And that's where I think we see a lot of their gambling strategies come out, where they play very aggressive mid-round, because I feel like for some of them, that's where they feel the most comfortable with their shot. But Vincent doing a good job of allowing those plays to be kind of their way back into some of these rounds.
Not a bad shout, though, for Vincent to go back over toward the A bomb site. Humio will get peaked on the timing. Wasn't expecting Kane around the corner at that point, and we're straight back into a 4v4 as the A side is going to be taken by VINCIT.
And the bad news for ranking is retaking A side is really difficult, so I would send at least one player from the back, which they're also doing. So Fatcon is coming from long A. He has the key position now. He should get the kill on Eagles. Otherwise, it's unlikely to get the retake done.
It was going to be a question of whether or not Eagles could get himself a kill before he went down there, but you're right, he was definitely a dead man and wasn't able to convert too much. So now Kaney has to play a little bit more of an aggressive angle. Will drop down the stairs. Borzen almost able to double down, and in the end it goes to Kaney to find that trade. It is a 2-on-2, but VINCIT low. Ice Cube's been spotted down there as well, and a big step up. Another one for VINCIT.
Yeah, really impressive from Kaney so far in his debut appearance, putting up a lot of solid frags here for his team and pushing them further and further into the lead. Now 4-2 on the BL side ranking, and they could still be in a good position if they can put up 3 or 4 rounds in this half and make it competitive on their BL side. But you can tell VINCIT, they're getting really comfortable with how ranking's approaching this fight here, setting up some more traps for the aggressive plays, but not this time around. Ice Cube able to sneak away one uncontested.
Well, here's again the question that's being asked of ranking. It's if you get the opening pick, can you actually convert the round?
I think they should keep playing aggressive, going for the entry kills. I think it's smart, but then just fall back and have maybe like 2 players on A side, 1 GR base and 2 players on B, so you can go for fast rotations. But seems like they're not listening to me. They're sending Ice Cube towards long A. At least they got information. There's no player towards long A from VINCIT Gaming, so he should tell his teammates to rotate towards B side. What they're doing right now? Because VINCIT Gaming seems like they're committing towards B side.
Well, don't really have too many other options, do they? They don't have the map control to go back toward A, and Danimals is going to be given the job of trying to entry frag in toward B. KT15 stuck in the corner, hasn't even had much of an impact on this round, but maybe doesn't even need to, as Fatcon is able to find himself a double, so that's a little bit more like it for ranking, and it's a decisive round. Obviously, when it works, their strategy or their style works really well. It's just that it seems to not exactly get converted as often as maybe a little bit more standard style. But that's a decisive one indeed from ranking. So back to 4-3.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, not too bad to be only down by 1 round on this side of the map for ranking. Should put them in a pretty good position to maybe take this one back in the second half. We can see a lot of early pressure, though, in this round from VINCIT Gaming towards the A bomb site. All 5 players. They've snuck 2 into the A connector now as well. Fatcon just kind of playing the jiggle peek on that window angle, but they are ready to challenge these A bomb site defenders. It's only Nevis and Humio, and they don't really have a whole lot of control on the upper site here. They just have Humio in the vent, and then Nevis playing the staircase angle underneath.
Humio, nice one tap. Is going to get rid of GDSC and needs to be traded down by Kaney, but that is not going to happen either. And the spacing not too great from VINCIT, but in the end they do manage to trade it down. Still, it's not been an effective entry into the A bomb site. A little bit more of a dry contact that doesn't work out this time. And it will rebuild the confidence for ranking, winning these 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, really solid positioning there from ranking, especially with the way they were able to lock it down with Humio on the vents, and now they've got a really good chance to tie this one up. Eagles would need a 1-on-4 to even think about grabbing it away. Not going to happen, though. There's the nice peek to get the job done. Now we're all tied up, so ranking, all in all, I'd say things are looking pretty solid for them to close out this half and be in a really great position for the next half.
Yeah, right. Great hold from Humio. First, I was a little bit confused why they're letting VINCIT going for the execute once again. Also having only 2 players on A side, because like if you don't play aggressive against VINCIT, they will always go for executes because the flashes are on point. But for some reason, Humio, he was even blind for like 2 seconds, I felt like, but he still got a 2-piece. So great hold from this guy. Look at the setup, sending 3 players towards long B, which is also quite unusual. And now I think they will even push to the base.
Yeah, to me, this is kind of crazy. Borzen going to catch Fatcon very early on, and that could be all they need to just kind of push them off of this angle and force them into a more passive setup, but it's kind of that gamble they've been taking all along. They go for the early aggression. Sometimes it works, sometimes it kind of backfires on them if Vincent Gaming is ready to respond.
I think it's the right approach from Vincent Gaming because they already experienced that Ranking was pushing quite a lot, even to their base, so it's smart to wait in their own base for the first 30 seconds or even 1 minute, because you already know that either Ice Cube will push towards long A or KT15 will push towards long B. So you got the information, you got the entry frag, and now all you have to do is execute together, group up. And this is what I seem to do now towards B side.
Yeah, a couple of players there to defend for Ranking. But Vincent are being very patient.
Danimal just faked A side.
Looks like the timing was pretty good. KT15 is able to at least find one trade, but is going to need to do a lot more than that and cannot find the angle. It'll be Vincent straight into the site, and they'll be getting the plant down pretty comfortably. Not sure I'm back in a 2-on-4 retake here. KT15 and Humio to try to salvage that one. And it's Kaney and GDSC to finish off the final round of the half. 5-4. Not a bad shout for both teams. There'll be enough to play with getting into the second half.
I mean, decent half from Ranking Esports, but I felt like it could have been a 6-3 for them, you know? Like 3 rounds in a row, they got the entry kills, and they kept on pushing Fatcon to the base, Ice Cube as well. So I felt like they threw at least 2 rounds away in the first half. But again, it's Blacklist-sided, so maybe, I think we have a high potential here to see an overtime.
Yeah, I think so as well, especially with the scoreline we've had in the first half. Ranking, though, it just goes back to what I was saying earlier about what they did in the Summer Championship in Vietnam. It seems like they get 8 rounds and then they just can't handle the pressure of closing it out, and it honestly wouldn't surprise me if we see Vincent pull a 10-8 here in this first map with how things have been going. But I do like the approach difference on the GR side coming out from Vincent Gaming. They're not going for those aggressive early plays. It's more of a core 2-2-1 or 2-1-2 setup that they're going for in these early round situations. And I think for them, it's going to work a lot better to catch these players off guard, because Ranking, when they have to go for that structured play, that seems to be their kind of weakness in this matchup.
So seems like we're gonna see an execute here towards tunnels. I'm curious if Eagles, like after getting the first pick, he should instantly fall back, otherwise, never mind.
No chance.
Ice Cube picking up an insane quick scope.
Oh, that's very standard, I guess, for Ice Cube. He's such a individual that can do that kind of thing, and that's going to give the site over to Ranking, but not before Ice Cube does actually end up going down. Good peek from GDSC, and straight back into the swing of things. Vincent are not wasting any time on this retake, which is good, because there is a flank coming in from behind Balls and Danimals. Kaney still trying to clutch this one out in the one-on-one. Nevis has been spotted, but will win the duel.
Yeah, another close call, though, down to the 1v1. They almost let it slip, even though they had a pretty big advantage in that round on the side of Ranking. But a lot of that came down to just that initial execution. Ice Cube hits that first pick and makes it so much easier to get control over that B bomb site. Now I'm thinking they may go towards this A bomb site, test their luck in that direction just to see what the hold is going to look like. Over on this side of the map, you can see GDSC wants to get that information, peeks out of the vent early to try and see if there's a contest, and there certainly is here. 3 players kind of poking around on the edge of that smoke on arches, but they're not going to have any room to push in just yet.
Ranking with a very reserved setup here at Blacklist, just clearing a connector and making sure that Vincent doesn't play aggressive, but usually Vincent Gaming, they really rely on the setups on GR, so they usually play very passive as well. But Ice Cube once again with the entry frag. This guy is doing a great job today.
It's pretty insane.
Because on Blacklist, it's the toughest part on Blacklist is getting the entry kills, so massive stuff from this guy.
Yeah, now you can see the defense is pretty spread thin. They're going to go ahead and leave only that 1 player on the A bomb site in the vents. It's going to be GDSC kind of playing that solo for now. a lot of the other efforts towards that mid and B hold, and they do have the right idea on the side of Vincent Gaming. They know what's coming, but they don't really have the numbers to work with. Nevis, though, on the other side of the map, trying to throw a little bit of a fake over towards A, but Borzen, he's got to hang on here, finds himself one. Kaney finds the other. Danimal slides in to help, and just like that, Vincent Gaming, they've got the control they needed in this round. Ice Cube still alive. He causes a little bit of trouble down there in the lower tunnels, but look at the flank from GDSC, the timing perfect, and now they've got the bomb and a 2v1.
Yeah, but that's it. Nevis has been pretty solid so far, 12 and 6. He's been looking sharp, and just doesn't quite manage to land it onto Kaney, and so another round goes the way of Vincit. This is a very tight affair, very back and forth.
That's what I meant, like great setup from Danimal alongside Boris here on B side with good flashes, delaying this execute. And yeah, even though it was a 4-5 situation, it felt like, yeah, it was a good hold from Vincit Gaming, even though they were down the numbers. So great start from Danimal.
Yeah, really good round, especially, I mean, this is another situation like we saw in our first match of the day. I mean, Kaney debut appearance, he's 15 and 8 so far, over 100 ADR, really putting in that impact for Vincit Gaming in these rounds. Ranking starting to feel that pressure, but the shotguns have come out to play here. Borzen going to be using it in that vent position, trying to catch somebody peeking up on that corner. Ranking, though, they're not going to go into it just yet, sending 3 players back into A connector for that mid control on the position. It's going to be Kaney, the only player really holding it, playing on that B bridge position, waiting to see if they're going to push through, but I like the change up here from Vincit Gaming, not playing overly aggressive, but they aren't afraid to be a little bit more forward in this round to grab that information for their team.
And for some reason, I really like to push tunnels, Ranking Gaming. I think they really rely on Ice Cube pick going for the entry frag once again. Then will spot him in a few seconds. Which is the case now, going for the flash, delaying this execute.
Well, as much as possible, but Ranking obviously starting to make their way in onto the site, so he really does need a little bit of help. The rotation should be coming across at this point, but just not there quickly enough, and the smoke is kind of keeping Vincit at bay for now. Eagles nicely timed on the peak to catch Ice Cube. It brings it back to the 4-on-4, but for a moment, because KT15 is in there striking as well, and they've just got to keep fighting their way in. Vincit Gaming will slow down for a moment. But here comes Kaney with the rifle, and presumably Eagles will just hold the line with the orb and make sure no peek comes through from the site. Good shot initially. Kaney can't quite double down, but Eagles is still here, still fighting, and he's up against Hiomio in a 1-on-1. Hiomio down to about half HP. The pistol is out for Eagles, and he finds the player as well. Defuse is on just in time, and Vincit Gaming sound very happy with that.
Great clutch from Eagles, yeah, insane job. But I felt like Daniel was kind of disappointed because he was waiting patiently for support. But like you said, the smoke was key in front of GR basically. They couldn't even support him there because he didn't move behind this box, which is waiting for some support to come over. But yeah, didn't happen. But still, great clutch from Eagles. That's what I want to see, right? Like last year, again, when he was playing for Extensi, I felt like he was kind of inconsistent. Now finally stepping up to the plate, already having 12 kills on the board.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it seems like Vincent, they're getting more and more confident here. Danimal's still not having the best of games compared to the rest of his team, but with how Kaney, Eagles, and Borzen have been playing throughout this second half so far, things are looking good. They're holding on and making the plays when they need to. This round, though, Ranking's putting a lot of early pressure into Vents. That nade almost getting really good timing from GDSC. You can tell, even on the GR side, their utility is just really well prepared.
Well, smoke to main.
Interesting positioning from GDSC, playing super aggressive here from this angle. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, it always feels like a bit of a one and done. We'll see what he can get done here. The flashes are not going to land. In fact, there aren't really any that are targeting GDSC. So he's able to double down, and Borzen as well gets himself a 2-piece. It's just Ice Cube left alive against 4. Borzen wants to get it done solo. Does take the 1-on-1, but Eagles is there to finish it off. And slowly but surely, the Vincit side getting a bit louder.
But I can't believe that GDSC was not blind. This was definitely a mistake by Ranking Gaming. This is the easiest position to flash, you know? Like, he was completely open, holding a super aggressive angle, getting, of course, easy 2 kills because he was not blind. This shouldn't have happened. If I'm the IGL from ranking, I would be totally mad now.
You tell him, let him know. Call tech pause, tack pause even. Well, it looks like Vincent are going to try to take a leaf out of Ranking's book, and it's worked out perfectly, actually. Eagles and GDSC being able to pick up 1 or 2, then Caney and Eagles for another. So it seems that anything Ranking can do, maybe Vincent can do better.
Yeah, right now it's not looking too good for them, facing a potential map point, unless Ice Cube can pull off a 1v4, but that's a good start. Takes down Eagles in the 1v1, but the C4 is still completely out of his hands and being held there by Caney and GDSC. So it's going to be tough to get back through here. You've got another player just sitting in spawn waiting for him. Borzen ready to go, gets it done, and it will be a timeout. And it could be a little bit too little too late at this point. I mean, they're already on map point. You've got to think it's just a matter of time before Vincent is going to find a way to get that final round.
I mean, that's what I was going to say. I feel like this is just a bit too late. If you leave it to the very last round, like, sure, you can come up with the best strats, the best ideas, whatever adaptations, but end of the day, you know, maybe something just goes wrong in 1 round, and then that's the map done.
Yeah, it feels kind of too late. I think especially Daniel is happy because, I mean, he's not even really on the board. I think he only got like 3 kills, but his team is still leading like 9-5, and this is what you also want to see as a team leader, right? You can really rely on your teammates stepping up to the plate, even some players playing CFS for the first time. So yeah, it's still a good start for Vincent Gaming. Of course, like the first couple of rounds were kind of shaky, but I feel like now the expected thing is happening. 9-5 lead.
Yep. 35 seconds left for them to have a bit of a chat. Ranking Esports. I don't know, is it the same kind of a problem cropping up as what we saw in Vietnam, right? Ice Cube's had a couple of pretty sick rounds. Nevis is doing really well as well. But something's just not coming together. It's not as if the individuals aren't there and firing. But I don't know. Anyway, quick shout out. You can see the Alienware logo there on the monitor. Give a nice shout out to Alienware for supporting CFS 2023 with all of the devices, which is good. Love their support and their assistance in making this all possible. A little quick replay there from Vincent with that push out on the A side of the map. It was quite a nice one, and 9-5. So map point for Vincent here.
Yeah, now the pressure is on Ranking. They've got to win 4 in a row to take it into overtime. You can see Humio really wants to take this fight on to Borzen. Not going to work out, though. He definitely just fully missed that spray down, and now it's already a 5-on-2 situation. Make it a 4-on-1. This could be the map already on the line. Fotcon, he is stuck here in the middle of this map, and all of Vincent Gaming is there and ready to answer. They're going to take it with a pretty to make it a 10-5 victory here. And now they'll lead this series 1-0.
Well, there you have it, 10-5 for Vincit Gaming over Ranking Esports on Ankara, and that's obviously bad news for Ranking given that it is their map choice, and they also went down, I would say, pretty decisively, like a 10-5 scoreline. The first half, at least, was pretty close, but at the end of the day, Vincit got on a bit of a roll, and that's that.
Yeah, I think that was the most surprising part for me, because normally with a half that close in the first, you'd expect them to have a pretty competitive second half as well, but it just seemed like on the GR side, Vincit Gaming brought that aggression right back to them, and I don't think Ranking was ready to deal for that at all.
You sort of seem to be pretty unsurprised by the result?
I mean, honestly, like again, Ankara is very blacklist-sided, so I thought after the first half, okay, this could be a close match. But for some reason, Ranking Gaming, they didn't have like much clue what to do on blacklist. I also felt like Ice Cube was really was the only player stepping up to the plate. And if you want to win against Vincit Gaming, it's definitely not enough. You need Nevis, you need Tomeo, getting more kills. So Ice Cube, yeah, he got some nice entry kills.
Yep.
And I think they should work on, like, if you got entry kills, like, you should definitely close the rounds. I think this is the main issue for Ranking Gaming. They got many entry kills, but they threw at least 4 to 5 rounds away, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like I'm back in Vietnam, you know, casting almost the exact same game, saying almost the exact same things. You know, Ice Cube had a pretty good game, Ranking could have won, but they threw a few too many rounds away where they had the lead, and it just seems like nothing has really changed.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, it hasn't really changed much, but I do want to give a shout out to Vincit on the other side. I mean, you have the newcomer, Kaney, coming in and playing extremely well as well on top of it. I wasn't sure what to expect out of him, but I'm sure as we take a look at the match stats here, he's got to be probably one of the top performers for that team. 1.7 KD, only being topped there by Eagles, who I know we were not 100% sure how he was going to play on this map. He played remarkably well as well.
Did Danimals really go 0.18? That's actually incredible to me that they won 10-5 and like they basically played 4v5, like he didn't even need to do anything.
Yeah, it's good news for him as well. I mean, of course this KD is not too good, but he can still rely on his teammates, right?
Exactly.
So
like it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I suppose there's definitely more left in the tank there for Vincit Gaming. So I mean, they'll be feeling good, right? They take their opponent's map pick. They're going into Compound. Now, we had our conversations as to whether or not that was a good pick, or did we expect the veto to go this way? But the way the series is going at the moment, it's looking pretty good for Vincit Gaming. So I mean, look, Compound up next. Conversation, I guess, to be had whether or not Ranking is going to be able to come back into this one, but that's something that we're going to have to figure out when we do come back. It's time for a short break. Don't go too far away, though. We'll be back with Map 2 in just a sec.
Down Snake, good for 2, Beba, good for a dump. 哦哟，知道你在这2键完成价位是不是能好一点？是，另外一边，但是偷。
Finds a third through the door, finds a...
All right, g'day, welcome back. It is CFS 2023 Grand Finals, and right now we are watching VINCIT and Ranking Gaming. We're about to head into Map 2, but before we head there, I want to give a quick shout out, of course, to Alienware and say, well, very, very big thanks to them for supporting the CFS 2023 Grand Finals for all of the devices you would have seen on stage. The monitor had a nice little Alienware sticker on the side, and, well, yeah, credit to Alienware for making this all possible.
Yeah, shout out to our official chair sponsor as well, Morphling. Be sure to check them out. They've got you covered. And remember, Morphling, reach your throne.
Yeah.
Are you ready to hop in, though? Map number 2.
Oh, you were setting that one up nicely. I like that. I'm ready to hop into map number 2. I mean, let's go. Let's get straight in there. No complaints. I mean, jump on a compound. But actually, from the player's perspective, how long do you normally want to have in between maps? Like, is it a case of here, if you're VINCIT, you won map 1, you just want to roll straight into map 2? Or do you want to, like, take 5, have a bit of a conversation about what's going to happen on compound?
I think for VINCIT, like a shorter break would be good because they're feeling it right now. They have momentum on their side. But if I'm ranking now, of course, I would be happy for like a 50, maybe even 20 minutes break.
Yeah.
Calm down a bit and then get ready for compound. And yeah.
I reckon they've probably got a lot of calming down to do, though, to be fair, because, like, again, they're just that team that plays like a bull at the gate, right? They just want a W key, whether they're on GR or BL. They're just trying to play aggressively. They're trying to take fights, and it does feel to me like a very much a live by the sword, die by the sword type of mentality. And obviously, in this case, they did go down pretty handily, 10-5. So they've got some salvaging to do, but we did have the conversation about compound being a map that does get picked up a little bit in Vietnam, I should say. So maybe there's something there to be said for them going into map 2 here.
Yeah, I think ranking still plays pretty strong on this map, but with the momentum behind VINCIT Gaming now, I would say it's going to be really tough to take them down, especially seeing a lot of the weakness on the Blacklist side that we saw in that first map from ranking. So I'm definitely expecting this one to be a 2-0 at this point, but I'm hopeful ranking shows at least a little bit more strength on the Blacklist side this time around.
And we just need to see a little bit more, like maybe in terms of an across-the-board performance rather than 1 or 2 individuals, right?
I mean, I'll be honest, I would love to see Mexico as a third map today. But I think it's unlikely to happen. I think the main issue is they're just lacking cohesion today. So,
well, I feel like that's not just a today thing, personally, from what I've watched for this ranking roster. But we'll see whether or not they can fix that up on compound. Take a couple of look at a couple of the stats here for compound. It has started to sort of find its way into the map pool over the years, and it's been getting a little bit more and more popular. Still generally pretty GR-sided. But, you know, not to an extreme amount. And we'll see what VINCIT can do here. I assume they're going to be starting on Blacklist. And the big thing, I guess, for VINCIT here is that they really probably do want to avoid actually going to Mexico. Not just because, well, 2-0 is definitely easier than having to deal with the third map. But on that third map, they will be starting on the Blacklist side. Ranking got to choose GR. So something that they will not be too happy about. So we'll see how things go here as we head into map 2 of the series. It is going to be compound between VINCIT and Ranking. And it's for the 2-0 for VINCIT, who are looking pretty happy, all smiles, after winning 10-5 on Ankara.
Yeah, excited to hop in here. Map number 2, potentially our first 2-0 of CFS. We'll see if they can pull it off on the side of VINCIT Gaming. They've looked very strong so far in this series, and now they're going to be starting on the BL side of compound to see if they can push this one even further. Starting it off, though, we do have Eagles just looking down mid, trying to grab that early pick. A 2-2-1 setup. Ice Cube pushing pretty far forward, but almost actually gets caught off guard there. Has to back off and play for the safer position.
Yeah, timing definitely a factor in a situation like that. Ranking looking to clear out mid a little bit here before they continue on their journey through compound. Oh, and that's a good shot from Eagle.
Yeah, I feel like Ranking Gaming, they should keep playing on aggressive on GR side, because this worked out well for them on Ankara as well. And once again, VINCIT, they usually have perfect executes, which makes it extremely tough to hold if you're just on the side, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, good 3-man swing there, actually, from VINCIT. Good coordination, and it pretty much just rips apart any semblance of a defense there for Ranking. Like, there wasn't even really that much in this round, you know? It's just a couple of clean entries from VINCIT, and, well, look, 2-5 rounds is not over, but it definitely is headed in that direction. Ice Cube got 1, but as is often the case, he's really the only one contributing for Ranking.
And that'll be it.
That's a big round. I mean, that's just domination, really.
Yeah, clean first round here for VINCIT Gaming on compound. Now I expect some aggressive plays from Ranking it towards long B, because I played compound against Ranking this year, and I was heavily surprised by their aggression. Especially, they always pushed long B. They even pushed mid towards the container area, and yeah, this is what I also expect to happen in today's matchup. But yeah, for some reason they're playing quite reserved so far, even though it didn't work out on Ankara as well. So I think they should change up the pace.
Yeah, I agree with you as well. It seems a little bit too safe here. And VINCIT Gaming, they've got the utility to take these control plays pretty heavily in their favor. Right now we can see nice little push up on A long, but nothing more aggressive than that. They've got Eagles here looking for that mid pick. He's been pretty successful throughout the day so far. But now they're starting to group up towards this B tunnels push. They've got only 2 players on the other side of it, but IceCube playing that first point of contact. He's got to hit a really tough shot here.
Oh, well, he spotted one out, but yeah, tight angle doesn't give you much of an opportunity, and actually going to cop a few shots on his way out. That's a bit of map control established for VINCIT, and not only that, but also another opening kill onto Nevis. The nades are getting tossed on in, and they've done a chunk of damage as well to KT15, so you're basically walking around with 2.5 men right here if you're ranking Esports. That's a good shot from IceCube through the smoke.
But that's what I'd like to see, just sliver of health left here on IceCube, and he just keeps playing aggressive. This is super unusual. And I think also VINCIT doesn't expect it, but it seems like he's now a little bit over-peaking.
Yeah, lucky to get away with that one. Shots from Borson just not quite connecting. Danimals aware that Pakon was hanging around in mid there, but we'll just get out on the timing. So this round maybe hasn't gone quite as cleanly for VINCIT as they would have thought it would after that opening. Hyomyo. Oh, timing again. Doesn't quite favor him. The flash does get tossed out. He's going to swing off the back of that, but getting pressured. GDSC will go down. And it's Danimals for the trade, but you've still got members here. Just not enough. Fakon. Is he going to be checked? No. Yes. In the end, the information comes through for Danimals, but he can't win it. And somehow Ranking get through that round.
Yeah, it almost seemed like they took a little bit too long on the execution for VINCIT. They only had about 20 seconds at the end to get in and get that bomb planted. And when you're in a rush there, it's very hard to clear every angle that you need to on those bomb sites. So I'm hoping they can maybe go a little bit earlier in these rounds, because they have the right idea on the executions, but if you don't have enough time, it's just hard to play it as cleanly as you need to.
I agree. I mean, they even got the first trick here on Nevis on B side. I didn't understand why they just don't go for the execute. Like, even IceCube was low HP, and they're also aware of it because Borson tagged him. So I think it would have been much smarter to just execute towards B side. I mean, VINCIT, I'm pretty sure they have the perfect flashes anyway, perfect utility usage. So this should have been their round after getting the entry frag. Because usually on a compound, it's pretty difficult to get entry frags.
Big setup in mid from Ranking in this one. Huge crossfire setup. Difficult one to break. Got to get through 3 or 4 players, and it is exactly where VINCIT are heading. So this could get a little messy pretty soon. Smoke is going to go into the A connector. Oh, counter nades doing a bit of damage there onto Eagles. Borson tries to get the entry as well, and it looks like they've walked into the trap. Ranking Esports do manage to trade 4 for 4, but Eagles in with a real chance now in the 1v1, but has to retrieve the bomb. He's up against IceCube.
Yeah, I almost think in this situation it may be the best case scenario, because he does have lesser HP if he was against a rifler. It might be a slight disadvantage here, but he still does have to retrieve that C4.
He's got no idea where IceCube is. Like, you can tell he just has absolutely no clue.
I mean, he already got one clutch in Ankara, right? 1 versus 3, so let's see if he can step up to the plate one more time.
Definitely doable, but all the cards are with IceCube here. Time's working in his favor. He's slightly healthier as well. Eagles is going to start his journey to try to make the clutch happen here. Timing so close. It looks like he's made the right call. If he could somehow get over to B and plant the C4, that is when Ice Cube becomes less favored. And that timing is going to work out okay, but I wonder if he's going to be expecting Ice Cube this quick on the rotate.
Yeah, the timing is going to be everything here. Just barely getting it down in time, and now Eagles can set up a little bit more safely for this retake. The problem is, in hand, you still have to take a guess where this player is going to be coming from. But Ice Cube, he's kind of taking a little bit too long here. The clock's already been halfway run down. Now Eagles can try and stall even longer here and just dance around on the bomb side. And this is where Ice Cube has to be the aggressor, but he makes it happen. The right decision there to pick up the AK.
Pretty tough with the Orm in a situation like that once the distance has been closed.
Actually, Ice Cube thought for a second that it's even like A side. And I think it was a mistake from Eagles. He could even play the time, right? Like the clock was ticking already.
For sure.
Like he could have like played just time and hide for a bit.
Backing himself, I suppose. It's not necessarily the worst thing in the world to be confident. But it will be the second round on the board for ranking. It hasn't quite gone to plan so far for VINCIT, despite such a dominant first round. That one won't really hurt too much, you know. It goes down to a 1v1. Sure, it happens. Yeah, it was pretty close though. It's not as if you're getting dominated on this map.
Yeah, a lot of these pretty close so far, but I am curious to see if ranking is going to get more aggressive over towards this B side of the map. You can see Ice Cube pushing out a little bit more. Danimal, though, seems to be ready for this. They're just holding this angle, a nice little crossfire in the tunnels. Not going to quite get the pick out of it. They take a nice shot onto Ice Cube, and it forces ranking back into a 2-1-2. Pretty safe setup, so not too much aggression on their side so far in this half, but it seems to be working pretty well for them. 2-1 up, looking for that 3-1 lead, but VINCIT this time putting a lot more presence towards this B-bomb side.
Yeah, VINCIT once again taking over B control room, and I think if they have the room here to execute, they should definitely go for an B execute, because I'm pretty sure they have the perfect flashes, the perfect utility usage to enter B side. Because I mean, 2 rounds ago, like they even decided to rotate towards A side, and it didn't work out at all for them. So let's see what's their plan now.
Ice Cube trying to hit a shot through the smoke, but won't have any success this time. And again, maybe it's the same idea from VINCIT, right? Just take control of outside of B and then rotate back off.
I mean, they expect to have like that ranking of 3 players on B, which is not the case. They have a crossfire in mid, which could work out perfectly for ranking. Just 25 seconds left on the clock.
I mean, VINCIT has to move at this point. They're definitely taking their time, and it was one of the problems that affected them in the earlier rounds, but this time seems to be much cleaner on the entry into A. That's a good rotation in the end. Ice Cube's the last remainder once again.
Yeah, this time not so easy. Has a 1v4, gets the first shot onto Danimal. There's a lot more work to be done here. GDSC holding underneath with Eagles, gets it done. And that'll be a nice round to answer back from VINCIT Gaming. And this time, the late round execution does pay off, but it always makes me nervous because if one thing goes wrong in that situation, you're out of time.
Right, yeah. I feel like VINCIT, they making it a little bit too complicated. I feel like they want to play it too safe, you know? And like this kind of approach would work out against Brazilian teams for sure. But ranking is a different kind of story, so if they just went for the B execute, it would work out 100% sure as well.
We'll see what they have to offer in this one as they look to try and take the lead in this second map. This time putting a lot of attention on this mid section. I know when things get high pressure, I've noticed a lot of teams like to go for those late executions out of the middle of the map, but this time they are playing a little bit more reserved than I would have thought.
Another fairly default setup from VINCIT, just got members across the board in every area of the map, waiting to see if there's going to be a push from ranking, who are playing a much more passive style on this GR side compared to Ankara. Util's going to get tossed in the face of Humio, but he's still able to strike, and Falcon's there to help out as well with the wallbang, and the headshot comes through as well. That did not go right for VINCIT. It looked good. It looked like the Util connected when it needed to, but they just didn't find their entries.
Yeah, I can't believe Humio still got the 2-piece here. Was fully blind, perfect flash from VINCIT Gaming. But yeah, great to Humio still managed to get the 2-piece, even the 3K this round.
Yeah, really good hold there. A lot of it just coming down to that support there. And for ranking, I feel like this is probably one of the best highlights of their team play that we've seen so far today. They're usually playing a little bit more individually, but Falcon being there just set up Humio perfectly to make sure they could hold on to that A-long position. And now they've got the lead back to work with. And on the GR side, that's exactly what you want to see here. And they continue to play pretty reserved. I know you were kind of expecting, Seven, for more control plays over towards that B side of the map, but it seems like they put a lot more attention on this A side.
Right, I mean, they're lucky because VINCIT Gaming, they're only pushing A side so far. So it's so far the right approach. I mean, they're leading 3-2. If they manage to win this half, maybe like 5-4, even 6-3, this would be great start to maybe even close out this map.
Bit more of an aggressive hold from VINCIT Gaming this time.
So now with an interesting position behind the box, I'm pretty sure they will throw some grenades there, VINCIT, because I practice against VINCIT a lot. Like, there's no way that Nevis...
Apparently there is. Apparently there is, but Kaney gets a nice double trade, so it's all well that ends well. And they're straight into the B site, smoking off the connector. Where's the plant though? C4 still on its way.
That's what I want to see from VINCIT. They got the 2-piece here, and then just execute towards B set, not rotating towards A again. So not playing too safe, just play simple crossfire. I feel like this is what works out against ranking gaming.
They certainly seem like the better team, right? So when you boil it down to the base level,
right? Yeah.
Just back yourself. A couple of flashes getting tossed into B there. Eagles has been spotted out. Good shot from Humio. Now it's a 2-on-3 to try to salvage things, and don't know that it's going to go much better for them after that. So clean retake from ranking Esports, and maybe that's what they're a little bit concerned about, right? If they're seeing ranking have such a clean retake on the B site, they're thinking, well, maybe we need to go to the other side of the map to play the post plants out. But either way, this is going to be cause for concern for VINCIT for sure.
Yeah, Humio is feeling it right now. I mean, on the first map it was only Ice Cube, maybe Nevis here and there. So if they want to beat VINCIT on one map, they need at least 2 to 3 players to step up to the plate. So Humio basically getting 2 rounds single-handedly for his team. Remember also when I played Compound against ranking this year, I think Humio got like 20 kills against us as well. So it seems like it's his best map. And yeah.
Ice Cube, he really wants to take this challenge. He's going to take down Eagles early on. A nice way to get things started here in round number 7. Now they've got the player advantage, and you know what? Maybe they're finally taking note here. They fall back after getting a pick, and this is what we wanted to see out of ranking, not getting too overzealous after finding that opening shot. And now they've got a chance to take this fight in the B tunnels as well. It's going to be Danimal just playing by the pillars, trying to find it, but Nevis backs off and plays for the support of his teammate as well, and it almost feels like a different ranking we're seeing on this map.
Much more reserved. And again, defaulting back toward mid for VINCIT Gaming seems to be the go-to.
They're playing very passive ranking, and it works out. I'm actually surprised because VINCIT is known for the executes. So actually, this kind of playstyle should go in favor of VINCIT Gaming, but for some reason the executes simply don't work out yet.
Well, faster play towards the B side of the map, and lots of util getting layered on in there by VINCIT Gaming. Still no shots coming through for them though, and it's all going the way of ranking Esport though. Ooh, maybe I've spoken too soon, Borson. He looked good for a moment, but eventually shut down. That's another one for ranking Esports, so this half is really starting to blow out now.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in. They're just not getting anything to go their way on these bomb site takes, and it even seems like they have a good idea of what they want to do. They're just not securing the trades. You combine that with some better shots being hit on ranking side of things, It's going to make it a pretty difficult half to close out, but I still think back to the first map where Ranking, they had a lot of struggles once they got over onto the Blacklist side, so I think Ranking needs to have a big half here if they want to win this map.
Ooh, Ice Cube is actually going to go for a second shot there as well. I mean, that is fairly typical of Ranking Esports, I suppose. Ice Cube still firing, and eventually surely gets brought down here, but I mean, still low on HP. Hasn't had to have too much more of an impact here. He's done his damage, and good shots coming through from everywhere else. Ice Cube, another one for him. Just nothing going right for VINCIT Gaming. Eagles 1-on-3. I mean, he's definitely got time to try to give this one a crack, but that's crazy from Ice Cube that he's on a sliver of HP and he's still taking the fights.
But that also looked like an all-in. And of course you gotta hope that there's no sniper rifle on A side, but bad news for VINCIT Gaming. Ice Cube was ready. And yeah, I feel like, I don't know, like for some reason VINCIT Gaming, the executes don't work out at all. And yeah, like last one, to be fair, was, it felt like they're going for a simple execute, which in my opinion is the right approach, but still didn't work out. So once again, we're gonna see an execute of no smoke once again. Ice Cube missing the shot.
Well, that's going to be the difference maker potentially, because it has allowed GDSC and E45 in a big way, and they're not going to slow down either. It just seems like VINCIT want to try to run over Ranking. I think they're a bit frustrated with how this game has been going, and eventually they do get the round. But they need to, I think they need to get this last one in the half as well. Oh, never mind, the half's done. 6-3. Jeez, powering through it. I don't know. Is 3 enough?
I mean, it could be, like, to be fair, on Ankara, the Blacklist side from Ranking also looked kind of weak, so I expect a 7-2 half now from VINCIT Gaming.
All right, still got the faith.
I mean, like, again, it's still heavily GR sided, so 6-3 is kind of, like, it's not unusual, you know, like 6-3 scoreline.
That's a good start from VINCIT, for sure.
Now we even see GDSC with the arm in hand, so double stepper set up here. From VINCIT Gaming, I like to see it. I also used to snipe here on long B, even though I'm not a main sniper. So I kinda can relate here to the setup.
Yeah, I like the approach here. They get the early pick, they fall back, they've got 3 towards A now, and all of Ranking is ready to go through mid. But they don't want to fully execute here. They nade stack onto the left corner, but after the smoke screen, they're just going to sneak Nevis into position to try and contest through mid. GDSC, he's holding the angle, so he should be prepared to take this fight, but he does have the arm in hand, so one miss, and he could go down very quickly and open up the bomb site for Ranking to take away.
He's holding the high angle, though, so it's going to have to be a flick downwards.
Yeah, I think he's unaware that Nevis already dropped from tower, so Nevis now has the key position for Ranking Gaming.
Yeah, he's not going to do much, I don't think, until this execute comes through. And the question is going to be, how's his timing looking? Because at the moment, it's looking pretty good for VINCIT Gaming. But there is Nevis, who strikes from behind. Still, though, the C4 is lost, and the rotation has to come through from VINCIT Gaming. It's really on to Borson right now to try to hold on for as long as he possibly can. He knows that he's being flanked from multiple angles. Nevis, though, has not even cleared him out, and that is not going to work out at all. That seems like a big error for Ranking Esports. It's down to just Ice Cube, who's getting spammed through the box. Timing will still favor him. He's got 25 seconds to try to make this clutch happen, but of course the rotation has come across from VINCIT Gaming. 2 players holding in the B site. Where's he off to? Get the AK. Doesn't really have time to go back over to A. This is going to be an insane clutch if he manages to pull it off, but it's going to be a tough one. You'd have to think it should be easily in the hands of VINCIT Gaming.
I mean, great play from Nevis here, flanking from mid, but unfortunately didn't check this box. I felt like, honestly, this position was kind of obvious because even Ice Cube was checking all the angles from long B. So maybe there was like a communication issue here.
Yeah, it seems like there had to have been there. Unfortunate for Ranking. Again, just an unchecked position costs them another round. And now VINCIT, they're right back into it. Still could potentially make this a 2-0 series for themselves. And on the GR side, I definitely give them a pretty strong advantage, especially after we saw on the first map, Ranking only put up 1 round on their blacklist side of the map. So I feel like Vincent's got to be feeling pretty confident in their odds knowing that.
Danimal, again with a bit of a test toward the B-bomb site, and it is going to be GDSC and Danimal's to hold down the fort again. It's not looking good for Ranking Esports. It seems like, as you said, Steven, the GR side is much more comfortable for Vincit Gaming, and Ranking not looking so crash hot on this blacklist side.
Yeah, and like what a hold from Danimal, right? Getting the 2-piece and then even going for the fake flash. You can tell this guy has a lot of experience, because most players would just go for the peak, you know, but he's even going for the fake flash. Yeah, you can tell, like, Danimal, in my opinion, is one of the smartest player in Crossfire. I also played against him many times, obviously, so yeah, Danimal, to give him credits for this round, because in Ankara he had a rough time, but here now he's stepping up to the plate. This is what I want to see from him.
Well, I think they definitely needed a little bit more than they did on Ankara, right? They had a pretty comfortable victory on that map. He didn't really need to do too much, and that's fine. Get in the backpack, no worries. But when the going gets tough, and to be fair, it did for Vincit in that first half, especially now into the second half, he has been having a bit of an impact. So having the impact when it matters is what's important. But you got the 2-player setup here from Vincit Gaming quite forward. I wonder if Ranking are going to be prepared for that. You got a flash off of the contact for Eagles, and he's going to be given an opportunity for at least 1 more kill, but perhaps even more than that. He gets a 3-piece before eventually falling, but overall, you have to say, very well done from Vincit to kick off this round.
Yeah, really great position to be in. GDSC as well, getting almost a kill onto Nevis. He's down to 9 HP, and the smoke screen gets him out to have that support from his teammates. And it's going to be up to Fotcon here to really carve the path for Ranking to find a way into this round. He's got control of mid. There's nobody holding on to this side of the map for the B-bomb side. So if he can sneak in, maybe there's a chance he can get behind them and find a nice entry. But here's Danimal, the timing.
Ooh.
His gun barrel was spotted. Fotcon's going to try and sneak in, but Danimal, he knows he can take this fight, goes for the flash, but GDSC over the top, finds him, takes him down, and now Nevis is alone with 9 HP in a very unlikely scenario.
9 HP in a drain. It's going to take a bit of time to rotate his way over toward B, but it seems like Vincit are going to make that call as well to stack toward B. All 3 members. They are making sure they're crossing their T's and dotting their I's and not allowing this one to slip anyway. There's no chance, surely, for Nevis here. So that is the equalizing round, and instantly the timeout will come through for Ranking Esports. They know that their backs are against the walls now.
Yeah, they're struggling a lot again on this blacklist side, and I'm curious from your perspective, Seven, as someone who played against this team a lot, even on this map, what do you think is the issue they're having on their blacklist sides for Ranking?
The main issue, obviously, like the setups from Vincit Gaming are just on point. You just see, like along A, the setup from Vincit Gaming, you had like Eagles alongside Kaney with the perfect flash. Eagles going for the 3-piece, insane quick scopes. You know, it just feels like doesn't matter where you go against Vincit Gaming, they always have the perfect setup. I feel like, and it's difficult on compound, you know, like the approach from Ranking should be like to have like a more like often chaotic game, you know, like to have like more like surprising execute, surprising plays. Like when Nevis dropped from tower, this was a good play, but it's very difficult on maps like compound because yeah, it's a very huge map, and usually Brazilian teams have always very good setups on this one. I mean, I would go now for fast executes. I would do a fast execute from mid towards B side or towards A side, because this might catch them off guard.
Yeah, I think that could be the play here. Hopefully something aggressive can turn things around. Otherwise, it could be a 2-0 against them to kick off their tournament life. And the rest of the opponents they have in this group aren't going to be easy either. Taking another look, though, at that beautiful triple kill from Eagles in that last round. I mean, what a way for him to lock it down. Not what you would expect from an Om in that situation, but again, makes it happen at the start of this round as well. Takes down Ice Cube, a great first entry.
He's been having a very good series so far, hasn't he?
I mean, I was doubting him before this match, right? Because he was not that consistent at the last event. But so far, I think he's the MVP of this matchup so far.
Danimals, oh, he wants to have a conversation about that, though. At least for this map, I feel like Danimals has really been a big impact player, especially on this Global Risk side. He's been doing a lot of work over toward the B side of the map, and this round is no different. Fully flashed, though, and he's going to be taken down, but even still, he's done enough damage that Borson can get one more easy one through. Rotation hasn't actually come across yet from Vincit Gaming into that B bomb site, but Ranking are going to stall themselves.
Yeah, this is a tough situation now. The B bomb site's still theirs for the taking, but it's a 3-on-2 post plant, and you've got to wonder when Vincit is just going to come in and collapse onto this bomb site. You can see with 2 oms, it can be a little bit tricky, so they are playing a little bit slower, trying to get that opening pick to make it a 3-on-1, but Eagles as well is sneaking around, so they're going to have an om on either side, which could play to the advantage. It's just a matter of how Ranking's going to play it out from underneath.
Well, I like the fast flank, though, from Vincit Gaming. I don't know if they're going to be expecting 2 to come from behind here, Ranking, and you can honestly sort of see which direction they're really favoring. GDSC is going to be the opener, and Humio will take him down, but it is just down to Nevis left alive, and he's got the pistol out to try and clutch it, and it's not going to happen. Vincit Gaming have found themselves the lead again.
I mean, it's a good approach from Nevis. He was trying to play time, which felt like was doable, but also smart move from Vincit, right? Sending 2 players from the back, because B side on compound is one of the most difficult sides to retake. So it's really necessary to send at least 1 or even 2 players from the back. So this was, yeah, played perfectly from Vincit.
Yeah, now the pressure's on them, even though they had a 6-3 lead. They can't get anything done on this blacklist side of the map, and if this is a consistent issue for this team, it begs the question, what are they going to be able to do to change around this blacklist side to really get themselves back into it, because they haven't won more than a single round, I believe, today on this, so I feel like there's just so many blacklist issues they need to work through in order to propel themselves forward. But you've got to hand it to Vincit Gaming as well, looking really solid on the GR, and honestly one of the stronger teams we've seen recently on that side of the map.
I think the main issue for Ranking is, you know, on GR side, if you go for aggressive plays, you can really surprise your enemy team, but on Blacklist, of course, you have to attack anyway at some point, so it's not surprising anymore. This is also why I feel like the Blacklist side is, I don't know, lacking team play, lacking cohesion, basically lacking everything right now.
Yeah, I think we were sort of saying, I mean, obviously I've said this a few times, but we were saying the same thing in Vietnam, and I think one of the things we sort of alluded to was, like, I don't know if they have a coach. Do they have a coach? If they don't, they probably need to find someone that can kind of drill that into them a little bit, because again and again I see this team, I see them having these good rounds, and I think how good these guys actually could be if they had a little bit more consistency and a bit of a better understanding of maybe how to play the macro game of the overall strategy of the round, because the micro is definitely there. But anyway, this conversation maybe for another day, because we're straight back into the next round, round number 14, and Vincit Gaming have got that 7-6 lead, and I think they've got to try to do something about it.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough here. You can see one player pushed up on A long. It's going to be Kaney here looking for that information, going for the wide peak to try and find it. Nobody going to meet him on the other side just yet. Ranking just playing spread out in the middle section, trying to find any sort of luck to catch a player off guard, but Vincit playing pretty passive. I mean, the majority of this team is up against the wall on their side of the map. Only one forward player, and that's going to be GDSC playing in the tunnels with that arm in hand.
And honestly, I really don't understand why Ranking is playing so passive on Blacklist. They are known for the aggressive playstyle, and they basically still didn't change up their pace.
There's a little bit going on in mid at the moment. Lots of smokes getting tossed out on the left side, so they'll be making their way toward B. C4 is actually leading that push, so you can tell how committed they are going to be. GDSC completely caught off guard, and now it's down to just that one remaining member, Borson. I mean, he's good for one, but really, what are you going to do at that point? An Ice Cube cutting off one of the rotations as well. There you go. That's got to be a little bit more like what you were hoping to see. But I wonder if there's a 2-on-4 retake in here from Vincit Gaming. I mean, that would be the nail in the coffin for Ranking for sure.
Yeah, definitely would, but looks like it's just going to be a 1-on-3 now. Eagles left alone, M4 in hand, gets the first, but that will be it. And now it's all tied up again here. Ranking finally getting that first round of the half on the board for themselves, but I still have to question if they can carry that forward into more, because it was still kind of a shaky one. I feel like they just got a little bit too aggressive at certain points on the side of Vincent and gave them a little bit more to work with than they maybe should have.
Close from Ice Cube, but won't connect this time around. Mid presence again seems to be key for both teams.
Yeah, still very slow coming out of ranking at the start. This time, they just have 3 players sitting A long, not really taking any control, giving a lot of it over to Vincent. There's not even anyone contesting over towards the B side of the map, and it's just a very odd way, I think, of playing this map. They're almost just kind of sitting in this back corner of A long and hoping these 2 players in mid can open it up.
Yeah, they're trying to give time for Ice Cube to find an opening kill, but he's not really in a position to do so at the moment. In fact, now as the push starts to come through from ranking, he's really in more of a flank position, holding the flank. Keenly with the counter util, it's going to keep ranking at bay for another step or 2 longer. Good flash, gets tossed out on a timing. And so ranking turn tail and head back in a different direction. Through mid again, maybe toward B with those smokes on the left side. Same setup as what they had last round.
Yeah, this time though, Vincent, they've over-rotated a bit. They've got 4 players on the A bomb site. Nobody defending B other than Borzen playing from long. But look at the collapse here. It's going to be Danimal, good for 1. Borzen gets another. Nevis trying to get the backstab. Not going to matter though. Kaney finds another. Fotcon goes down, and this is quickly fallen apart for the side of ranking. And now they've got nothing left to work with here except Nevis on this lurk position, trying to fight his way through. The bomb, though, is down in such a difficult position. There's almost no way to recover this safely.
Look at the crossfire that's been set up here from Vincit Gaming. I mean, it would be an absolute miracle if they could find a way to win this round. It was a good shot from KT15, but there's nothing more to be had. And Vincit once again take the lead.
I mean, actually, there's one... Vincit Gaming, they're playing without any player in GR base, so if they really want to counter Vincit Gaming, ranking should just go for mid executes towards B side. There's no player in GR base at the beginning of the round, and they even got the round, so that's the only round basically on Blacklist. So I don't understand why they chose a different approach last round. Okay, now Vincit Gaming playing more aggressive. I like the decision here. Eagles in B connected with the sniper rifle.
Yeah, it's still just so odd to me that they have the majority of their team just kind of sitting outside of A long. I don't see the value in the positioning they're taking right now. They have 1 player just holding the long flank, another person just posted up here in the top of mid, but they're really not gaining any advantage here. They're giving the entire B side of the map over to Vincit Gaming and kind of trying to force the play to work out towards the A bomb side, and it's just such an awkward approach.
But look, once again, same gap here in GR base. If they go for a fast execute from mid towards B, it might work out. Okay, never mind. Now they're sending both players towards B side. I think they're waiting way too long ranking. If they go fast mid execute towards B side, trust me, it would work out. 90% sure.
Those are pretty good odds. Well, nothing fast happening for ranking. All these rounds have really gone down to the wire.
But I must realize their passive approach just don't work out for them. They have to change up the pace. It's for me, it's so obvious, you know, and especially because they're known for the aggressive playstyle. I really don't understand what's going on there.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the difficulties you have as a caster sometimes, because you can see everything and you can sort of infer all these kinds of things, but it's obviously harder when you're in the server making that decision on the fly with all the pressure on your shoulders as well.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's a much better start for ranking. KT15 able to double down and get himself 2 kills on the entry, assisted by Nevis for 1 more. And we might well be going to a very tight affair here on the second map in the series. This time the slow play ends up working out for ranking. They did just sort of catch a timing into that A site.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's pretty much an unwinnable round. It looks like they're going to use this as essentially just attack pause here to talk about how they can close out this map and find their way to those final 2 rounds. I still think Vincent has the advantage here, but Ranking doing a good job of starting to figure out they can sneak into these mid-attack plays and catch them when they're not quite prepared. So I would definitely expect Vincent to come into this next round with a much different game plan.
I mean, the main reason why Ranking just won this round is because Vincent basically gave up long A, right? And for my opinion is, like, if you give up long A, it's really difficult to hold A side. And for me, it was also unnecessary to give up long A. I mean, like, Ranking, they're having a very passive approach here anyway, so it's unnecessary to play passive as well. You know, if you're Vincent, I would just send at least one player towards long A control room. Which are they doing now? They have Kane here, and he just stay there.
Yeah, if he can hold on, it's a pretty decent position. He's poking around for information. Not sure if he got spotted just yet behind that smoke, but the way they're playing this is just still so odd to me that they've got their entire team just kind of bunched up here towards A long, not really going for any mid control, any B control, and kind of just running down the clock and trying to bait them in for this execution out of mid. It worked in the previous round, but it is kind of bizarre they allow this much of the map early on to just go into Vincent wherever they might want to take it. But on the other side, Vincent playing equally passive and not really pushing as forward as they maybe could in these situations.
Again, another slow round from Ranking.
And basically, they just wasted 60 seconds. They don't have any information except that there's no player and big connector, but that's it, you know. And yeah, it's unusual to see Ranking playing like that.
Maybe it's their way of trying to add some sort of pressure by running down the clock. It could maybe work, but at this point, they're running out of time to make their move. 50 seconds to get into the bomb site and get it planted here, and they still don't have any map control to work with. Eagles as well gets the opening pick onto Humio, and now they're already at a disadvantage on the time and the players now as well.
Kaney waiting to receive this offensive, doesn't quite land his shots, gets some util down in time though, and that's going to buy a little bit more for VINCIT Gaming to play with. Ranking are trying to charge their way into that A bomb site. They've found themselves at least the one opener onto Kaney, but C4 going down. Where's the response from VINCIT? They've more or less given the site up. They have to go for the 4-on-4 retake, which is never an easy task with the numbers as even as they are. Counter util going to get tossed on in by Ranking as well. Nevis has found the shot onto Borson. This is getting a bit messy for VINCIT Gaming. Are they faltering at the final hurdle? It seems like they are. Eagles is trying to do his best, and there are some shots coming through from GDSC as well. They've got time to play with. The defuse is on, the head is down. Where's the peak? Fatcons doesn't quite get it done. A 2v4 from VINCIT Gaming.
You just can't lose these kind of rounds.
No.
4-on-2 situation in favor of Ranking. They have A side, they have the bomb plant. I can't believe they lost this post plant.
Yeah, honestly, a crazy round, especially after Vincent gave them so much control over A. I thought surely Ranking was going to win that round, but they've got the clutch potential to make it happen, and they show it here. And now they've got a real chance to take this one away. And like I was saying earlier, it's kind of that Ranking curse. They get those 8 rounds, and then the pressure of those plays to close out that they need, even with the advantage, just aren't enough for them to get it done. And now, in their final moments, they've got to try and find a way to change things up, but they really haven't.
What a bold setup from VINCIT Gaming in this round as well. 4 players toward A, 1 over toward B, pushed aggressively. Just GDSC with the Orm holding on that side. So double sniper setup for VINCIT Gaming in this round.
I feel like it's a good setup. I mean, the last 5 rounds, they always took long A control Ranking, so the odds are pretty high that they will go there once again.
Does seem pretty likely here. They've got Borzen and Kaney ready to go on the angle, but Ice Cube actually finds Eagles earlier on from the mid tower, takes him down on the back of the A bomb site, and now they've got a 5-on-4 and a good chance to push this one for overtime.
That said, GDSC has pushed so far in the B tunnels, and he hasn't seen anything So he is really relaying all that info over to his teammates. He's saying, do not move a muscle, stay toward the A side of the map. Kaney on the off angle, needs at least one here and won't get it. Now it's onto Borson. I mean, the nade timing is good, but how can he hope to hold on to this site? He needs some assistance. And he's going to get it from Danimals. Ranking are going back toward B. GDSC in mid might be able to cut them off. This is a huge position for him to play in. And he is sending it back toward the tunnels. He's got to be prepared, though. Surely he's got to be prepared for them. The timing. He's just gotten past. Oh, what a shot onto Neves. He gets the nade down behind him as well. How on earth? Surely not again for Ranking Esports. It was such a favorable position, and they might still lose the round. 30 seconds. They're going back to A now.
It was so perfect, but still, Vincent, they've got that opportunity to take it away. 20 seconds on the clock. Ranking, they are running out of time. They're going to run into this. This is such a poor decision, and now they're just ready and waiting for them. Borzen gets the first. It's a 3-on-2. Falcon, they have no time. They have to instantly plant this bomb with just 1 second to spare. They are going to get it down, but Borzen, he's already on the flank. They've already got a player in the vents as well. They're going to have to hang on for dear life. Yumio, though, gets the first. The trade quickly there. It's all on to Fotcon. The 1-on-2. He's got the position. He's going to have to stall to perfection here to get it done, but here comes the pinch. Borzen spots him out, and even without the numbers, Vincit Gaming get it done 10-8, and they'll take this one in a 2-0 victory.
Well, Ranking Esports looking pretty stunned on the stage there after losing the 10-8 scoreline. Vincit Gaming, I mean, those last 2 rounds were absolutely criminal. I feel like they got away with so much, especially the last round, like back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And end of the day, yeah, 2-0 for Vincit Gaming. So congrats, you get your prediction right.
Congrats to Vincent, but the last one was a striking example. I mean, Ranking, they got the 2 entry kills on A side, and for some reason they decided to rotate towards B side. Didn't make sense at all in my opinion. So Ranking, they really have to learn how to play the numbers, because they always got entry kills, even on Ankara, you know. So they threw away so many rounds today, and I think Compound was actually their map. I felt like Vincent looked kind of shaky on Compound, even though it was their map pick. I felt like Vincent didn't perform that well on Compound. But yeah, I think Eagles kind of saved them today.
Yeah, I have to agree with you a little bit. I think, I mean, Carl, I'm sure you agree as well. Like Ranking, it's just another Ranking game that I've watched. It just makes me a little bit mad, you know, because like these guys,
they could do something. They could really be a devastating force, but for whatever reason, it just doesn't come together in the server. And then they're sitting on the stage just like, what is going on? How did that happen? And it's like, guys, you were so close.
Yeah, it seems to happen every time. I would love to know how many maps this team has lost on land 10-8, because it seems like every time they're in this position, it looks like they're going to close it out, but then they can't win those high-stakes rounds. They lose against the clutches. They misplay their positions. They get a little bit too overzealous to cross the finish line, and it comes back to haunt them every single time. But I'm hoping one of these days they learn from it, because they looked really strong throughout this map, especially at the beginning of it. It just came down to the wire for them, and they couldn't handle the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, on the same token, though, I think you have to look at that one as VINCIT and say, well, yeah, we won 2-0, but is there another level that we can kick ourselves into? Because I don't know if that compound pick necessarily worked out as cleanly as they would have liked it to, given that it was their map pick.
I think it didn't work out. I think maybe they prepared a lot on compound, but for some reason, like I said, it looked kind of shaky. The good news for ranking is, I mean, individually they, like Humir was stepping up to the plate, as well as Ice Cube, also Nevis on Ankara. This is the good news for them. They just need more structure. If they have more structure and a better game plan, I feel like they could have won today.
Yeah, yeah. Well, unfortunately for ranking, they didn't win today, and so they're going to have a bit of a more difficult job to go through heading into the rest of this group. And given the fact that all gamers have sort of won to start things off, and you know that's gone the way we expected it to. Vincent also picking up the win, which was again very much in line with the expectations. I guess it's fair to say that there hasn't been too many big major surprises so far at this event.
Yeah, not so far. I think it might be, you know, a couple days before we see something that really surprises us. I know the next one, BaiSha, everyone's kind of expecting them to take that one as well, but you never know what could happen here, especially in these earlier on games. We saw all gamers look a little bit shaky out of the gate. They almost faltered, but they brought it back, and this is where I think teams really have a lot to establish in day one, because it's not easy to come into this event fresh and play consistently well across a best of 3, even for the best of teams.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. I still feel like a bit of a different level to be hit for both of these two, but something that they're going to have to work on overnight. I mean, obviously big conversations to be had, I guess, especially for ranking this evening as to A, who we're playing tomorrow, and B, how we're going to approach that, because today just didn't cut the mustard.
I mean, they really have to watch this game again and again, and they just must realize we get the entry kills. It means individually we can compete probably for all teams except maybe the Chinese teams. We just have to work on like how we approach it when we got the numbers up, right? At like 5 versus 4 situation, even like 4 versus 2 situations. And for some reason, they just can't manage to close out these rounds.
Yeah, I wonder if that's just a stylistic thing that they deal with in the Vietnamese region, where like they kind of get away with that in their own region, and then when they come to play at a global competition like this against, for example, the Brazilian teams, but also the Chinese teams, the teams which are on a bit of a different level, they aren't quite able to get away with those individualistic kind of plays that, you know, obviously are kind of letting them down.
Yeah, I feel like, especially within their region, it's a very similar play style across a lot of the teams. I feel like Kara House plays even more exaggerated in kind of the same way, and they're not used to dealing with teams that are this structured. I feel like Vincent, that was their big benefit here. It felt like even if they didn't have an advantage in a situation, they knew exactly what their teammates were going to do and how to react appropriately.
A little bit calmer as well, I thought, from Vincent, right? You see them in those like 3v5s or whatever, and the 2v4s. We saw them actually win so many of those clutch rounds, and like later on in the round, it just feel like they sort of were a bit more cerebral. They kind of knew what they needed to do, whereas, I mean, the last round of the game was a great example where when it gets down to like the high pressure scenarios, ranking are just like all over the place, not 100% sure where they need to be going.
I mean, the issue for ranking is they're just making it too complicated. And GR, they got 2 entry kills in the first round in Ankara. Instead of just playing it safe, having 5 versus 3 situation, just send 2 players on A, maybe stack 3 players in GR side, play retake on B. Okay, I'm fine with that. But instead, they send Fatcon like pushing up towards base. It's a 5 versus 3 situation. It's like, what are you doing there?
But I wonder if that's a decision made by the team, or if he's just decided, I'm going to just do it.
I think he was maybe just overconfident also.
Yeah.
And again, the last round, you get 2 entry kills on A side. You have 4 players long A already, ready to execute. Why you just don't execute?
It's a good question.
It's so simple, actually, you know? Don't make it too complicated.
Yeah, hopefully they can find a way to adjust, because if they can make some minor adjustments, maybe get someone who's really keeping them more aligned strategically with what they need to do, this team could actually go a long ways. Because if you think of all these 10-8s, if they would have won like half of those games, they would have had some crazy tournament results as a team if they just figured out how to close out these situations.
I mean, this is where it really ties into that conversation we were having at the start of the day, where we're like, well, the Vietnamese teams, they could be good, but they're just not quite there yet. So anyway, we'll take a look at the match data here, and as we've said, Eagles really stepping up. Felt like in both the maps actually, 1.6 KD, and we'll actually end up getting the MVP for that last map as well. VINCIT Gaming will be very happy with his addition.
Yeah, no surprises here seeing him as that MVP, really stepping up in a big way, and I hope moving forward he continues to play this well, since the last time I saw him he was a little bit inconsistent, but he really showed a lot in this best of 3, and now we can kind of see them pulling ahead early on as the leader of this group. But obviously there's still a lot more to be said. Anubis and X-Rock will be the next match we see of this group, and I think this group's probably going to be the one where I don't see necessarily a clear front runner just yet.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight group, and that's what makes it even more painful seeing ranking go down in this game, because it does feel like the door is really open, not just to necessarily maybe top the group, but certainly to get a second or a third in the group to progress through to the next stage. But starting with a loss like that, especially a 0-2 loss, it definitely hampers your chances quite significantly.
100%. I mean, for me, the interesting part is, will VINCIT Gaming go once again for the compound pick? Because I feel like today was quite shaky, right, on compound. It didn't feel like, maybe they prepared a lot, but it felt like it was more like rankings map, right? So
Yeah. Well, that was a conversation that we even had in the draft there, where we were sort of saying, well, I mean, look, compound maybe is the choice of VINCIT, but ranking do know their way around that map. So it might be a little bit of that sort of coming into play, where ranking were actually quite comfortable on compound. We've got a pretty competitive game. End of the day, though, VINCIT walk away with the win, and so it's hard to really fault them too much. I'm sure that they'll look back at it and say we could have done better, but there's only so much negative that you can really say about a 2-0 win, right? Like, it's still a 2-0 win at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think the big question now moving forward is how this is going to set them up to play their future opponents, because I would say when I look at this group, ranking is probably the more comfortable opponent for them to go up against. Now they have to think about, how does this play us against Anubis and X-Rock, who are going to be playing on a, I would say, higher level than what we saw from ranking in today's matchup. And I think in order to beat those two teams, they're definitely going to have an elevated performance.
Could be pretty close, right, in those next couple of games.
Right, yeah, especially against X-Rock. I feel like after this match we can tell if VINCIT can maybe even have a top 4 finish here at this event. I mean, X-Rock, I think it's the first CFS appearance, right? I remember Jay, I think he was the MVP of last year's CFPL season, so I have high expectations for this guy. I remember also played against Sunny in CFPL a long time ago. But I think overall they're all playing CFS for the first time. And as you might know, the rules and guns are kind of different in CFPL.
Yeah.
So let's see how they will adapt here to the international stage. But you know, it's still a Chinese team, Chinese players.
Yeah, I was going to say, like the rest of the guys don't seem to have too much of a problem. Obviously, that's the most sort of professionalized league in the world. So as far as transitions are concerned, there's no better team necessarily to actually have a crack at CFS, obviously beyond AG and BaiSha. But I think they'll be fine. I think they'll be quite solid. But yeah, it'll be an interesting match to see how VINCIT goes against them.
Yeah, I think it'll be a good way to see how they set their pacing here. I think for them, they definitely have a more favorable group as well. They could have been thrown against, someone like Imperial, who's got a lot more confidence, I think, in a matchup like that. And when you look at, teams like Ranking going up against X-Rock, that should be a team they're pretty comfortable to beat. And I think for them, the big test is going to be what they do maybe in the later stages of the tournament, because for them, I feel like they would look at this group as a pretty good opportunity to make it out compared to what they could have had in the other two groups.
I mean, I guess speaking of the later stages of the game, how do we feel? All right, you know what? I tell you what, it looks like we've got the interview ready to go, so we might as well just hold that discussion for a later date and send it on down to the stage to see what our winners from VINCIT Gaming have to say. I believe they are standing by ready to have a chat.
Welcome back to our stage. Congratulations to VINCIT Gaming, the winners of that match. Eagles here as our MVP. Eagles, how did it feel to play against Ranking Gaming for your first match in the World Championship?
A sensação foi boa, a gente sabia que era um jogo difícil, mas a gente estava preparado e acabou que deu tudo certo.
感觉非常好，因为
I feel
这个
very
比赛
good.
非常的难，但是我们
The
准备
game
了
was
很多，
tough,
所以最后
but
我
we
们
had
的
good
比赛我们非
preparations.
常开心。
So I feel very happy about that.
In Compound, the second map, the change of sides from Blacklist to Global Risk, that seemed to turn it around for you. Why was it so helpful to you?
Sim, é importante porque a gente tinha analisado algumas jogadas deles, ou a gente viu algumas POVs deles e a gente se viu que começar a trocar o lado e poderia ser mais vantajoso para a gente nesse primeiro lado.
因为我们分析过后觉得
Because
换边之
after
后对我们的
analysis,
战术更有帮助，
the
对
switch
我
would be
们
good for our
接下来
tactics.
在比赛中进行调整更有
So
帮
we
助。
had adjustments in the following rounds.
When it came to the last round, tell us how the team were feeling and communicating when you were about to win.
Foi um round muito elétrico, porque tinha pouco tempo, o G dele matou um jogador que estava com a bomba, que estava com a C4, e acabou que a gente se juntou, ficou um bololô muito grande, mas acabou que deu tudo certo no final do round.
在最后一场比赛中，
In
我
the
们
last round,
非常急切的想要
we were
赶紧
urgent
结束这场比赛，取
to
得胜
finish
利，
the
所以
game
我
to
们
secure a
就
victory.
是凝聚
So
所有的力量，
we
希望能够
united
在
our
最后比赛
efforts
中获得胜利。
to secure the victory.
And you did secure it. One more question for you, Eagles. VINCIT Gaming are the number 2 seed here. Do you think you should have been Brazil's first seed?
Claro, todo mundo quer ser o primeiro. Eu acredito que tudo tem seu tempo e eu acredito muito nisso, meu time acredita muito nisso e a gente tem muito potencial para ser o primeiro.
谁都想成为第一名，我
Anyone
们当然
wants
也
to
想
be
成为
the
巴
first
西的第一
seed.
名。
Of course,
但
we
是
want
我
to be the
们
number
所有人都要通
number
过努力，
one.
才能够在巴西成为第
But
一
we
名。
need to make more efforts to be the first seed in Brazil.
More efforts. Looking forward to it. Obrigado, Eagles. Congratulations, VINCIT Gaming. We'll see them later on in the groups. Don't go anywhere. We'll have a short break now, and then the reigning champions, BaiSha Gaming, are up next.
Hello， 大家好，我是白沙。我和 CFS 应该是从2013年正式开始接触吧。然后13年应该是自己作为一个俱乐部的管理者，参与了 S1的一个赛季。然后 S2是当了一个选手，临时去打了一届。然后再到后面的话，其实一直就是一个解说的身份。对于我个人而言，其实整个的 CF 职业生涯，包括经营俱乐部、做俱乐部，其实我的荣誉并没有很多。我从12年 CPL S1是拿到了 CPL 的冠军，然后在紧接着13年的这样的一个CFS S2的时候，是拿到了一个世界亚军。紧接着我是从 CPL S4就开始退役转居幕后。 然后去经营管理俱乐部。我觉得这么多年一直没有拿到总冠军，我们的队伍其实最大的原因还是我个人感觉是我们自己吧，因为其实要拿冠军不是说碰碰运气，或者说就是简简单单嘴上说而已，因为确实要具备了很多的因素吧，不管是选手能力方面、团队的这个能力方面、各方面，还有包括俱乐部的运营方面，就是大家很多的东西夹杂在一起，才能就是有这样的机会去拿世界冠军。我觉得可能前面这些年确实我自己做的也不好，然后我们队伍啊、选手的个人能力、队伍的整体，包括管理各方面都可能差了一些吧。但是这2年确实，我个人觉得我们俱乐部也做得越来越好了，越来越专业了吧。所以去年呢也有幸去冲了一下这次这个 CFS 的世界冠军，所以我觉得就是这个东西都是相辅相成的。去年年底，我们队伍的选手加上我们的教练加上我们的管理，大家都是团结一致吧，然后就是我觉得是发挥出了就是超出了自己平常的这种实力，然后拿到当时就是特别是决赛那一天，就是3比1拿下的时候，我感觉我自己都惊呆了，都有点就是兴奋的，就是嗨的，就是已经不知道用言语怎么去形容了。
吃过了。今天啊，非常紧张啊，又到今天比赛日了啊，淘汰赛。
今年 CFS 落地中国，对于卫冕冠军的话，信心肯定是有，希望今年还有机会去夺得 CFS 的世界冠军。
No kill just yet, but they're just going to go ahead and push right through. HDZ, what a headshot, gets the come out for a kill, and he's going to find it. HDZ finds flank timing coming out from BQ. Here comes the double peek onto this. They certainly need it at this point. Horus starts it off with another double kill. Penguin Grab trying to force their way into the catwalk, but look at the nade and the follow-up scene. Again, holding on here to the back of A. FaZe and Creeds, though, come through with the answer on the catwalk. Creeds be ready. Yes, he is. Creeds. Just going right off the back of it. Travis, though, good for a first here. Still hanging on to the generators in the back of sight.
On TV coming through, which is Foxy does happen to get down there, and the box trying to pick off Shrimp, but Shrimp is having none of that.
Cage really trying to dance around it. Gets the first. Can he get the second? Though good for 2 on the back of site 40. Down to the...
That was their biggest mistake so far in this game. I mean, I know we're only 2 rounds in, and Rolly taking the pot shots from the back. He needs to stay alive because
completely shut him out of position. He's taken down, but Fair manages to get 2 picks here on the side of Anubis. But look at him here on the B tunnels. Good for a first, good for a second. Q.
Here, Doom making one of his own piece, and I mean, it all comes down to bring it down to it. Take him out, and he does. But here we go.
Be a lot harder though, because everyone from Alpha is coming out swinging, but he's gonna get it anyways. Slayer.
It's really all gonna be up to Weedy here. What can he do?
Rounds they got a little too aggressive, but Snox, he's gonna get the first here on the A push. Awesome swings in for more.
Every now and then, he's still got the shot. He's still got what it takes.
Unleashed trying to force his way back in.
And they get the opening pick in the mid here on the 7 instantly. But here we go. Drive push. Nope.
Down here does a lot of damage. Look at the cover.
A fast take here on A, so I'll finish up my shot later.
This is 3 kills on the board. Horus though, nice gamble play gets the other guy.
They know they're doubles here, and yes, look at that. But we're seeing a pitch coming in here from GR spawn.
Well, here comes the counter flash. Travis gonna be hit by 1 on his own, but Travis good for 1. Travis good for 2. Travis gets the triple kill. Can he get any more? It may not matter. Slayer, he's
through the corner. Travis, he's got 3 people lined up, and a quick push into Hotel. The Goodfellas, are they gonna have what it takes to take on CRS? No, he gets 2. Make it 3. What he's giving you, but Barry here with a little work behind the train.
But I'll reflag, and what is this? MK, it's gonna be crucial. Fair holding on.
When the pitch coming in on bottom, you know what, Spox? He's also doing what he needs to do here. Just taking the earth up with vital kills on the rain going for that for aggression in the barn. Just like that. But Creeds, the track boys, he needs to get at least 2. He does capitalize on the one first one right off the bat. Oh, he does get it in the 3rd. He is shutting down this person all by his quick from the side of GP. It is not going at all well for them. Oh my word, a triple kill going to the way of VINCIT. Look,
all it takes fair as well. Finding Slayer, but Spoxy being alive too long could be dangerous. He finds one, finds the quick onto the second, and he's still alive here to fight. Dipsy gets the third. It's all on the snare. It's a 4K from Spoxy to close it up.
Hello and welcome back to CFS 2023 Grand Finals. We are here for the third match of the night. It is going to be BaiSha Gaming up against 3BL Esports. I'm Valdez, with me is Seven joining us here today, and ZZXQ once again. You probably saw them in the second match if you were watching. And we're going to be getting into this third one. This is definitely another one that feels like we have a distinguished favorite who won last year in BaiSha, and then a team who's kind of a challenger who has struggled to find a lot of success in these grand finals so far, but have been here. What do you guys think about this matchup coming up?
I mean, pressure is on for 3BL. The last 2 years they didn't perform well, so I expect more from them this year. I mean, obviously, like playing against the former world champion your first match is also kind of unlucky, and I think they're also in very great shape. They played very good in the qualifiers, so yeah. Most likely, let's be honest, it's gonna be 2-0, but yeah, let's see.
What do you think?
Yeah, I tend to agree here. I feel like BaiSha is going to be one of the more dominant teams in this group stage. I feel like All Gamers, compared to them, is more willing to give up maps earlier on, but BaiSha, I feel like they're just going to come out of this group without a map lost.
Yeah, it does feel that way. And before we go any farther, do want to throw out a big thanks to our sponsors once again. Shout out to Alienware for all of the accessories, the gaming gear that we have here, the monitors, the computers, pretty much everything. They have helped to support this entire tournament, so shout out to them, and as well as our other sponsor.
Yeah, shout out to Morphling as well, the official gaming chair sponsor of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. Morphling, just fantastic chairs for whether you're a heavy competitor or if you're just looking for something casual to enjoy, so be sure to check them out.
Yeah, definitely pretty cool to have these sponsors joining us, and of course shout out to Smilegate and VSPO for putting on the whole show, as well as Crossfire. So great show we have going. This is only day one, and we are getting into the third match of the day. So BaiSha Gaming up against 3BL. I remember BaiSha throughout their run last year was insanely dominant to see what they were able to do. But you guys can see here that these teams have not faced off in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think 3BL, they always played against All Gamers at CFS and basically had no chance, but maybe, yeah, let's see. Maybe a better performance against BaiSha. The problem is, BaiSha, I know they have N9, probably the best AK in the world these days. Then they have Xiao, in my opinion, the best sniper rifle as well. So, like, let's be honest, like 3BL, they need an A game, you know, and all 5 players have to step up to even win just one map. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the predictions here. This time, nobody went for the underdog, not even Kyle. So, also going for BaiSha here. And that's not a surprise, as you were saying, Seven. They have a couple of the best in their roles, of which there are pretty much only 2 in terms of different types of guns. 3BL as well. They kind of struggled to make it into this tournament in the first place. Getting the 3rd seed. They did kind of handily take that 3rd seed, but to be the 3rd seed from this region that hasn't been one of the more dominant regions over the years has been a little bit of a struggle. So, what do you think they need to do if they are going to challenge BaiSha tonight?
It's tough. I feel like even bringing their best game, this is going to be an extremely difficult one to overcome. I feel like they do have some pretty solid team play. I'd be looking to a player like Horus to really have to pop off to make this one happen. But this is also a team that's come into this event with a lot of roster changes throughout the year. They had a lot of trouble deciding earlier on in the season whether it was going to be JWoww as their starter or Hunt. Ultimately, they've got Hunt here for the event, which I think could help them out a bit, but it's still going to be a tough uphill battle when you look at the roster you're up against here, and I feel like even playing their best, I would say it's going to be a tough one to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember Hunt was with the squad when they actually did qualify, and perhaps they just want to keep this same squad together and make it work. JWoww's been good in years past, of course, and has been good. So, Seven, you've been kind of in this position in the past. How does it feel for those guys when they're about to face one of these like juggernauts of the scene?
I mean, I faced BaiSha this year in Vietnam at the CFS Summer Championship.
Yeah.
And I also played them like the last couple of years as well. And this year, for some reason, it felt like they're playing a whole different game. Like basically my team, let's be honest, we didn't have any chance. So
and you guys are really good.
Yeah. And so I hope 3BL can do better. I think it's also interesting that 3BL, like Hunt and Penguin, they have like 2 brothers on the squad.
Yeah.
Like personally, I couldn't play with my brother. There's a lot of potential for conflicts, I guess.
Yeah.
So let's see if they sort it out. But I feel like the key player for 3BL is Alucard. Like he has the biggest carry potential. The last 2 years, he was playing okay, but didn't step up too much at the international stage so far. If he steps up, they have maybe a shot to win one map today.
Yeah, I do agree in terms of like one guy who's kind of shown that clutch potential. Like when if everything is on the line, he's like 1v3 and he'll like somehow clutch and do these crazy things. So definitely need him to step up. I like your shout out for Horus as well. I feel like he's really developed over the years as like probably their best rifler on the team and has been very dependable over the last couple of years. So that's been really good to watch as well.
Yeah, I feel like in this one, everyone's got to bring their A game to the table to step up to it. But Alucard, the big scary one on the other side, is going to be him pairing against Xiao in this matchup, because for a first head-to-head in that sniper duel, you're looking at probably the toughest opponent in this tournament to go up against. So he really has a lot to prove there.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about like Xiao versus Alucard, but also we were talking about earlier today when All Gamers was playing what Xiao did to All Gamers.
Yeah.
Which was like something like 24-2.
Yeah,
I mean, that shouldn't even be possible, especially against a team of that caliber in CHENGDU ALL GAMERS. But yeah, if he's able to do it against one of the other Chinese teams, I would imagine that up against 3BL, he might even be more confident. Do you think there's any room for... We saw like CHENGDU ALL GAMERS were a little bit overconfident in their first map against LCK. Do you think maybe... well, we'll have to hold this question because we are going to head to the stage in just a moment here to hear from our wonderful host, Matt Andrews, to introduce our two teams that will be playing in this third match of the night, the final match tonight.
Now at the CFS 2023 Grand Finals, it's 3BL Esports from Egypt against the reigning world champions, BaiSha Gaming. Welcome to the stage, representing Egypt, 3BL Esports. Todzin, Horus, Penguin, Hunt, and Alucard are 3BL. And the world champions from the CFS 2022 Grand Finals, BaiSha Gaming. Xiao, Baby, CZY, N9, and 577 are BaiSha Gaming. The third matchup of today from the CFS 2023 Grand Finals is about to begin. Teams, get ready to compete to conquer.
And compete to conquer they will. Thank you, Matt Andrews, for introducing our two teams that will be playing in this third match of the night. BaiSha Gaming, as you mentioned, winning in 2022. They've only reached somewhat of another level, as you were saying, Seven. Do you think they're going to win it again? Do you think they're going to get the back-to-back victory?
I feel like overall, even though All Gamers didn't look too strong on Subbase today, I feel like All Gamers will win CFS this year. This is just my prediction, my feeling. I mean, like, to be fair, BaiSha, they changed the roster, right before this tournament. Like, there are two roster changes. They had, before this event, they had X-Colin and what's the other player? Like, they bring in CZY and Baby. Like, Baby was playing for BaiSha last year as well, and Wunan left the team. Man, he's a sub player now. So I'm interested. Like, it's gonna be interesting how this change will work out for them or not. I feel like my advice for 3BL would be avoid playing Subbase and Ankara like you mentioned before, right? Like Xiao had an insane performance this year at the event in Vietnam on Ankara, and Subbase he dropped like 25 kills on both maps, something like that. Against All Gamers, the second best Chinese team. So this, like if they pick Subbase or Ankara, I think this wouldn't be a good idea for 3BL.
Yeah, and it's rough because you only get one ban to start, so it's like, well, you got to choose, you know, pick your poison, maybe hope that perhaps BaiSha ban one of those maps as well, although pretty unlikely at this point. And, you know, I'm already bigging up BaiSha, talking about like, oh, they might just win it again, but this is just their first match. So there's still a lot of time, a lot of things that can happen, and potentially for 3BL to come in. Are they going to do it? Are they going to challenge BaiSha? Will they take a map? Let's start there. Are they going to take a map off of BaiSha?
I think a lot of it depends on how the ban picks go. I feel like there's probably only a couple maps that 3BL would have an okay chance at contesting, and even then, if BaiSha's done their homework, they're probably not going to get a good chance to see either of those. So I feel like in the position they're in right now, 3BL is just going to have to hope that maybe BaiSha's a little off their game, and not only that, bring some of their best performances to date as well.
Yeah, so 3BL, definitely the ban pick is going to be very important. Is there a certain map that you guys might want to see them pick that they might have a decent chance against BaiSha on, like something that they're really strong on, perhaps that BaiSha is weak on, if that exists?
That's a good question. I mean, the problem for 3BL is they have a main ban, which is Eagle Eye, which makes it even more difficult. But I feel like the only map where they could contest BaiSha might be Port, and I'm pretty sure that also 3BL will pick Port. And most likely BaiSha, the main map is Compound, so I feel like most likely you're gonna see Compound, Port. Last map could be maybe Black Widow. But let's be honest, if BaiSha will perform as usual, it's gonna be very tough for 3BL to even get one map, even get like more than 6-7 rounds, I feel like.
Yeah, but you know, you could say for 3BL, maybe with some of the roster changes, or perhaps that it is the first match of the tournaments. You know, BaiSha, they've looked good and they've won tournaments, but perhaps to start off, you know, they might drop a set here or there. So maybe this is the best shot, you know, where 3BL are coming in. They've maintained pretty much the same roster. They've got Hunt in there, but maybe that's enough to get them across the line.
Yeah, I feel like in this position, I would rather play the Chinese team first than last in the group stage, maybe catch them when they're not quite as warmed up. There's not much on the line compared to a decider match as well. So I feel like for them, there's nothing really to lose in just kind of throwing everything out there, playing a little bit risky at times against this team, because BaiSha's not really going to think of them as a major threat in this head-to-head. So I feel like 3BL has a lot of room to play with here.
Yeah, absolutely. You could even say that BaiSha might be hiding strats, or maybe trying to play it a little bit softer to not tip off some of the maybe stronger teams that they have in the group. Have you ever met that kind of experience where you feel like a team is kind of playing you softly because maybe they want to like save their strategies or something like that in a tournament?
That's a good question. I think this year at CFS in Vietnam, I felt like BaiSha, like when they had the momentum, they were leading like 7-2, 8-2. Of course, it's unnecessary to show your best strategies, right? Because you know later you're probably gonna face AG, maybe Imperial, maybe Cover House. So I feel like I would also suggest them, right? If you're leading like 6-2, 6-1, and you have the momentum, just play simple CF, because individually you have the better players anyway. So it doesn't make too much sense to reveal everything you have, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I was listening to you guys in the last cast talking about how it felt like ranking esports were so close and they had so many good opportunities, and they were like, okay, now we're just going to like pull out and not do that, you know? So I hope that at least we can see the best from both teams, and we don't get any, you know, shortcomings or anything like that. But yeah, still waiting for this first match to start, this first map. We haven't even gotten into the ban pick yet, actually. So still waiting to see what maps we are going to be playing here. And so a question, if there is one team in this tournament that isn't All Gamers, is there a specific team in mind, maybe like a dark horse that could potentially win it all if it isn't one of these two teams?
I would say maybe Pacific Makta is the one I would look at. I
thought
feel
you were
like
going to say X-Rock. I'm like,
I mean, X-Rock, I feel like they have potential, but coming in with none of their players really having CFS experience, I think makes it really hard to take down either AG or BaiSha. But I feel like Pacific, they've got the experience. They've just got to show it here. They've shown they could be a top 4 contender several times in history. They've even won one of the invitationals before in their past, and they have a lot of that core lineup still today. They've just been pretty inconsistent in their recent showings, but if they bring their A game, that's definitely a team I could see going all the way.
Yeah, what about you, Seven?
I agree. It could be Pacific Magda because I think individually, they have Aldrin, one of the best AKs in the world, I think, also Revenge. I mean, these guys, to be fair, in 2018 summer, they were the best team in the world, Pacific Magda, and they have one advantage. They're in the Philippines, so they can actually practice with Chinese teams, which is a big advantage, obviously. I'm from Germany. When we practice, we usually practice with Egyptian teams, maybe Turkish teams. So, of course, if you want to become better, you better practice with the best teams in the world, right?
Yeah.
So same goes for the Vietnamese teams. So I think the only issue for the Filipino teams, or especially for Pacific Magda, is sometimes they're lacking cohesion and team play, because individually, sometimes it feels like they're on the same level like the Chinese teams. Even at the event in Vietnam, they played an overtime match on Ankara against AG. But yeah, I mean, team play-wise, they have to step up heavily if they want to have a shot.
Yeah, it's definitely very true. I would feel like over the course of a tournament that's this long as well, I mean, this is like a 11-day tournament, I believe, in terms of actual event days. Like, I would feel like you learn a lot over the course of an event as well. I've heard this in many other esports as well as Crossfire, that teams will come out of it and say, like, hey, we learned so much over the course of this event. Like, we didn't do very well, like we got 8th place or something, but at least we got to practice a lot with the Chinese teams or some of the other teams, the other regions, and that gave us a lot of good perspective over, you know, our gameplay, and we feel like we came out better on the opposite side of that. So perhaps maybe that's the angle for one of these teams. You know, you were talking about facing BaiSha first, so maybe they can say, hey, we faced BaiSha, we learned so much, yeah, maybe we got wrecked, or maybe we took a map, and perhaps they can bounce off of that.
Yeah, I think in this position it makes the rest of the group almost feel a little bit easier, even if they have a hard time against BaiSha. It can help warm them up for what's to come and really give them a shot at the very least to get one of those positions through to the next stage.
Well, guys, we're still waiting for the ban pick of this third match that we do have here. We did talk a bit about the maps and about how probably not sub-base or Ankara, but also Compound's pretty strong for BaiSha, so a lot of strong picks over there. Is there anything, you know, if you're 3BL, is there going to be like is there like a favorite map for you that you would say like, oh, this is my favorite map to kind of throw a team off guard? Like, maybe they don't ban Eagle Eye and they first pick Eagle Eye to like really throw a wrench into the gears. Is that really like a strategy you would utilize in Crossfire, or do you feel like it's kind of just play your strengths?
I mean, it would have been smart to prepare Eagle Eye against BaiSha, because I feel like BaiSha is not that strong in Eagle Eye. They're just, of course, they're still the best team in the world. They're still good on Eagle Eye. But I talked to 3BL already. They didn't prepare Eagle Eye, so we will not see Eagle Eye today, unfortunately. I think Port is still a good pick, because if you have good executes on Port, even though the other team is individually far ahead of you, you can still get some rounds on Blacklist. And if you get like 3 to 4 rounds on Blacklist, it just can be enough to close it around, because it's heavily GR-sided, right? And also 3BL told me they were practicing against all gamers the last couple of days, and on Port they had some close results. I think they lost like 8 to 10, they told me. And also Hunt popping off. I mean, he's just 17 years old. Also in the qualifiers, he was doing a great job. I mean, many people in the West doubted him, but he was doing an insane job. I was also very impressed, honestly.
Yeah.
So maybe, yeah, let's see if he can step up to the plate today as well.
Yeah, I think that's a good angle too, where you've got some of the new players coming in, like I would assume the 2 new players that joined BaiSha aren't exactly new, but at least they're kind of like a undiscovered quantity within this, you know, within this roster. Like, you've been working with a 5-man unit for so long, and then if you switch it up at the last moment, that can be detrimental. But also, in the case of Hunt, it could be something big, because he's like a new, very young talent. He could be the next big thing. Like, we don't really know, so maybe that's enough to get them across the line.
Yeah, it could be. I feel like for them, it's just going to be getting through those early game jitters and having that same confidence we saw out of a team like LCK earlier. They just played like they would online here, and I feel like for 3BL, that's kind of how they've got to approach this. They can't overthink it because they're playing a strong opponent. They got to play to their own strengths and know what works well for them.
Well, guys, it seems like we have some extra time, so I'm going to go ahead and bring in the map ban pick. So that's, we had some extra time, but now we don't. So we are getting into the map ban pick, and we will get to see what maps are coming out here. So this is pretty exciting. You know, we talked a lot about this with, you know, sub-base, Ankara, Compound, maybe the Port to come out here for the side of 3BL. But now we get to see it in the flesh. It's actually happening.
Usually BaiSha would ban Mexico. 99% sure. So 3BL will ban Eagle Eye. That's kind of obvious. Otherwise,
well, you've spoiled that for us already.
I'm sorry, but maybe they were surprises, but unlikely.
Maybe they were keeping it a secret until the very end to surprise even Seven. But we're definitely going to see in just a moment what they do ban, as it is 3BL with first ban and first pick. There's the Eagle Eye ban, as we were expecting.
Yeah, BaiSha, I agree. I think Mexico is going to be an easy ban for them. It was the only map they lost in Vietnam to a non-Chinese team. They dropped that to Vasco, so for them, I think they see it as one of their weaker points in a map they generally want to avoid. 3BL, I think Port is a good expectation on their end. BaiSha, I think they could go with anything left and be pretty comfortable. I'm curious, though, to see if they take a risk, but BaiSha actually banning Ankara, that's a little bit of a surprise. Maybe they actually want the Mexico.
Yeah, that surprised me as well. I think the issue now with 3BL is, even if they pick Port, of course, it might be a good map for them, they have to start on Blacklist, you know, and this is kind of scary against BaiSha, because if BaiSha has momentum at the beginning of the match, it could be like easily like a 5 or 6-0 lead, you know.
Do you ever pivot here and just pick Mexico and say like, well, we didn't exactly prepare it, but we know you're kind of weak, so maybe we can kind of poke at you guys a little bit? Well, the answer is there. The answer is no.
I think it would have been a good idea, honestly, to pick Mexico. Because, you know, today you have nothing to lose. You play against a former world champion. Like, to be fair, like 3BL, they have to beat Pacific Mark, maybe Imperial to advance to the playoffs. Today is just more like an extra game, I feel like, for them. Because no one expects that they even win a map. So they have nothing to lose. There shouldn't be any pressure.
Yeah, well, they are starting out on Blacklist side, as you mentioned, 7. To be expected, so, and there's that compound pick. It was available, and BaiSha say, well, we're really good on this map, so we might as well just pick it up, as it was not banned. 3BL, they had to ban out the Eagle Eye. That's their main ban, as you were saying, and so that will leave one of BaiSha's, if not their strongest map available.
Yeah, I feel like at this point for 3BL, I'm not quite sure what they'll ban here. I'm guessing they want to leave Mexico on the table for that map 3 if they can draw it. BaiSha, I don't know if they're necessarily afraid of playing it here. I feel like for them it might even be good to get in front of it if they know it's going to be in the best of 5s later on, knowing it was a weaker point earlier in the year for them, because I feel like this is a team, even if things don't go perfectly, they could still probably swing a win on Mexico.
Yeah, it's definitely a big question here for us, but Penguin seems pretty confident in his choice, immediately pointing at one of the maps, so we'll get to see what he does ban it. It is sub-base, so going to leave either Mexico or Black Widow here, and it's BaiSha's choice, essentially, which one of those 2 maps they get to play.
It would surprise me if they really play Mexico today, BaiSha. Or maybe they're just so confident, they're like, oh, we're going to win 2-0 anyway. Yeah. The third map doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I think if you're playing it safe, just ban Mexico, and that they will. There is even an argument to say, like, we're going to show Mexico and we're going to win on it if we have to, and then say, hey, we're not actually that weak on it, or maybe try to give that impression to other teams. But instead they just say, no, we don't want to play Mexico, and it will be Black Widow, of course, as the last remaining map. So we will see that if BaiSha does drop one of these maps. And just like in the LCK versus CHENGDU All Gamers matchup, the first map is picked by LCK, or 3BL in this case, and it's their map pick, and they could have a strong showing to start us off, and it's really going to show us whether or not 3BL will have a chance at all in the series, I would say.
Yeah, I think the tough part is what Seven was mentioning, just being on that BL side first really is an uphill battle on this map, especially knowing you're going to have Xiao across the map on that GR side to deal with. He's the person they have to show early on in this one they can shut down.
Well, you can see the guys on 3BL are in good spirits for now. A lot of smiles, a lot of excitement, no doubt. What does it feel like to just be in that seat and it's like your first series and you're about to face a really strong team?
It usually feels great, but after a couple of rounds, sometimes it doesn't feel that great anymore. Yeah. Especially if your enemy team is called either All Gamers or BaiSha. But yeah, it's always fun to play on stage.
Yeah.
At the most prestigious tournament here at CFS.
Yeah. What about if we start off really strong? Like LCK, they were, I think it was like 3-1 in the first couple of sets. Do you like begin to believe immediately? You're like, we can do this. We can beat these guys.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is the most important thing. If you have like a momentum, then it feels like you just play against like an average team online, you know? It just feels the same, or like maybe like a practice match. And then you can really feel like, okay, we can actually beat them. I think also important now, the most important thing for 3BL is to not go for single peaks, just group up, go for executes, and try to rush like as a unit, you know? This is, I think, the most important factor now. Problem for 3BL, I think, is BaiSha like to play aggressive on global risk and go for info plays. Because they know the only risk is here for BaiSha. If they play too passive, if they just play standard setups, this could be a problem for them. But yeah, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I feel like 3BL, especially on the BL side, they're going to have to be a little bit more aggressive than I'm used to seeing out of them against BaiSha. I know a lot of the times in the West League, this is one of those teams that played a little bit too slow at times for my liking, and it comes back to hurt them quite a bit. I feel like if they're aggressive as a unit, this could work really well for them against BaiSha early on, and maybe even catch them off guard, because I feel like BaiSha, they almost want teams to be afraid of them and play that way against them. It gives them that advantage of that kind of fear in their opponents, and if you meet them kind of at their level, a little bit fearless, it can play to your advantage quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what LCK did at the top of the day, right? They came out really aggressively. They ran at CHENGDU ALL GAMERS, and they said, we're just going to beat you. We're going to outplay you. We're going to be more aggressive than maybe you would expect. And it kind of caught them off guard. It gave them enough rounds to at least tie things up, bring it to an overtime, and give themselves a chance to actually challenge them and to make them feel like they belong and to have a chance of actually winning the map, which they did. It took a while. It took them 25 rounds, but they did get there, did LCK. As Penguin's going to have a little pray moments, perhaps. A little meditation before the match. Any rituals you have, Seven, before a big match?
Usually good sleep for me is the most important thing, especially I usually have jet lag issues when I travel to China or overseas. Then healthy food, I try my best at least. Doesn't always work out.
Yeah.
And yeah, just be in a good mood, listening to good music, talking to my team, just also having fun, like not taking it everything like too seriously sometimes, you know. Just having a good talk, laughing together, and then just try your best.
Enjoying the experience, you know. This is kind of like a once a year or twice a year kind of situation, you know, going to an international tournament. How about you, Kyle? Do you you have any special rituals before you do your thing?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
Just full send it. Just full send it. That's the way.
Yeah, just wing it.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I hope we can wing it into this first map in just a moment, as it looks like the players mostly have their headsets on. That's a good sign that we should be getting into this one momentarily. Pretty excited for this first map of Port, because, I think it's really just going to dictate how the series is going to go. I would be very surprised if BaiSha dominate on Port, and then 3BL somehow come back and dominate on Compound. Like, that just doesn't feel normal. Like, I could see 3BL having a really good map, and then, like, BaiSha having a really strong map too, but I'm not sure about the latter.
I think winning Compound against BaiSha sounds super unlikely to me. If they want to have a shot, they have to win Port and then just hope for Black Widow at the end. But usually I think the win rate from BaiSha on Compound is like probably 98% or something like that at international tournaments. So like even All Gamers, you know, you can tell like All Gamers, their main ban is Compound, and it feels like they're already prepared for the final maybe against BaiSha, because they just don't want to play Compound against BaiSha. Because last year they had this nightmare on Compound when BaiSha won against them and secured first place here at CFS.
I remember. Was quite the match. BaiSha really essentially deciding in front of everybody that they were the best team. Like in that moment, that was kind of the big moments where we all kind of realized it. And well, we might see it again in this first match. We actually definitely will see at least that map for set number 2 of this match. So will be fun to actually get a look, maybe a taste. I hope that BaiSha actually full send it on that map, but they don't hold back, you know, because at the end of the day, you got to be confident. You're like the defending world champs. Do you really have to hide strats against All Gamers or any other team? I feel like they know them well enough, you know.
Yeah, I feel like BaiSha, especially with the group they're in, they're really not going to hold back and should be looking at multiple 2-0s on the horizon. It's really just going to come down to if they get a little bit too overconfident, start making those small mistakes, that can kind of compile against them, because even though they did win CFS last year, compared to All Gamers, they did give up a lot of maps in the group stage, so we'll see what happens.
Well, we will get to see what happens here as the game is starting right now. We're moving into port for our first map of the match. It is going to be BaiSha Gaming up against 3BL. And this will be the first match for both of these teams moving into this grand finals. Let's see who's going to get the go-ahead victory on this first map of ports.
Starting things off here on the BL side, it's going to be 3BL going for a lot of early mid presence here. 4 players of their team already working that A connector control, sending Totson quickly into position to maybe even jump out and contest here on that A bomb side. A nice nade comes over the top, does about 20 onto him, but still nothing major just yet. BaiSha, though, putting a lot of attention early on towards that A long position, but 3BL taking their time.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of teams from the GR side, if they do want to get aggressive, they might send like one person to go push out on A long, or a couple, or even more in that B room, right? To try to control that area, deny the blacklist from ever getting any kind of stance on that side of the map.
BaiSha playing quite aggressive here for info plays like that, and 9 on B, then just 5-7-7 spotting A connector. They really want to make sure that 3BL just can't go for full unexpected executes. This is, I think, the main thing what I want to avoid here in this matchup, which is pretty smart, I think.
Yeah, it'll definitely give you a good foundation, just to make sure that 3BL don't get any kind of sneaky wins or sneaky pushes off without your awareness. As 3BL, they have answered the call by just chilling out and waiting. And actually, it's going to be 5-7-7 who peeks up in a connector and gets the first kill. And now, Xiao not going to hit that shot. Totson actually gets the one on CZY. Has a little bit of pressure out here on A long, but not essentially pushing in. The C4 is actually going into B. They've taken over B entirely, as BaiSha have rotated entirely over here onto the A site, as it should be a plant coming in here in just a moment for the side of 3BL.
Yeah, the downside here, though, is they still have lost a lot of players in the process. Alucard and Hunt left in a 2v4 situation. They may have the angles here, but they've got to set it up in a way where BaiSha isn't able to trade out here on the retake. But the timing seems to be on point for BaiSha. They've got 3 players now grouped up in the B tunnels, ready to attack, and 9 on the flank as well. Alucard able to find one. It's not going to be enough, though. N9 finishes the job, and it will be a 1-0 to start things off for BaiSha.
Interesting fake here from 3BL. I just felt like they lost too many players here in this A connector area. But yeah, not a bad attempt from them.
Yeah, it was a pretty nice idea. I think, you know, you got to go full out if you're 3BL. You got to bring out all the crazy strategies or just the tricky ones. And they did do a little bit of trickery here with, you know, kind of the double push, but you're actually moving towards B. And yeah, just a couple of people getting picked off there as they were going in. Means that it's a pretty easy retake for the side of BaiSha. So a good start for them, as peeking out here on the bridge is 5-7-7. He did get the one, but it's now essentially 3-for-1 stage here for the side of 3BL, who are actually in the lead now.
Yeah, great trade setup in mid for 3BL to make sure they got the advantage out of that one, but when you're up against N9 and Xiao, it's certainly not a guaranteed win just yet. Even in the 2-on-4 they've created for themselves. Xiao now rotating into mid. The extra support here, but they don't have a whole lot of map control to work with. You can see they kind of just decide to switch positions, but N9 through the box, able to find one already onto Horus. Totson trying to sneak into position, but they actually have a decent pinch here. Xiao on the bridge. N9 finds himself a second. N9 surely not more from this position, but they still haven't found a way to contest him. You can see here, another one goes down and spawn to Xiao, and already Alucard is left alone. It doesn't matter. The 2v4 goes to BaiSha.
I mean, how are you going to crack that shell? It's just the 2 of them, right? But it is the 2 names that you were talking about, Seven. They just calm it down. They wait back and spawn, and they say, okay, come at us. And one by one, and 9 gets a couple of picks and makes it possible. And then they made it look like they were actually the favored ones in that 2v4.
Right, yeah. I mean, this is why these 2 players are known as the best players in the world maybe right now. I mean, it felt like a 4 versus 4, right? Even though it was a 4 versus 2. I mean, if you press tab and you see like, oh, Xiao and the 9 are still alive, you know, it's like bad news for you.
Or at least it's going to be a lot more challenging. I think it is a little bit more damning than normal than, you know, maybe you can lose a 2v4, but also it didn't even look like they landed a single shot onto the two of them. So making it look easy was N9 and Xiao. We'll see if they can keep up this level of play so far. That one looked pretty good for 3BL, you know, getting a couple of pickoffs before the map even really began, or at least the round. And so just not able to put the nail in the coffin on that one. We'll have to hope they don't lose their edge after the result of that.
Yeah, I mean, those are the type of rounds, if you're 3BL, you've really got to be able to hold on to, because it just gives BaiSha even more momentum in this map to work with. And you can see there, maybe already taking down Totson, getting that early advantage over to BaiSha this time around. And now, in the 4-on-5, they've got to find a way to carve a new path and get this bomb somehow onto either site. But now they are favoring back towards the A bomb site, having a couple players trying to scout things out in mid. But BaiSha, they've got a really good spread here, and nothing easily to crack.
And we have here 5-7 of the key position here under a connector, waiting patiently. I don't think they will check this position.
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky one. He was waiting for the push that didn't actually come through, and now, especially when you're up a member, you can kind of just stand on the bridge and say, are you going to rotate or not? And they immediately know, and that just sparks CCY to just pop out a B and get a pick off, and now it's 5v3 all of a sudden. And yes, you've done a little bit of damage to Xiao, but he's the sniper, so not really going to stick as well. And now you're kind of cornered here as 3BL.
A tough spot to be in. You can see they want to go for the double peek here, and it's going to work out. CZY and N9 finding one apiece. Alucard left in a 1 versus 5 situation. He's already been spotted, taken down to 17, make it a kill there for Baby as he finds his second on the round. And BaiSha so far making things look pretty easy for themselves on the GR side.
Right, yeah. I mean, usually, you know, 3BL, they like to go for fast executes. So I'm not sure why they're changing their playstyle here. Because I think this is the most important thing. Like, if you play CFS, don't change your playstyle too much, you know? Don't have too much respect, even though it's BaiSha maybe the best team in the world, yeah? But yeah.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree, Seven. This time they did run into B room just to be met with the rifles of BaiSha as they mow them down. This is looking like a pretty quick 4-0 in round score, unless Alucard can 1v5. That's not going to happen. He does get the 1. But BaiSha pretty simply, you know, they've been controlling that room pretty well, and this time they push out just as 3BL are pushing in. And you could see that a couple of backs were turned as they were trying to flash into the room and entry, but you saw that BaiSha were just so ready for the push.
Yeah, the way they play in the B tunnels is just so hard to get through, and if they keep it up here on the side of BaiSha, we're looking at a really big first half for themselves. But 3BL on the other side, it just seems like there's not a whole lot of cohesion in how they're playing. They're trying to get these individual plays to work out, but it's just consistently not working out in their favor, and they're finding themselves almost every single round in a numbers down situation to start it off. And even the one round they did have, they lost it by making individual plays in that 4-on-2. So I'm hoping they can find a way to get the strategies a little bit more together as a team, and maybe there's a chance they can make this one at least a little bit closer.
I mean, what's interesting for me, like most teams, they would play with just 2 players on A and maybe 1 or 2 players on B. But for some reason, BaiSha at the beginning of the round, they sent always 3 players towards A side. Even now, they have 3 players on A side, because they know we have N9 on B side. And it's probably enough to hold B machine room. And like I said, he's playing quite aggressively, so he got information, long B is clear. So the rest of the team is stacking A side.
Yeah, and you can see 3BL, they're pushing out. They are making an execution, but they're kind of backing away. It kind of reminds me of the way that Ranking Esports were playing on the last map of Compound, where it's like you're getting in. At least they were getting value when they were doing it, you know? Like Ranking Esports, they were getting a couple of picks, and they were just like pulling out, running away immediately. Whereas 3BL, you know, they're throwing in 3 frags and then just kind of chilling. Or they're like throwing 3 flashes into B room, not taking that area of the map. So it feels like maybe their head is in the right place. They have like these set plays, but they're not really committing to them. So I feel like at the end of the day, maybe their head is not in the right place when it does come to actually committing to the play.
At this point, though, 3BL, they're running out of time. 30 seconds to actually full commit here. They're going to be going right into N9 on this off angle. Baby playing behind the double stack as well, and they're just going to full send it right into their position. Hunt able to find one, but Baby good for a double, actually. The support from N9, a double kill as well. And things just quickly fall apart once again. It looked like they had the right idea on the execution, but the firepower just too strong from BaiSha to continuously win these rounds.
And also, once again, there are 3 players on B side BaiSha because they sent 577 towards long A. You got the information. This is what I like about the Chinese teams. They're so good at adapting. They always got the information, and for some reason, they always know where you're gonna execute. Sometimes, you know, if you play against Chinese, honestly, it feels like they have wall hack. You know, this is how it feels. I swear.
Yeah.
You know, they always know where you are.
It's just like a sixth sense of some sort. Maybe just you've seen it so many times, and you've confidently won from those positions many times. So maybe you just feel like you've got a great read on your opponents, and perhaps also it's 3BL just being a little bit too slow. So for BaiSha, they're like, okay, well, we know they're rotating, but we know it's going to come like 10 seconds from now. So they're just always like a couple of steps ahead. And that makes it look like, you know, they're just always understanding exactly where you are on the map. So pretty difficult for 3BL to deal with. And N9 picking up the triple on the last one, just kind of waiting with open arms. He is now 11-1 at the end of 5 rounds. So over to KR in this one. Feeling pretty good about his position at this point in time. And as I say that, they get the pick onto him. So he's down, but the spray does come out from 577, and the entire team is just right there. Xiao just gonna snipe down 2 of them. And 3BL, they thought they found finally the one angle, and then they were met with the rifle of Xiao.
Yeah, you can tell the individual skill from BaiSha is just not another level. I mean, Xiao single-handedly holding A side, getting the triple kill. You know, if you want to push B, there's N9. If you want to push A, there's Xiao. It's a difficult choice, right?
Maybe you got to go bridge. Maybe you just go down the middle and see what happens.
Yeah, it's tough. It seems like there's almost nowhere to turn to for these executions. They've got to find a way to make it happen soon, though, because they are running out of opportunities on this first map. CZY already taking down Penguin to make this one a 5-on-4. Even more pressure being felt over towards B long. Now you can see 3BL, they have these early round ideas. They want the map control, but BaiSha just gives them no way into it.
I think 3BL should change their approach a little bit. They should take, like in the beginning of the round, they should take over B machine room so N9 doesn't have the information anymore that B is completely open and completely clear. And this is also the main reason why they're always stacking A side, where 3BL used to push in the last couple of rounds. And yeah, let's see if they change their approach. I mean, most likely it will be 0-7 scoreline unless they can pull off this round. So, I mean, if you get 2 rounds on Blacklist, to be fair, it's still doable. You know, it's heavily GR-sided. If you get a 2-7 scoreline, maybe at least overtime is doable, you know?
Yeah, and you string a couple of rounds together, you begin to get some of that confidence back, then, you know, you can get even more rounds off. At least you're in a better position to get more rounds after stringing together a couple from the favored side. I'm sure that BaiSha, though, are extremely confident as they move in, and it seems like they just know, okay, they're stacked in this room, we're going to throw a flash over the top. They immediately hunts down 2 of them, although Hunt is going to pick up 1 in the trade, but now he's just on the back of the site, and that is an easy cleanup for the side of BaiSha, which will, as you guys did see, spark us timeouts from the side of 3BL, who have yet to find a single round.
Yeah, this was a world time flashy from N9. I usually throw the same flash from my teammate also. And yeah, like perfect timing. He like gets information. He knows that there are 4 players. Even gets the kill. So perfect timing, perfect flash from N9.
Yeah, I mean at this point, it's very tough to find a way through because it's not even just like a lack of strategy. You can tell they have an idea of what they want to do, but every time they try and execute it, there's just someone there out aiming them, and that can be a really daunting thing to take on. I guess historically, if you've been in this position where you're almost getting out-aimed, what would you tell your team to be doing here, Seven?
I will tell them, guys, even though the scoreline is 0-7, let's get at least a couple of rounds as a confidence boost for the next map. Maybe even we start a comeback. Like once I was playing against Q9, also Chinese team, they were leading 8-1 in the first half, and then the end of the scoreline was 10-8. And of course, it was still a confidence boost because we felt like, okay, we can compete with them, you know. So even though the scoreline is 0-7, at least get some rounds as a confidence boost, get some kills. I mean, at least get 1 round on Blacklist so that you can maybe get like 3 to 4 rounds on GR. Because on GR, obviously, it's much easier to get some rounds. That's why I also said it's like starting off on Blacklist against the best team in the world on Port at CFS, maybe not the best idea also.
Yeah, and it does look like, as we're looking at the replay here, this is what started off. That's that flash you were talking about. Just gives you that extra kill. Very nicely executed from the side of BaiSha. And yeah, from what I could tell from looking at Penguin, it feels like he's talking about the technicals. You know, he's like, we got to do that. Like, we got to be pushing at this time. Like, you got to be going in here, and you got to be doing this. So maybe just still trying to get that foundational, like, okay, this is what we're supposed to be doing. We are not playing the way we practiced, which I feel like can be pretty frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, it really can be, but we're going to see what they do differently coming out of that pause here. 2 more rounds left in this opening half to make it happen. They still don't have a lot of map control to work with. You can see Totson trying to sneak his way maybe into A connector earlier on here. They do have Baby on the other side of it for BaiSha, just kind of hanging on to that position. This time, though, playing 3 towards the B bomb site, so you can tell they've got a decent idea where these players are playing on the side of 3BL, and they seem to pre-rotate very accordingly.
And the rotation from BaiSha just next level. They just had 3 players on A, then they got information A connector is clear, they sent 3 players towards B side. Yeah, this is the main reason why they're the best team in the world. The rotations are always on point. And as you know, it's difficult to get information without dying. This is the most difficult part. So like, of course you can always pick A connector, you know, like 577 did. But the most difficult part is to not die, you know, because maybe some players having a sniper there holding this angle.
Yeah. And as you were just saying, N9 is there. He sees Alucard. He's like, hey, they're in there. Like, we can hear him shouting behind us. And that's just that information. N9 gets away with full health. And then he just pops out again and gets the kill. So he even does one better. It's not like he's only getting information. He pops out, perfect headshot. And now you know that the rest of them are not here as he pushes in and walks over the dead body. And he's even going to get bonus kills as he picks up 1. But 3BL at least able to clap back here as Horus picks up 3 in a row somehow right down the middle. And now they're going to push in onto the B site. As I say that, though, Xiao is in the back road. He's going to pick up 1. And they try to charge him, but he's just going to pick up 2. And they're running out of time now. They have to plant it. He gets shot in the back, and it's 8-0. And BaiSha are still undefeated.
Oh, I feel bad for Horus. He almost got the 4K, but unfortunately he switched to C4 at the wrong timing. But still a good 3K. Like, this should have been a round for 3BL.
Yeah, it just feels like anytime they have an advantage where they maybe should win the round, BaiSha, they're just right there. They have no fear. They pull off the clutch time and time again, and you can see the frustration in these guys right now. It's tough because anytime they even feel like a round is theirs, it's just quickly taken away.
Yeah, Alucard doesn't look too happy.
Yeah.
I can relate, yeah. I was in the same situation.
Yeah, it's really difficult because we talked about how Alucard can be so clutch, but it feels like he's not even being given a chance to be clutch. Like, not blaming his teammates or even him, but it just feels like, you know, it's just so overwhelming, the power of the opponents, that it feels like every angle you've used to win in the past is no longer available. And you're like, well, what do I do now? Like, how do I beat these guys? Can feel impossible.
I think it's also interesting, you know, N9 is obviously the match fragger for BaiSha, and at the same time I still think he's the team captain, you know? It's also crazy if you think about, like, he's the team captain as well as best fragger on this squad, which is quite unusual, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if he can keep that kind of performance up against some of the stronger teams in this event as well. But, I mean, he's one of the best players in the world for a reason. He can kind of bring it whenever he needs to. And honestly, I've been impressed as well with CZY's entry into this team. I thought maybe he would struggle a little bit to kind of carve his own path here, but he's been doing quite well. Show us what he can do, and again already in this round opens it up with a double kill in the lower B tunnels, making a triple kill before going down. It's already a 4-on-2. Alucard and Penguin, the last hope in the half now.
I mean, what can you say? I mean, he's there in between what should be a potential sandwich situation, and yet he's still able to win like a 1v2 and then turn around and get a bonus kill while the rest of 3BL is pushing in. So definitely a lot of value there, as now we do have 577. He's out here on A long. He's getting that information. He knows that if someone rotates over here, he's going to be the first one to see it. That gives the rest of the team some chances to rotate back over to the B site, which we do see kind of happening at this point, although Xiao is kind of playing the middle of the map. And in fact, it does look like 3BL are hanging around this B site. We'll see where they do eventually commit to, though.
Yeah, right now it's kind of tough. They almost have to get an entry before they do anything here, but they're not having any luck trying to get that done. And C4 still down in the back of their spawn, just kind of ticking down the clock, hoping someone gives them a free 1v1. But BaiSha, they're not even going to do that here. Doubled up on the B bomb site. The other two players playing pretty passively on the mid and A long hold, kind of just playing some nice off angles they can fall off for support if needed here. Xiao going to take the fight onto Alucard, but Alucard wins the duel. That's a good start here, but it's still a 2v3.
You were saying?
A bit unfortunate there now, but
okay.
At least Alucard has a chance here. Maybe a good Alucard moment. Gets 2 kills already, but still a 1v2 against N9 and 577. No C4 to work with and only 30 seconds on the clock. A very stacked round, but we'll see what he can do with the AK in his hands. He's got the nice little wraparound here going. I don't think 577 actually knows just yet, but Alucard misses the initial, still gets the follow-up. He's got a 1v1 here. That's very winnable, but he's got to check this corner, and he is just not going to. 9-0 for the half. BaiSha still find a way to get it done, and this is looking like a pretty crushing defeat up for map number 1.
Yeah, 9 just always having the perfect positioning. It's crazy. Like, it's also so difficult to copy his playstyle. This guy's having always the right move. He always knows what's going on. It's not only his aim, you know. Also his game sense is just next level.
Yeah, we saw, you know, CZ9 had a moment, but we also had Alucard finally, you know, having a moment. Speaking of which, we're going to try to push out here on A long. And CZY is actually able to trade that one back, as now they are continuing to poke out here on A long, but a lot of 3BL still here. BaiSha don't seem to care, as Alucard will pick up one, but now he is alone against the two of them, just trying to stop a 10-0 at this point. I mean, he just wants to get one round for the squad. Let's see if he can actually do it, as he sees N9. He knows the positioning, gets the shot, needs another one, tries to flick it, throws out a couple more, as he's only got one more bullet left in the AWM. At this point, he's going to get it as he hops up and picks him off and finally gets around for 3BL.
And to be fair, Alucard already got 11 kills in this matchup, so he's doing a good job, I would say. And at least getting one round, you know, it's important, you know, like, you don't want to lose the first map at CFS of 10-0, you know. So, at least one round on the scoreboard for 3BL.
Yeah, and Alucard has gotten above 1 KD now.
Yeah,
couple of big rounds, you know. Maybe he can try to boost some life into the squad.
I mean, you can also tell that BaiSha wanted to hide some strategies. I mean, there's no way they would push against all gamers with just 5 players long A instantly, you know. So it was more like, come on guys, let's just finish it with simple crossfire. Let's just push long A.
They still have a pretty huge advantage in this one, but Alucard trying to make it a little bit more of a challenge on his end. Now playing that solo anchor on the top of the A-bomb side. He's got a nice angle to work with here. He's going to have a chance to take on several BaiSha players on long. Here comes the peek, though. That flash is going to make it extremely hard because 9 sneaks up, gets the first kill. It's going to be Penguin. He manages to find one, but unfortunately, that will be it for him in the round. 3-on-4 now. BaiSha, they've got the numbers and the bomb site. Still, they've got a lurk in mid as well, but it's quickly going to be Horus who finds Xiao, taking him down, and here comes the collision on the back of the bomb site. And this should be it here. 9 gets the double kill, and CZY there to establish the first map on the table. It's going to be BaiSha 10-1, a very confident way to kick off this series.
Yeah, and you can see 3BL, they try to push in there pretty quickly through the smoke, and N9 is just picking off one by one. A couple of players' heads there on the back road, and so that entire retake just entirely shut down. Congratulations to BaiSha on the first map. So there you have it. Not a very long highlight reel, as it was just 11 rounds to finish us off for the first map. That was BaiSha Gaming taking it down 10-1. And remember, that was 3BL's map pick. We talked about how this was really going to set the tone for the series and to show if 3BL have a chance against one of the strongest teams, if not the strongest team. I mean, at this point, they look pretty strong. But yeah, that's not really what 3BL were looking for. So what happens now?
I mean, like I said, you know, like starting off on Blacklist on Port can be tragic if your enemy team has momentum, but I feel like the difference between like Chinese teams and European or like Egyptian teams now are not even like the aiming or like the game sense. It's just like you could tell the rotations are always on point because they have a 9 on B side going for info plays. Okay, he spots no one, stack A side. Then you have 577 checking A connector always or long A. If he spots no one there, they have three players on B. And the rotations are also very fast and very smooth. And this, I feel like, is the main difference between Chinese teams and teams from the West. And this was a crucial example here in this matchup.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel very risky to go for those aggressive information plays because you know that even if they do run into someone, they're probably going to at least trade 1-for-1, if not more. So to have that confidence within your team, to have that ability, it just kind of makes you, you know, impenetrable in terms of your defense.
Yeah, and on the other side of it as well, I mean, they had the pristine trades on BaiSha, but for 3BL, there were so many rounds where I expected them to trade where they just couldn't. I think about that round where CZY is in the lower B tunnels. There's so many chances for him to be shut down, but he still gets a 3K there.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be one that they're going to look back on and say, well, this is kind of one of the things where maybe we get an angle on this guy and perhaps we should be able to take him out or, you know, challenge into B, but it just didn't really end up that way. So now we move on to compounds for the next map. But before we do get into that, we are going to dig deeper into the match data here. Well, we know that Alucard was above 1 KD. Yeah, the other number's a bit tragic. But on the side of BaiSha, definitely some big numbers there. N9 and Xiao up at the top, not a big surprise.
Yeah, I would say it's business as usual for them. I remember also when I played against BaiSha at CFS Vietnam, I think N9 had like 24, 25 kills, so also like a 5.0 KD ratio. This guy, I mean, he knocked me out of CFS at least 4 times, so yeah.
Yeah, definitely a painful one. And so now we do move into compounds for the second map. I suppose, you know, we were talking about how this is BaiSha's map pick and it is their strongest one, but it was already 10-1. Do you think, like, 3BL must be like, well, it can't get any worse than that. Like, we should be able to do at least a little bit better on compound, even though it is compound, right?
I'd like to say it can't get any worse, but with how BaiSha's playing, it very well could still be an opportunity for a 10-0 if they keep playing like that, because it just feels like as a team they're playing all around much better. The rotations are there, the strategy's there, and even when they don't have a strong strategic move in the round, they can just simply out-aim and still win these rounds as well.
Yeah, well, guys, I believe we do have a quick commercial break we will go to here just about 4 minutes. When we come back, we will have map 2, which will be compounds. We'll see you in a little bit.
Crossfire Esports World Championship Tournament. The year of 2023 marks the 10th anniversary of CFS.
Welcome back, guys. We're here for BaiSha Gaming up against 3BL Esports. And so far, it has been a one-sided affair, to say it lightly. 10-1 on the first map of Port, which was 3BL's map pick. They did start on the blacklist side. You were talking about that, Seven. A little bit more difficult for 3BL to start off strong. Unfortunately, it kind of ran away from them there on that first one.
Yeah, it did. I mean, I have some hope left now for Compound because at least they're starting off on GR, right? It's GR-sided. Not as heavily as Port, but still, usually like a 6-3 scoreline is normal if you're starting off on GR. But again, you're playing against the best team in the world, and it's the best map. But in terms of rounds, I have some hope that at least they get maybe like 5 to 6 rounds. And I think it's also important for the next couple of days, you know? You don't want to lose the first match like 1-10 and maybe 2-10, you know?
Yeah.
At least have some kind of competition, you know? Like at least feel like, okay, we can compete at some point.
Yeah, I think that's very important, just to instill a little bit of confidence, say, hey, we didn't have our best day, but we had a good map too, and that was like something to build off on. So 3BL, how many rounds do you think you would expect in this next one? Do you think it's going to be a little bit closer?
I'd go with 3 or 4 in this situation. I feel like the GR side, they'll grab at least 2, maybe a little bit more, but yeah, I feel like it's still going to be an uphill battle, especially if you have N9 playing like that again. And they didn't even need the entire team of BaiSha to come online either. It was really just Xiao and N9 having a good time. The rest of them didn't need to pop off in any way. So it's going to be tough, but I hope, kind of like what Seven was saying, they show a little bit more for 3BL's kind of hopes moving forward, because it's definitely not over for them, even if they go down 2-0 here.
Yeah, you could expect that BaiSha would get out of the group in like a 3-0 scenario, like they should defeat everybody. And even if 3BL don't have the best showing against BaiSha, even if they get like totally wrecked, there is a chance for them to like win the next couple of matches and still make it to the next round. So I think mindset, definitely the most important thing. Tournament's not over from one match. That's why we do have this excellent format that spans multiple days for a grand final, because you don't want one team to be just eliminated easily. So definitely going to be pretty interesting. But guys, we do have Compounds on the way up next here for Map 2, BaiSha Gaming up against 3BL Esports. And we will get to see if 3BL will have a better shot on this second map, or if BaiSha is just going to run away with an early 2-0 in this entire tournament. So definitely going to be fun to watch, and we should be getting into that in just a moment, as we are loading it up and heading back to the stage.
Yeah, here we go. Compound map number 2. Excited to see, hopefully, a stronger performance here from 3BL. I know these guys could definitely use a pickup after that last game to get themselves moving in the right direction, going into their future in this group. But, I mean, looking at the rest of this group, it's not an easy group to make it out of. I mean, when you look at the other teams they're going to have to face, it's still going to be tough opponents after tough opponents for 3BL. I feel like anyone they face in this group could be a similar situation, just looking at these other teams on paper. It's a tough one.
Yeah, I think for me the key match will be for 3BL against Pacific Magda, right? So it's a little bit of key match for them. Anyway, we just hopping into the second map, which is Compound. Let's see if 3BL can bounce back, at least get some rounds.
Yeah, definitely going to be a very important map for both of these teams. BaiSha want to start off with a strong 2-0, or will 3BL be able to challenge them on their best map? Let's see if they have shorted up after that first one, and if they can forget, you know, everything that has happened. Just totally clean slate. Pretend map 1 didn't happen. Okay, we're here at CFS. We're going to give it our best shot on the first map of the series, or so they will tell themselves. But let's see if this one, at least, I hope it's a little bit closer, because, you know, one-sided crossfire, not the most fun to watch. Would like to see a competitive match between these two.
It looked like we might have seen an interesting start. At the beginning, I saw 5 different snipers in hands, but quickly changed out here on the side of BaiSha. I think just going for some early information to maybe go for a pick. Penguin also, he was thinking about bringing out that shotgun. Haven't seen a whole lot of the shotguns so far at this CFS, but I'm sure as we get deeper into it, we might see more of those come into play as well. But 3BL playing a pretty safe 2-1-2 type of setup here, not really pushing out for too much information either just yet. We can see BaiSha playing for that mid-control early on and setting up that smoke screen for the execution.
I think interesting here that 3BL just plays without an M4, Because this could be a big issue. If they want to go for an A retake later on, you just need at least one M4 on your team. Otherwise, it's almost impossible to retake. So it seems like BaiSha will push up towards B side. Anyway, never mind. They're changing up the pace and will go towards A.
Yeah, they're going to move in here, and you can see there's only one guy in the window, I think, at this point in time. So 3BL just going to give up the site as, okay, they're going to catch one guy lurking. And that could be a chance for 3BL to try to even the score. It's 4 against 4, but this plant is going to get down on the A site. And as you mentioned, no M4s for the retake. Can they do it anyway?
And look at CZY's position. I mean, if you have now an AK, it's almost impossible to kill him, you know? Also a 9 here at the heaven or window position. Makes it extremely difficult for 3BL, almost impossible actually.
Yeah, especially they're coming in here one by one, just being mowed down. They don't even need N9. So Xiao was able to pick up one. Baby got like 3 as he was just waiting in there. And the retake not possible for 3BL this time around. So BaiSha able to get off to a strong start, utilizing the middle of the map to say, hey, we're going to go B, no, we're going to go A. Something you can definitely do if you gain possession of Central Plaza kind of for free on the Blacklist side.
I think it's fine to play without an M4 in compound, but then you just have to play more aggressive, what they're doing now, right? Makes more sense, because you can't let them push A side, because the retake is literally impossible, especially against BaiSha. They have the best M4 players also on their team. I mean, usually Baby is insane with the M4, and retaking with an AK against the M4 doesn't make sense. It's just impossible.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard with the wallbang advantage on that bomb site, but maybe they'll find some value this time around in this aggressive play on the mid connector. It is going to be Horus pushed up here. He's got Totson now as well, but 577, he is completely prepared to shut them down. Gets the double kill. Penguin tries to swing in with Hunt for the support, but it's not going to be to much success here. Alucard now left alone, 1 versus 4. And already things not looking so good on this second map. 577 gets the 3rd kill of the round for himself, brings this one to a close as they take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, as a lot of glances over towards one of the guys. Hope he doesn't have any issues over there, as it does look like we are moving into the next round without a hitch for now. So yeah, 2-0 for BaiSha. Kind of interesting, you know. It felt like BaiSha were expecting that aggressive push. They were waiting for the push through, and they just met 3BL with guns ablazing. And Hunt was like trying to get some angles there in mid, which was kind of an interesting push. Kind of caught them off guard, but it still didn't really pick up any kills. I think only one member of BaiSha actually died in that round.
I mean, although it didn't work out for them, I still think it's the right approach to play aggressive against BaiSha, because this is also what 3BL is doing online. So I think just stick to your playstyle, you know, don't change too much and play with confidence, even though, I mean, it's easy to say I'm casting it, but even though like the scoreline basically is now 1-12 total, but just stick to your playstyle.
It is interesting they're playing a pretty similar strategy in this round, even though it kind of didn't work out the best in the previous. You can see Baby here gets the spot onto Horus in the B tunnels, and now they just shift in to this mid execution, and this is where this mid position could be a bit of a disaster. There's not any presence on this B bomb side, but Totson comes into the action right at the ideal moment. Penguin able to find one onto Xiao as well, and they've got themselves a 5-on-3, but still, they don't have anyone defending this B bomb site, and this is still, even in a 3-on-5, a very difficult bomb site to retake.
Especially B side is, I think, the most difficult site to retake at all in Crossfire. So
yeah.
And bad news for 3BL, they all have full HP. BaiSha, all full HP, which makes it extremely difficult.
Well, they have the man advantage. Let's see if 3BL can get it going, but Baby picks up one. Couple of kills go into the side, and you can see that 3BL actually get in, but 577, he's holding down. He's trying to buy as much time as possible. He's just waiting with the pistol, just buying time, and he's even going to get the kills. Doesn't even need to waste time, you know, trying to get the enemy to defuse. He just says, no, I'll just take you out, knowing that they were running out of time anyway. So as you guys were mentioning, even in the 3v5, so difficult to retake that, and now it's 3-0 for BaiSha.
Yeah, very smart play from 577. Most players would just go for the 3K, no, but he's just playing the time, playing with patience, and yeah, love to see it.
Now 3BL They've got to find their way back into it. They've had a lot of potential rounds they could have won. They've had some advantages, but they can never seem to hang on to them. And now they're already down 3-0 on map number 2, and it could be their last of this series if they can't find a way to start closing out these rounds on the GR side. We can see here not a whole lot of changes coming out of their setup, playing the 2-1-2, not so forward in the B tunnels this time around, not going for that connector control position, playing a little bit safer on B, but you still have to wonder if they're going to be able to hold on to these positions.
Yeah, absolutely. Seven, you were talking about, you know, the perfect reads from BaiSha. They just understood exactly where all the members of 3BL were, and that's what allowed them to get that free push into B. But this time, 3BL are in a position to actually defend B, but the entry is still good. CZY going to get in on that first kill, and now holding the spawn was 577. He does get taken out. Gives 3BL a chance, at least, to try to go for this retake.
The issue is they still have Xiao here lurking in mid. And I think they don't see, like they don't expect him to be there, right? Oh, he's missing the shot.
He missed!
Oh! This
He
is
actually
rare
missed.
to see. This usually never happens.
And Hunt, he takes advantage of it. He picks up a 2K. And now there's a chance. I mean, Hunt is in. But as you can see, Baby's still holding it down. It's just Alucard. There's not a lot of time. He picks up the pistol kill. And again, he's got to get a kill and the defuse, but there's just not enough time. He does pick up the kill. Oh, and he can't even find it. He's just going to run away. That's going to be the end of that. 4-0. Once again, a couple of rounds in a row looking pretty similarly, but they end in the same way with BaiSha with the win.
Yeah, they've got to get better at stopping that mid to B presence that BaiSha's throwing their way. They haven't found really a good setup to stop that from coming all the way through, and I'm hoping they can find a way to maybe get a little bit more aggressive in mid, and that's exactly what they're going to do here. Horus sneaking into position to try and get that early information by pushing all the way through mid into the B tunnels. Not going to find anyone, though, on the other side of it. BaiSha playing extremely passive to start off this 5th round.
Yeah, it's a typical Horus play here, pushing up towards B connect. But I also like the approach from BaiSha. You know, they're leading 4-0, and they're still playing very patiently. Because I thought for a second maybe they don't want to show any strategies, just go for like simple executes. But yeah, they're playing very reserved, very slowly, and yeah, it works out for them, right?
Yeah, does feel like a lot of the time they have a good read on what their opponents are going to do, so maybe feeling the pressure. They feel like somebody on the side of 3BL is going to push out. In this case, it is Hunt who actually does get the first kill of the round, so that's a nice little pick-off over in that A room. That is going to spark BaiSha, though, to push into B once again. This time, Horus just going to back out of there, not going to challenge them as they make their way in. Maybe should be able to catch Baby over here, although it seems like Baby does have an understanding that Horus should be in this spot. And once again, the bomb is planted on B.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in for the side of 3BL on this retake. They don't have really any room to work with, and they've got to deal with Baby in the tunnels, who is just playing spoiler to this round completely. Penguin already taken down and out. Baby finds another on the lurk as well. Both flanks now taken down from 3BL, and it just completely falls apart all around them, and it's not going to happen. Another round goes up for BaiSha, still uncontested here on map number 2.
But also, what a move from Online, you know. He got information that Horus pushed up long B. He instantly knows, okay, most likely GR base will be empty. There will be no one covering there, and he just executed instantly towards B side, you know. That's what I meant. Like, Chinese teams are so good at adapting. They always know where their enemies are. And this was a striking example, right?
Yeah, and they react immediately, right? Like, they have the information, they get the information, and they're like, we know exactly what the right play is in this situation. We're going to do it. There's no hesitation. They just go for it, and they get the information so well. So that's definitely what gets them off to that great start. And it was kind of sad as well. I mean, 3BL, they're just trying to clear out just Baby, just to try to get the retake, and they couldn't even do that. Baby able to get the 1v2, you know, a couple of 1v1s in the pillars. And that was able to shut down any hope of a flank as well. So BaiSha now 5-0. And perhaps this time they push on to A. Hasn't been their site of choice outside of the first couple of rounds.
It was an interesting move from BaiSha that they took mid control and now they fell back to bait them out on A side to make sure long A is clear. And it perfectly worked out for them because no one is covering long A. And 3BL has no information, basically. And Alucard will be in trouble in a few seconds, I'm pretty sure. Like, this... unlikely to get a kill here from this position.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but I think he does have Hunt for the support there on the cross into sight, but Hunt has to be quick to react in this position. He's going to be able to try and hold for a moment, but it doesn't last too long. N9 takes him down. Alucard only going to find one as he goes down, and already it's a 3-on-4 retake situation. The bomb gets planted, and 3BL, there's just no way back into this safely.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, Hunt was trying to hold it down. Alucard as well. Just gets isolated. The push came in with a couple of guys through mid as well, but now 3BL trying to push on in with their 8Ks. It's kind of working out at first. Totson gets the 2K, but that was the end of their success. It is BaiSha now 6-0 as they are consistently just pushing in, getting the bomb down, defending it, and 3BL have not been able to crack that case even once.
Yeah, it's only going to get tougher at this point, I think. I'd like to see maybe a full mid push or something come out, and they are going to get aggressive here to try and contest this mid position, and so far it's working out quite well. Horus and Hunt each finding a kill on the CZY and 577. Baby from above trying to find a potential trade here. Not going to find anything out of that just yet. Xiao is going to be locking it down in the backside of mid. He's able to find one. Still, things are looking a little bit risky for 3BL. They're maybe overstaying their welcome on this mid position. Force goes down as well, and already the HP looking a little bit more favorable for BaiSha to bring this one right back.
Yeah, I like the approach here, pushing up towards mid on low risk, changing the pace a little bit. But after getting the 2 kills, I think they should have fallen back and just played safely, you know. Now it's a 3-on-3 situation. Alucard is low HP. So it looks like also that BaiSha will win this round. Unless they can defend A side here. They have at least 2 players there, right? So
yeah. They read the situation and they're in position to stop the push. Now it's just Xiao, who, yes, it is this player, but it's a big ask from him. He's going to get the first kill. Low on health here, though. He's got to take down 2 more. Needs the bomb as well. Alucard trying to get the peak first. As the timing, unfortunately, for Alucard, not great. Although you could say he's just trying to group up with a teammate and just try to go for the 2v1, which is probably the smarter play anyway. So now Xiao's got to go for this rotation around. Let's see if he can handle the 1v2. The answer is no, and 3BL, they get around as some of that aggression, just trying to throw a spanner into the works. It works out for them, and they're back on the board once again.
Yeah, we'll see if they can find a way to maybe get the ball rolling here and get a second or third round in the half. Hunt, I mean, he's playing pretty well himself in this one. Over 100 ADR on him, 8-7, really holding his own in this matchup. Would love to see a bit more from the rest of the team kind of stepping up around him, but these rounds, I feel like even though it's a 6-1 scoreline, we've seen a lot more rounds coming down to the wire on this map.
Right, and it's also not enough, you know, if you just have one player stepping up to the plate, we had Alucard on port, now we have Hunty on compound. Against BaiSha, you need all players, you know, if you want to have a chance to beat them, you need at least 3 to 4 players stepping up to the plate. And yeah, just Hunt on compound won't be enough to beat BaiSha.
Yeah, they're going to need a little bit more. Perhaps as the tournament comes along, they can string it together and get it going, but at this point, they would have to start right now, essentially. You don't want to lose too many more on the GR side of compound. And they do go for a little bit of a push up through a long and see what they can see, but they don't really find anyone, as actually BaiSha are here pushing through the pillars and in towards B. And it's going to be the first kill going over to Penguin, actually. Elsewhere on the map, they're in the mid-connect.
I think Xiao dropped from tower, trying to go for the lurk, but didn't work out for him. On the stacking B side, I think it's a good move, but most likely BaiSha will rotate towards mid again, which is the case now.
Yeah, they're doing a good job here of trying to force that over rotation and maybe get a pretty open A bomb site. Right now, it's only Alucard on that direct defense. Penguin is pretty close by to try and stop things from the spawn push coming through if this A hit comes to life, but it really puts a lot of pressure on Alucard to connect on these initial shots. If he goes down without a pick here, it's a pretty free bomb site for the taking, and there's not going to be enough time for 3BL to get back onto site. But here comes the engage. Oh, caught with a nade out, but still gets the repeat on the timing there. Quickly traded by CZY, and now BaiSha 3v4 take control of the bomb site, but N9 on the lurk, of course, finds Totson to make this one even more challenging. Horus thankfully secures the trade, but it's still a 3-on-2 for 3BL.
Yeah, 3-on-2. They gotta find a way in here. No M4s once again, but you know, only 2 members on the side of BaiSha. Perhaps they can just overpower them with the man advantage. Let's see how they decide to go for this. They get that kill out on long. This Penguin is coming in, but here comes Baby. He's got the M4. He picks off 2. And he's got some time here as well. Penguin trying to go for the defuse, but the timing here for Baby is perfect, and he's able to stop the defuse. Baby was not stopped for even 1 second. He knew exactly how to handle that 1v3.
What a play from Baby. This reminded me of last year's grand final against AG. Also got like multiple clutches on A side. Yeah, his game sense is just next level.
Yeah, such a difficult player to go up against, and now it's looking like a pretty similar story to what we saw on map number 1. It was a 10-1 there. Could definitely be another 10-1 on the horizon here if BaiSha keeps playing at this level. And right now, especially in the second map, it's not even 1 or 2 players this time around. It's really everybody making this one pretty impossible for 3BL to find their footing in. This time we see a bit of an overstack here on A long. They've got 3 players forward, 1 on the bomb side as well, leaving just that singular player of Totson over towards the B tunnels. If he goes down too early without a pick, this could be a very fast round for BaiSha to hang on to. Totson, he's going to have to play his life wisely. He's already down to 13 HP, and he knows he's got to back off here.
And I'll be honest, like setting 3+ long A doesn't make too much sense against BaiSha because they always send Xiao there and he will go for the info play. So he will realize, okay, there are at least 1 or 2 players and then they would not commit, you know? So this setup, in my opinion, doesn't make sense against BaiSha because I also tried to set up against them.
Speaking from experience,
right?
Probably the best way to speak about it. And it does seem like BaiSha maybe just forgot the C4. Well, they've got it now. They left it back there regardless. They're going to pick it up. The push is coming in, a very slow push on the B because of it. Horus not able to get too much information, but knows there's at least 1 guy up there, and he's going to sit around in the servers. The rest of the team, though, over by A, getting this information a bit late, but BaiSha still waiting. Not going to go for the push just yet. We have this flank coming in from Hunt as well. The timing on this could be perfect. He's going to get at least 1. He picks up 2. And he is going to get taken out eventually, but this gives 3BL a chance in this round.
Still, though, they had the 2-on-4, and already it's taken down to a 2v2 very quickly. And it's also N9 and Xiao. These 2 guys in the clutch are so deadly to go up against. It's down to the 1v1, though, here. N9 versus Alucard for a very crucial round for 3BL's potential life on this map. 15 seconds, though. N9, he's got to go quickly, but Alucard, hey, he gets it done here, and 3BL find their second round.
Well, there you have it. 7-2. Kind of what you were talking about, Kyle. You know, they eventually get there. I have to say, when it was 6-0, wasn't really feeling the chance for 3BL to get those 2 rounds, but they do eventually get there, and we did see how they were able to get it. It still felt like pulling teeth a little bit. It seemed very difficult for them to pick those rounds up, but they get 2 in the last 3. Maybe that's something to build off of here.
Hopefully it is, but it is going to be a very forward approach on this side of the map from BaiSha. You can see Baby already pushing out towards the BL spawn through those B tunnels, and he seems like he kind of wants to take this challenge here, slowly working his way up, but not over-committing just yet. He can get a lot of information here if he doesn't give up his life early, so I like this call from him not to overcommit onto the spawn peak, because the second he goes for that, it could completely turn the round back in favor of 3BL if he's caught.
Yeah, this reminds me of Port actually, right? They had like 5-7-7 push up long A all the time, that a 9 long B. So once again we have Baby here going for the info play, and he will tell his teammates that there's no player in front of B control room, so you can stack A side, which they're doing right now. Spots Hunt. Now he's in trouble, I guess. 3 players here coming from Reconnected, but he gets the kill onto Penguin.
Yeah, and he's getting, okay, he's getting even more. He's going to pick up 2, and yes, they finally get him, but Hunt lost so much HP. This gives the chance for the rest of the team to just follow up and push through mid and take over the entire map. Hunt has 17 HP, just about the same as his age, and now he's down to perhaps even less in just a bit. But he is trying to fight back. He does get the 1, but he can't get the 2nd. That's going to be BaiSha back on the board, 8-2. As they are just 2 rounds away from taking the 2-0.
There's also the main difference between those 2 regions, right? Like most players from West in Baby's position, they would maybe just get the info, maybe get like some damage, but he even gets 2 kills, and 1 player was even low HP, right, at the end from 3BL. So what a play! He got the info and even got the 2-piece. So I wish I would have such teammates.
Fair enough. I mean, he is quite the talent. Well, now CZY is pulling out the AWM, because why not? Just going to go for 2 of them here on the GR side, see what you can see. Have some long angles on this one, so going to give it a try. And the try is even better than just that, and he's out here with a couple of teammates as well, just to support, just in case, expecting a push through the pillars, which at the moment there are 3 members of 3BL over here.
Yeah, it's a great setup here for BaiSha to work with in this round. The utility starting to come down as well. A lot of hesitation, though, from 3BL. They go for the nade stack. It doesn't actually connect onto anyone in these positions. BaiSha still patiently holding on to this 3 stack, but the C4 surprisingly alone outside of A long here, just kind of hanging out, but N9 goes for the peak anyways, alone, takes down a Horus. What a way to keep things going for themselves here, and you can tell they're ready to just push right into this stack. They're not waiting for the push to come to them at this point.
It's also crazy. I mean, the score is 8-2, and they still don't overpeak, right? They got the 2 entry frags here, and they still wait patiently for 3BL to push.
Yeah, I mean, it shows confidence in themselves, but also not overconfidence, which it's kind of a crazy balance to have, but also perhaps a bit of respect as well. They know that it's, you know, it can turn wrong if you just make 1 wrong maneuver as well. So they're just going to hold on to that strong mentality, not make any mistakes, and just wait for it. As N9 is holding this down, he sees the push, gets the info, throws down the flashes, delays the push, gives the time for the entirety, pretty much, of BaiSha to make their way over to B.
Now CZY, he's got the cross angle to work with, but it's not going to matter. The rest of the team comes in, guns blazing, and gets that one done very quickly, and we're already looking at that match point opportunity here, and it seems very, very likely at this point that BaiSha will cross the finish line. Everybody in this second map just really stepping up and making it happen. But you can see here just the versatility of these players. I mean, CZY, not even the main user on this team, hitting a nice little shot like that, and even on the retake finding another for himself to take this one to a 9-2.
Well, here comes Hunt. It's actually going to work out. It is Penguin who does get the kill, but, you know, just rushing on in, trying to throw a little bit of a curveball at them. And it does kind of work out there, trading 1 for 1. And this is essentially last opportunity for the next bunch of rounds here for 3BL. They have a couple of wins, but they'd like to get some more. And 9 was flashed out, and it's actually going to work out. 3BL, they read the defensive position here, and the aggression that is coming out from 3BL is maybe something we wanted to see a bit earlier on, but now they've got to deal with Xiao, who is going to pick up that first kill. And the C4 is not with them, I should mention. Xiao here picks up another. There is a second, and he's just looking for that last one. Alucard against Xiao. The sniper battle as the pistol trying to come through here for Alucard as the flick's not there, but he's still able to get the win. Xiao gonna win in the 1v1 sniper duel. Congratulations to BaiSha Gaming. Well, there you have it. Good look at the highlights, even though we didn't have that many, because there weren't that many rounds. This time around at 10-2, and BaiSha an extremely dominant victory tonight over 3BL. Wasn't a very competitive match that we did have, but it kind of does secure the idea that, okay, BaiSha, they're here to play. They're not going to take anyone easily or lightly. They are going to crush anyone they come into contact with, and they're here to win.
I mean, after watching this match, it's even more remarkable that LCK won a map against All Gamers, I feel like. But I still have to give credit to Alucard. I think he had a decent game. I think both matches he had probably a positive KD ratio. So he was doing an okay job, I would say. But I mean, the last round was the striking example why the Chinese teams are ahead of the EU-MENA teams. It felt like it should have been a round of 3BL right in the end. Xiao gets the clutch. And yeah, deserved win, obviously, for BaiSha Gaming.
Yeah, it's just a tough team to overcome, and you know what? Maybe they at least learned something from this they can take into the rest of this group and come back a little bit stronger, because for them, the road is still a good opportunity ahead, I think, for them to make that path into maybe a top 3 or top 2 position against these other teams here. It's definitely a winnable one to bounce back from, but BaiSha, just that difficult opponent to overcome for pretty much anyone in your path.
Yeah, and you have to deal with the idea that, okay, well, we could make it through that group and our group, and we have the confidence still, perhaps, but at the end of the day, you got to reach that level. Like, if you're going to have a chance at making the grand final or making a big run in this tournament, a deep run, you have to kind of be on this level. And from what we saw at this time, 3BL were not quite ready. BaiSha, obviously a very strong team, so we're not blaming them or anything, but it's still a pretty difficult road ahead for 3BL.
100%. I mean, they should just focus on the next matches, right? On Kara House and Pacific Magda. These 2 matches will decide if they will be advancing to the playoffs. But yeah, like what impressed me the most from BaiSha was, even though they're leading like 6-0, they still have the discipline to not overpeak, to fall back, play for info. And yeah, this is also the reason why they're the best team in the world right now.
Yeah, it's like a well-oiled machine. It's like we know exactly what the next step in the process is going to be. We're not going to deviate at all from that, and yeah, it looked pretty good. So are we thinking BaiSha 3-0 in this group? What are we thinking now?
It seems pretty likely, though I will say their other opponents, I think, will give them a tougher time to get there. I could see some 2-1s in the mix for their future matchups, but if they keep playing like this, the other teams definitely have to be afraid of them.
Yeah, and I think the most interesting thing as well for their opponents in the future, BaiSha's opponents, is that BaiSha didn't really have to show anything, right? They dropped, I think it was 3 rounds?
Yeah,
3,
right.
or it's 10-1, 10-2, so yeah, in your losses, you didn't really show much. In your wins, it was pretty just standard, straightforward, great plays, good rotation, so it's not like other teams are like, okay, we get it. Like, this is how we're going to beat BaiSha. No, it's like, well, they just look kind of impenetrable now.
I agree. I mean, the good news for 3BL at least is they also didn't show much today, right? So the enemies also can't analyze this game probably. And I also think most likely they will pick different maps for the next matches, and also highly suggest them to do that.
What maps do you think? Like, not Port? I mean, it felt like Port was going to be a really good map for them, but I guess because of the result, maybe they lose confidence and they choose something else. Is there a specific map you have in mind?
I mean, again, I think the biggest carry potential in this squad has Alucard, and his best map, in my opinion, is Black Widow. So I would definitely pick Black Widow if I'm the team captain of 3BL. So maybe have a talk with Penguin later and tell him that. But I think against Pacific Magda, it could be a close match in my opinion. It's like a 60-40 match in favor of Magda. They're still the favorite in my opinion because individually they have the better roster, I feel like. But it should be a much closer match than today. Much closer one.
Yeah, would expect that. So what are your expectations, Kyle, then for the future? You think we're going to see a little bit of a, well, maybe like a big mix-up from the side of 3BL, or maybe they just try to do Port better?
I would say they definitely might still leave Port in the mix. Compound actually looked a little bit better than I expected. I mean, even though they did lose 10-2, if they played a weaker team, a lot of those rounds looked pretty winnable for them. There was a lot of like 1v1, 1v2 situations, whereas on Port, the rounds for BaiSha felt a lot more one-sided. So maybe for them, trying some of the close quarters maps like a Subbase or a Mexico could play to their advantage as well. I know for the other EU-MENA teams, it seemed to work slightly better for them on those situations, not having to take those long aim duels. But if Alucard is the player popping off, I think Black Widow, like Seven said, is a good option as well. But I think Hunt also impressed me today on that second map. But overall, as we look at the group stage now, obviously a huge round differential to overcome if you're trying to take down BaiSha. And it's going to be a tall order for anyone to fill, even if there's another team that could potentially contest that spot.
Yeah, I guess it's 3BL. You can say, well, it can only get better from here, right? They didn't get 10-0'd, but, you know, this were not the best score line, so maybe they can say, okay, we can build off of this. Let's just try to play better next time against opponents that we might have a chance against. So we'll be interested to see their games in the future and to see if they can, like, hold it together mentally as well, because it can be really rough. You know, you were talking about Seven, like, feels really nice, really fun to be here, but then a couple of rounds go the other way, and it's like, yeah, we're not feeling too, like we're having too much fun anymore.
I think it's still okay that the first, you know, I think it's better to play against Chinese team at the beginning. So now it was more like an extra game, you know, they had no pressure today. They basically knew it's unlikely that we win a map even today, you know. They know like the matches to win in this group are against Kara House and Pacific Magda. And I also think they focused on analyzing these two teams. Because in the end, even if they would just reach third place in this group, they're still in the wildcard tournament, right? So
yeah,
on the wildcard stage, I mean. So this should be their goal. And yeah, BaiSha, most likely they will go 3-0 in this group.
Yeah, and I would say, you know, even though the other teams might be a better competitor against BaiSha, you could say, I would say that pretty much everybody would get crushed by this team, right? Like BaiSha is going to probably take this one down with a 3-0, and it might be very one-sided in all of their matchups. So 3BL can say, well, everybody else is going to get crushed. It's not the end of the world. Maybe we can win a couple of the other matchups that we have, and that'll be interesting. But guys, we have an interview right now. Let's
Welcome to the game.
那么今天的第3场 BO3 的比赛，要恭喜一下白沙
Let's
是2-0获得了本场比赛的胜利。
BaiSha for their 2-0 victory. Here we have MVP and
大家好，我是白沙 N9。
好，那我们也是简单的来采访一下，今天也是和3BL 第一次交手啊，感觉对方的实力怎么样
What do you think of your opponent today?
3BL 状态不是很佳吧，然后
I don't think they have a good performance
也是其
today.
实跟他们队里另外几个人是有交手过的，只是
I've
这个
played
是对我们
against
第一次交手。
some of them
那对于
opponents
对
from
方的
this
队伍
team.
当中有没有印象比较深刻的选手呢？
Did any of the opponent leave a good
因为
impression
对
on
面
you?
的区就玩的像
I
步
think
枪
the
手嘛，比较喜
sniper
欢拿手枪突破。
was like
感
a
觉好像
assault
很多
rifle
国外队
player.
都是这
They
样。
love
今
playing
天我
with
们
their
在双方
pistols.
搬地图池的时候，我有看到
And
我们
when
这边是搬掉了异域
you。banned
讲道理
Anchor
来说，以前我们异域就挺稳的一张图，所以今天是想练
And
一练
Anchor
其他
was
图吗？
your advantageous map. Did you
我们
want
半
to
途
practice
其实一
other
直看
maps?
对方的强图和我们的自己的弱图，就是相比较一下。
We want to have a good
每个队伍半途
comparison
的
with our
图
weakness
纸都
map
不一
and
样
the strong maps of the
那
opponent.
今天我们的2张图都是大比分拿下来的，赢的也是非常的顺利了。那有感觉到我们
You
C
have
组
a
当中啊，
sweeping
谁
success
会
today.
是比较强劲的对
Which
手
of the
呢？
opponent do you think is going to be a strong opponent in Group
C
C?
组就是另外2个队，我
The
觉得
other two
CRH 吧
opponents
会给我们制造比较大的麻烦。
will cause great
所以会
difficulties
觉得
for
面对
us,
到
I
他们
think.
的时候，一定要好好准备一下，期待你们之
So
后的一
we'll
个比
make
赛了
good。
都好像知道
preparations
今
in the
天是
future.
你的生日，是不是？
Today is your birthday, right?
先祝你生日快乐！然后同时也
birthday
知道，
to you.
同时你跟我们队伍的教练西莫都是同一天生日，有什么
And
想要说的？想
It's
跟
also
所
the
有粉丝
birthday
说
of
的
your
吗？
coach Shimo. What do you want to
其
say
实
to
每
him?
年生日的时候都是在临近 CFS 的时候。
Every
前3
birthday
年
is
因
near
为口罩嘛，
CFS.
然后我们在这个
And
国外过的
at
生日，
this
今
day,
年能在国内过生日，特别开心。
And we
也
feel
希望
very
我们
happy
CFS
to have
能
our
取得好成
birthday
绩。
in China.
我就不问你生日愿望了，我觉得生
I
日
will
愿
not
望
ask your
要
birthday wish.
悄悄的藏在心里，
It
才
should
能
be
够灵
kept
验，好
as
吧
a？secret.
好，祝你们生日快乐！
Happy
那也
birthday
再
to
次
you.
恭喜白沙拿到本场比赛的
Congratulations
胜利
again。
那接下
for
来
your
让我们把
victory.
画面交给前方的评论席。
Let's give the floor to the commentators.
Well, that was the interview with N9 after their big victory here, the 2-0 after the day. So BaiSha, kind of the expected win, very dominant, 2-0. And we did also have CHENGDU ALL GAMERS getting the win today, as well as VINCIT Gaming from Brazil. So does feel like the favorites got the wins today. I definitely was leaning towards that way, and was a good day. I would say even so.
Yeah, it was a good start today. Especially LCK impressed me with their sub-base match against All Gamers, and yeah, besides of that, I think I kind of expected these results today, unless like I said, LCK winning the first map was kind of surprising. But yeah, I'm looking forward to cast tomorrow's matches, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think tomorrow is where things really start to get a lot more interesting. Today, I feel like we had a lot more matches that should have been one-sided on paper, and most of them were. So I feel like now we're getting into the nitty-gritty of it. We're going to have a lot more close-knit matches, I think, on our hands for day number 2.
Oh yeah, day number 2, and a lot of the days afterwards are also going to have 4 matches per day, so there's going to be so much crossfire for you guys to watch and tune into. Hope you guys did enjoy the cast and the games today. Definitely was a lot of fun for us on our end, but we'll see you tomorrow for more of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. We'll see you then.
See you guys.
Well, it feels like we're not over. Okay, well, I thought we were over. But yeah, any other final words, any other final thoughts you guys might have before we head off?
No, I'm just looking forward to cast tomorrow's matches, basically. Today was a good start, I feel like, and really enjoyed being here. And yeah. Nothing much to say.
Yeah.
Feels good to be back in China after a long time. Last time was 2019. So yeah, I really enjoy being here in Chengdu. So what about you guys?
What do you think, Kyle?
I'm excited to see NA take the stage for the first time in 4 years tomorrow. I think that's going to be the highlight for me. Obviously, they may not win, but we'll see.
Yeah, definitely going to be a lot of fun here. And guys, I have gotten word that now we are done here on the desk. Thank you so much for watching CFS 2023 Grand Finals today. This is only day 1. We have so many more days of crossfire on the way here at the Grand Finals. We'll see you tomorrow for more action in Chengdu.